3 points of contacts on the ground, and then you are considered out, whether that's thrown, punch, submissions. However you get them, your opponent on the ground is how you get them on the ground.
There's another Barbarian down, Coven up 5-3.
Steel Coven now swarming those two Barbarians. Barbarians not quite sure what to do.
Steel Coven and the Barbarians are still battling it out. Neither side giving an inch.
Both trying to get that head control to get the fighters on the ground, and another Barbarian down.
That's 5-2. At times like this, it's interesting to see if the down team is going to try to keep going to wear out the fighters that the up team still has working, or if they're just going to go ahead and kind of save some energy and move on to the next. The Lady Barbarians are still fighting, so they're definitely not waiting for the round to wrap up on its own. And that's it. 5-1 in favor of the Coven. We had a great day of action yesterday for the duels and the outrance fights. The commentator that was joining me yesterday was Vincent, and he'll be back later on today. On the purple and yellow list on the far side of the field, we have Windigo, one of the Canadian teams traveling in, and the company of the Pale Horse, which is coming in from the Yellow Gate. Do you know where Company of the Pale Horse is fighting out of?
I am not actually sure exactly where they're coming from.
So for the second round between Coven and Barbarians, I'm not seeing much in the way of weapons changes. The Barbarians are going to have to take this second round from the Coven to force it to 3. Like the first round, both teams just kind of feeling out the defenses of the other before an initial engagement.
So start slowly moving up on the top of the list there. So you got 3 of the Barbarian fighters. Steel Coven's middle runner over there, down to the bottom of the list to try to get that 2-on-1. Another Barbarian down. Steel Coven up 5-4.
Ooh,
good shots coming in from that Barbarian fighter at the top of the list.
Some nasty chest shots.
That Barbarian able to sneak out and try to get some distance between that Steel Coven fighter.
Bring the horde down on their opponent.
It's like a Steel Coven fighter 2-on-1. Is there other teammates coming to help? And a trade with the Steel Coven Barbarians.
And another. It's 3-2. Looks like the Coven is still up. But better odds than last round.
Steel Coven having the advantage down the bottom there, and another Barbarian goes down. 3-1.
That's the fight.
Coming in the purple side of the list. Give it up for Windigo.
Alrighty. Now we have Windigo.
Windigo sporting the Canadian colors of white and red. Pale Horse in green and black.
Both teams lining up. I see a good chunk of fighters on the Canadian team with two-handers. And your Pale Horse looked like the standard hand weapon shield on the rails. Middle runner with the two-handed axe. We'll see how they do.
If you're taking a look at the wide shot of the field and arena today, one thing I'd like to point out on the far side of the field, that's supposed to be set aside for fighters and their support staff. I think some spectators may have drifted over there, but you can't really see the number of spectators that are filling into the arena here because they're on the near side of the camera.
Good shots. Canadian fighters sneaking through the back line, now engaging. Canadian runner taking, good shot. He's got good field awareness. Watch out for the charge in the back, and able to almost
hard pull-out shots.
There.
Hard pole-axe shots on the far side of the field, but I believe it's still 5. Well, no. We have one
Canadian fighter down.
We have one Windigo down. I think that's 5-4 for Pale Horse right now.
Canadians being very mobile. Big shot from the Pale Horse there. Another Canadian down.
Marshall calling a brief hold for a moment.
One Canadian in the bottom of the list there, taking shots.
It looks like it's 5-2, Pale Horse up.
Canadian fighter. Oh, swing and a miss.
Swing and a hit in the corner.
Canadians being smart, trying to get back to back with their teammates. And Marshall's watching those neck pulls, the neck shots.
And that's the fight. Marshall's calling it when it's 5-1 in favor of Pale Horse.
Well done, fighters, well done.
So we're going to be calling a couple of different broadcasts here, both on YouTube and on the Palmetto Knights Facebook page. The Palmetto Knights Facebook page will be broadcasting the purple and yellow list throughout the day. The YouTube broadcast for the Palmetto Knights page on YouTube will be broadcasting the red and blue Tier 1 list.
So be sure to tune in to whichever list you want to fight or watch, and we'll be monitoring the comments and hopefully be able to engage you guys on those channels as well.
Or tune in for both.
Yeah, might as well.
2 devices.
Yeah.
A speaker in each ear, you'll hear us instead. On the yellow side, correction, on the red side, we have Cerberus Benefica. At the blue list, we have Ordo Obelus in purple.
Both teams. The Cerberus has an abundance of hand axes, or two-handed axes. Good shots coming in at the top of the list there. Oh, good shots from the back there.
One Cerberus down and another. 5-3.
Ordo putting in good work. Good big shots coming into the hip right there from Ordo.
And it looks like one of the maybe one of the Cerberus fighters is down a pole line.
Looks like it's
Oh, but they have a backup available.
4-3 in favor of Ordo at the moment. The fighter at the top really giving those two Ordo a run for their money. While the one-on-ones are happening. At the bottom of the list.
And
Ordo
another
takes
Cerberus
another one.
down.
Man, that Cerberus fighter at top really giving those Ordo a hard time. They're using all their might to get her down.
Oh,
She's
powerful
just not going-
axe shots.
coming
Down
down
the
on
near side of the list.
right into the back. Marshall's definitely observing those shots, and it looks like that Cerberus fighter was pushed out of the list.
So they're stopping the fight at 4-1 in favor of Ordo.
Meanwhile, in the yellow and purple list, it looks like the Pale Horse took another round from the Canadians.
If this is your first time watching this sport, thank you for being here, as well as make sure you thank the folks that shared it with you and share it out to your friends as well. You'll notice the folks in yellow or yellow and black on the field. Those are our marshals. They're in charge of both safety and arbitrating the rules. They're going to make sure that the fighters have the gear that they're supposed to have on and it's oriented correctly. They're also going to make sure the rules as far as safety and point scoring are followed. And we have a multitude of marshals for that task because it is a detailed and difficult job.
They're definitely on their feet all day, probably working the hardest out there. So
Absolutely.
definitely appreciate our marshals. Next up on the purple and yellow, we have the Portland Reavers versus the Gladiators. Gladiators is going to be in red. I'm not sure what color the Reavers are sporting at this time. Don't forget to throw in the comments a shout out to your favorite team, who you're rooting for. We'd definitely love to hear where you guys are tuning in from and who you're rooting for.
Looks like we're about ready to start the second bout between Cerberus and Ordo on the red and blue list.
All right, Cerberus moving up pretty quick, trying to take that middle of the list. Two-hander at the top, shots coming in. That Cerberus fighter's got to watch their back, so they're not getting striked from that runner. She goes right back into it.
Good pivot, but looks like she's about to get pinned against the rail over there. One Cerberus fighter down.
The Cerberus shots coming in the back there. The Cerberus fighter, good shot. Another Cerberus down. And another. That's a 2-on-1 there at the bottom of the list. Looking like another 2-on-1 at the top as well. That Cerberus fighter trying their hardest to avoid those big blows coming in.
It looks like it's 5-2 in favor of Ordo. And that's 5-1. Ordo pushed the fighter out under the list field. And that wraps up round 2. Ordo taking it in 2.
Now if you're tuning in to purple and yellow list, it looks like the Gladiators are stepping into the ring, still waiting on the Reavers.
I see some folks in white tabards with gold and black accents seem to be suiting up over there. I wonder if that will be the Reavers. But yeah, we've also got the Twin City Wyverns. Looks like they're about ready to go too.
Coming into which list?
I could be wrong, but I thought the green team over there was Twin City. But now I'm not seeing them on my list here.
That's all right.
Okay.
Yeah. It's going to be the Reavers and Gladiators.
Okay. There in the center of the field, we've got one of our marshals instructing the others in some of the details of the rules. While we've got just a little bit of a break, I'm going to take a look at the YouTube comments. If you're watching us on YouTube, shout out to where you're watching from. We'd love to hear from you.
Billy W. cheering on the Cincinnati Barbarians. You got Twisted Sunrise going for Bastion. Great team there. Megan Jones, appreciate you, Grit Wrecked. We love your design on the logo for Carolina Carnage. They definitely have a great opportunity if you get with them to do graphics for your team. She does great work. Get ready.
Megan with Get Wrecked. We were just discussing our sponsors and partners here for the event. We appreciate y'all designing the beautiful shirts that we have this year. Richard, thanks for cheering on from Maryland. Folks cheering from Cambodia and Oklahoma.
Joseph, the Berserkers will be fighting in the red and blue list.
The Executioners are entering from the red gate and white and black with red. Kenya's USA in the black and red with the red sun. Always one of the top teams here is Kenya's USA.
Now we've got Kenya versus Executioners in the red and blue. This should be definitely a good round. Kenya's out of Michigan and Executioners out of New Hampshire, I believe, right?
Bringing in the blue gate, it's Kenya!
Now Here on the Kenya's team, you'll want to watch Andrew. He's in the middle. He's a great runner. He moves quickly, and we expect him to be bouncing around the list. Executioner's moving up quick, taking the spot in the center as they square off.
Oh, Executioner's taking the first contact with that poleaxe.
Taking a shot at the hands and wrists there for Executioners, trying to get the Kenyas to drop their weapons.
Some hard axe shots landing on the thighs of the Executioners at the far side.
Picking up that fighter that pushed the center there.
Fast footwork by the Marshal there.
So runner lost a weapon, trying to get his secondary out. This Executioner is trying to take advantage of it. Still a 2-on-2 at the top of the list, and a 2-on-1 at the top right of the list.
So if you're seeing fighters grab one another's weapons, they cannot grab the blade of a weapon, so a sword, a falchion, or a two-handed sword. You cannot grab the blade or the blade of the axe head, but you can grab the haft.
Executioners of Kenya seem to break down into a bunch of one-on-one grapples. No one's had the advantage yet. Both these teams are very veteran teams, very experienced. Executioners are currently the IMCF World Champs. A little tidbit for you there.
Yeah.
Big shots coming to the hip over there on the Executioner for
It looks like a trade. We're 4-4. Both of these teams very dynamic with breaking away from a 2-on-1 to go help a teammate.
Looks like Kenya's has the advantage, trying to push that Executioner out of the list. Good hip kick there. And another trade.
3-3.
Kenya is squaring up. Executioners backing up, getting the teams on their side. A couple tempting shots coming in. Trying to kick and trip, fail there. Bunch of one-on-one grapples. Oh, Andrew with a good takedown.
And that makes it 3-2 for Kenyas.
Another
trade, 2-on-1.
2-on-1.
Kenyas with the advantage.
That Executioner trying to use the corner to stable him on both sides, making it harder to get him out.
Kicking Andrew to back up and create some room. He's got the field, checking his surroundings to make sure he doesn't have obstructions to trip over.
Wonderful field awareness on that fighter there.
Absolutely.
As the two, again, try to close in on their target. Let's see if Kenyas can use those bodies on the ground as an advantage, maybe push them over and cause them to trip. You might see that right now.
It looks like Andrew traded out for a poleaxe.
There you go. That's his weapon of choice there. And a wonderful throw from Kenyas. 2-1 in their favor. Wonderful shot.
A hard-fought victory there.
Indeed.
John, thanks for cheering the Northern Wolves all the way from Ireland.
In the purple and yellow, you have the Gladiators versus the Portland Reavers, both in red, so it's going to be a little bit difficult from where we're at to decipher who is who, but it's looking like a close round up there at the moment.
3 marshals in the list there, watching the action closely.
And they'll call us stop fight.
Well, let's see as they separate these fighters if we can find a way to distinguish. It looks as though those coming from the purple list have a darker shade of red. I don't know if that's showing up on the camera there for you.
I do believe the Portland Reavers are on the left, on the purple side, and the Gladiators are on the right in the yellow. So that was a victory to the Reavers.
We're getting ready for the second round in the blue and red list. We've got folks cheering on Dominus from Birmingham, UK, and also cheering for the Northern Wolves. Sarah, thanks for cheering on from St. Louis.
Yeah, Dominus does have 2 white company fighters fighting with them today.
We've got teams competing all the way from the Berserkers coming from Australia. several of the duelists yesterday were from Mexico and I believe other areas of South America.
Yeah, we definitely have fighters from all over the world this year. It's great to see, and we appreciate everyone coming out. It's like the Kenyas and Executioners are back up. Looks like Executioners had a couple personnel change, as while the Kenyas looks like to remain basically the same.
Carolina Carnage 2024 is, from what I'm told, ranked about 8th largest in events of all, well, modern times, obviously.
Yeah, we have over 400 competitors from, like I said, all of the United States and from international. So appreciate all those fighters coming out and supporting the sport.
It looks like the Reavers may be up in the purple and red list, but we've got action starting down here between the Executioners and Kenyas. That first round was pretty tight. Executioners are going to have to get an early lead if they're going to hope to take it to a third round.
Kenyas is definitely a very grindy team. They have a lot of endurance. Executioners the same. And so we'll have to see who can get that early advantage. I think it will be the ones that take the rounds. Alex going in for a wind up there, trying to draw out from the fighters. Trying to get an open field trip. Nice tactic. Both teams very mobile.
Still 5 and 5.
And we're winding up big shots coming at Executioner at the top of the list. Let's see if that's Kenyas can get a sneaky attack on that Executioner in the open field.
And a trade, 4 and 4.
Both those two-handed axemen from Kenyas trying to line up some shots. Another trade. Looks like.
I think that's going to be scored as a trade. It looked like there was still some grappling once they were on the ground.
Big shots coming in from the Executioner. Kenya's trying to get that trip. Meanwhile, at the bottom list is another
and a trade again. We're 2 and 2.
And both teams not be able to get the advantage. Oh, big shot into the rail, causing the rail to come apart a little bit there. I would not want to be that rail.
We've got it.
Oh, Executioner.
He's still up.
Able to stay up from that body trip.
But now it's 2-1 in favor of Kenyas.
There you go.
And Andrew switching weapons again.
Big shot. Oh, looks like a piece of armor came flying.
I think he lost his sword.
Now he's a defensive fighter. Now, the rules for losing your weapon, you're not allowed to do any kind of...
And he takes it in. It's Kenyas. 2-1.
For those watching, anyone, if you lose your weapon, you're not allowed to do any kind of offensive actions. That includes tripping, punching, pushing even. You're only allowed to try to retrieve your weapon, and that's either from your belt or going back to the list. Now, the other exception to that is they have to have the weapon flat on the list with nobody touching it, and then handing it off that way.
And you're not allowed to take weapons from your opponent's side, correct?
Correct, yes.
That has not always been the case. If that rule was the case all the way in the past, I have certainly seen people take their opponent's weapons.
Now, you're not allowed to take them, but there has been, it is not against to swipe them away off the list. But not very sportsman, you know.
Let's see, who do we have up in the purple and yellow list?
We have Cerberus versus another Berserkers team. I don't think that is the Australian team. Cerberus in the black and yellow, Berserkers in the red. So one of the Cerberus lost a weapon, picked up two-handed, and is going to do some big shots in that back of that Berserker. And it looks like a trip and fall trade there in the middle.
I'm seeing what looks like some continued grappling on the ground by these fighters going down, just kind of hanging on.
Anything to try to get your opponent to fall with you, I guess. Now you have to be careful with that, because if you intentionally try to drag your opponent down with you, the marshals can stand you back up. So that is something to be aware of.
Looks like 4 and 4 on the far list.
One-on-one grapples there at the bottom. Oh, another trade. Looks like the marshals are breaking them up for maybe an activity. I'll separate them out and see what. Oh, nope, they sat down that Berserker fighter. And now Cerberus is free. It's a 3-on-2 in Cerberus' favor. Good grappling there. Good teamwork from Cerberus trying to get that fighter down. Now Cerberus trains a lot with Dominus. They're all from Oregon. So you can definitely see the skill that they have there. Looks like one of Cerberus did go down. And now it's 2-on-2.
Oh, it's 1-on-1. 1-on-1 with the Berserker on the ground behind the other.
That Cerberus fighter trying to fight over those bodies. Taking up the corner there, trying to get some breathing action. Looks like the marshals are having a discussion on something that happened there. Looks like they may be standing up that Cerberus fighter. Maybe there was some intentional tripping there from one of the down fighters. It's now 2-on-1 in favor of Cerberus.
That Cerberus fighter may have room to trip.
Heavy pressure coming down, and Cerberus takes it 2-0.
On the red and blue list, from the red gate in red and black with gold trim, we have the Dallas Mythics. In white and black, from the blue gate, we have the Banshees.
Dallas Mythics out of Dallas, Texas, and the Banshees, I'm not sure where they're out of actually. If anyone knows on the live stream, please let us know if you guys are rooting for the Banshees and where they're from.
This will be the third bout for the women's 5v5 tournament.
Banshee moving up quickly and cutting across the list there. Throwing some shots in there, trying to mix it up a little bit. Take your standard grind on the rails. Looks like the Banshees have now cornered them in there. Dallas Mythics get a takedown at the bottom of the list.
One Banshee down, Mythics up 5-4 on the Mythics side of the field.
Looks like the Banshees may get another open field trying with their axe. Not able to get that takedown, but still working hard. Ooh, big shot from the Banshee into the Dallas Mystic there at the bottom of the list.
Looks like we have another maybe Banshee down. It's hard to see close to the
Mystic's taking big shots into that Banshee fighter in the corner of the list.
It's going to be 5-3 with the Mythics up.
Banshee's not noticing their fighter in the corner. They're taking those big hits, trying to get out. Looks like they're trying to force her out of the list. It's like a 3-on-2 here at the bottom of the list in the center.
And
one of the Banshees down in the corner. It's now 5-on-2, and the rest go down.
A bundle will go down, ending in favor of the Mythics.
At the top of the list, purple and yellow, looks like the Cerberus and Berserkers are squaring up for the next round. Looks like mostly a mix of hand weapons and shields there for the Cerberus. I see a classic runner in the middle with a two-handed axe for Berserkers.
Both of these men's 5v5 teams fielding for some fairly large fighters out there.
Oh yeah. Seems like every year they get a little bit meaner, a little bit bigger.
Vincent and I were talking yesterday about, especially during the pro fights, but not just that. You've got in MMA, in boxing, you've got a 180-pound fighter going out, fighting with 182 pounds of mass on them with their gloves and their bodies. But out here, you might have a 200-pound fighter fighting with 270 pounds of mass.
Yeah.
And there's a solid ton of destruction in that far field right now.
And we love to watch them clash, so tune in, keep watching, and give us a shout out on both live streams for who you think is going to win the next round. Looks like some hugging going on there, a little bit of a friendly gesture. Maybe they're trying to find those gaps. No, I'm just kidding.
Pat him down, pat him down.
You know, Booherd is all about violence, but also about love, so. As they square up for the next round. This is also the first year that we've run the double lists, so it's been interesting so far to see how this is going. But more lists means more fights, means we're not here all night.
Well, the event has already expanded to 3 days worth of fighting, 1 day of setup before all of that, and endless amount of time for the organizers setting up and prepping this event. They'll begin working on Carnage 2025 just a few days after we wrap up here.
Yeah. And thank you to all the volunteers that have come out to help man the booths, weapons checks, marshals. This event could not have happened without them.
As we get this next round started, we want to thank our sponsors, Booherd Tech, Vance Fitness and Innovations, Tennessee Booherd, Mad Axe, Get Wrecked Designs, Medieval Extreme, and Age of Craft. Now, that may not be a full list of sponsors. We're working on getting that full list. If you are a sponsor and not mentioned yet, you will be soon once we get that full list compiled.
Berserkers again making a quick, like a trade for Berserkers in Dallas. Another trade. Oh, a big shot coming to Berserkers back, but
3-3. And another trade, 2-2.
2-2. They're squaring each other off, not sure where to go. Hesitant, because that two-handed axe, you don't want that coming flying at your face. Dallas Fire backing up, trying to find the list there.
2 one-on-one fights.
And then you gotta watch those bodies on the ground. It's definitely a tripping hazard. Looks like that Berserker fighter is trying to disarm the Dallas.
If the Banshees can take this, they'll force a third. But right now, the Mythics are up 2-1, and that's the fight. Mythics take it in 2.
All right, looks like we still have some discussion going on with the Cerberus Berserker fight at top, still waiting for that second round.
Bringing one fighter out, possibly a substitution here due to armor. We've talked about how much this event and this sport has grown, not only in quantity, but in the quality. The quality of the competition has improved as the numbers have increased. The quality of the event has improved as it's grown in size.
Oh yeah, the fighters, I know they've been training all year for this. They're all definitely excited to get out here and show everybody what they've got. So.
We've got over 100 folks watching us on the Palmetto Knights YouTube page. Jen, thanks for cheering on from New Brunswick. If you're looking for the different lists, we've got the purple and yellow list. The far list on the widescreen is broadcasting through the Palmetto Knights Facebook page. The red and blue list is on the Palmetto Knights YouTube channel. Feel free to bring up both lists to watch as we comment on them.
All right, looks like that finally that Cerberus Reaver fight is about to go down. Let's see if the Berserkers can match the Cerberus and take it to a third. Both fighters lining up in your classic 2-1-2. Grappling on the far rail there. One of the Berserkers trying to grab one of Cerberus' legs. Cerberus pushing through on that 2-on-1 on the bottom of the rail.
Still 5-5 it seems.
Grapple at the back of on the left side of the rail on the purple side there. Trade there for Berserkers and Cerberus. Oh, and the Cerberus goes down.
Looks like it's 4-3. Is the Marshal sitting him down? It's hard to tell. Sitting him down or standing him up, or...
That is a massive Berserker there. Marshal having a conversation with, and it looks like they've taken a knee there. I think that was
another trade. Now it's 2-2.
I think that was due for him touching the back of that other down fighter, not being part of the throw.
2-1. Berserkers up.
Marshall's making sure that safety is happening.
And
looks like a Berserkers take the
call.
round.
On the red and blue list, we have the Cincinnati Barbarians versus Order of the Pegasus.
Part on Facebook, the Idaho Pack Rats will be fighting in the purple and yellow list. So tune in, they're coming up actually next. So
if you're looking to see where your favorite team or teams will be fighting, you can check that out at palmetto.com/Carolina-Carnage. There's a spreadsheet for Saturday's fights, and it will show in tabs at the bottom of that frame the red and blue list and the purple and yellow list, and you can check which team is fighting where.
Exactly.
And their approximate time.
So that in the purple and yellow, that's going to go to a third round with the Berserkers taking the second one.
In the red and blue list, we'll have the Cincinnati Barbarians women's team fighting out of the red gate in red and blue. Order of the Pegasus out of the blue gate in the burgundy with gold fleur-de-lis. It's great watching the stands fill up here. And more folks coming out as the day goes on. We've got so many more vendors here than we've ever had.
Yeah. It's great to see every year it gets bigger and bigger, more people hear about it, more people come out. It's become a little bit of a yearly tradition here in the Clemson area, and people definitely support everything that we do here. So we thank you to the University of Clemson for letting us use this facility, and we look forward to having more and more in the years to come.
Absolutely.
Alrighty, looks like the Cincinnati and Order of the Pegasus about to kick off. Both teams moving up slowly. Looks like Pegasus has a little bit of size advantage on the Cincinnati Bengals. Not Bengals, excuse me. Barbarians.
Still 5-5 to start out.
Maybe break down into a bunch of one-on-one grapples there.
On the purple and yellow list, we've got round 3 kicking up for Cerberus and the Berserkers. Again, the purple and yellow list is broadcast on the Palmetto Knights Facebook page. Red and blue list on Palmetto Knights YouTube.
Good shots coming down there from Pegasus. Pegasus getting a takedown. It's now 5-4.
Still 5-5 for Cerberus and Berserkers.
Oh, looks like Pegasus lost a weapon. They're going to have to go back and grab another one. Leaving Cincinnati with a 2-on-1 advantage. Marshall having a discussion with the handlers there. Shield punches coming into that Cincinnati fighter.
We were talking about that ton of mass and destruction in that far purple and yellow list, and it's pressing on that list right now.
Cerberus having a beautiful takedown, and now with the advantage, 5-4. Another, big shot coming to the back of that Cerberus. Able to react.
And a trade.
Meanwhile, Pegasus 5-1 there with one of the Cincinnati fighters getting pushed out of the list. It looks like 2-2 for Cerberus versus Berserkers.
A hard-fought third round so far.
See if anyone can get advantage. Oh, Cerberus getting the advantage on that two-handed. Oh, and he's able to reverse it.
Cerberus down. Berserkers up 2-1.
See if that pole arm can bring in some damage.
The mercy rule cannot apply here. 2-on-1 is still fought out. If it were 3-on-1, we'd be stopping this bout.
Like Cerberus fighter trying to disarm and set a trade. Victory to Berserkers on that third round.
Joseph, Purple and Yellow list is live on the Palmetto Knights Facebook page. Feel free to open up 2 windows if you can view both. That was a great 3-round bout between Cerberus and the Berserkers. And Nate, who do we have up next on Purple and Yellow?
Purple and Yellow, we have the Rat Pack out of Idaho versus the Tidewater Dogs out of Virginia. Now this is the first tournament for the Pack Rats, their debut. They're definitely excited to be here and to get as many fights in. I know they've been working real hard to get their team set up. I am an Idaho native myself, so I have a little bit of a warm heart for them, and I'll definitely be rooting for them. A good takedown there from the Pegasus to Cincinnati, happening in the blue and red list.
This second round of combat between Pegasus.
Pegasus putting that heavy pressure down on that Cincinnati fighter, trying to get them down, but they have a good base there. Not quite going down yet.
Ordered the Pegasus up 5-4 over the Cincinnati Barbarians.
Some kicks there, trying to get that Cincinnati fighter down.
Looks like we have 2 more.
2-5 in favor of Pegasus. Pegasus fighter, no idea that 3 fighters are coming behind them.
And that's the way down.
Alrighty, the Rat Pack in the purple and yellow, or in white, while Tidewater are in purple and black. Alrighty, Pegasus taking that round in the blue and red there.
You hear that hammering in the background? That is the maintenance crew making sure the list field is in place and sturdy in between rounds.
I do believe, shout out to Tidewater, they did provide the second list.
Oh, that's right.
For the tournament, so thank you to them.
Such an aid. Someone asked on the YouTube live stream, are they different size lists? And the answer is yes.
Yes.
The purple and yellow list is Tidewater's list, and it was transported quite a ways to get here. Thank you so much, Tidewater, for making that second list happen.
All right, now, next up in the red and blue, looks like we have Dominus versus
the Northern Wolves.
Northern Wolves out of the UK. Pretty good fight. Excited to see this. I'm sure, I know Dominus has 2 fighters from White Company that they're probably familiar with, the Northern Wolves, and see how this fight goes.
It was great to have White Company here last year at Carnage 2023. They represented so wonderfully and so honorably as well. They put on a little bit of a clinic for some of the fighters to help grow the technical aspect of the sport.
And we're excited to have any international teams come.
Absolutely.
So Northern Wolves, we definitely appreciate you guys making the trip across the pond. And if there's any other teams or countries that want to participate, we have specific slots available to them for Carnage. So you'll definitely always have a spot here if you want to come out. So,
and we do what we can to assist those teams getting here if possible.
Indeed. So looks like the fight's ready to go, and it's on. Northern Wolves taking a center list real quick.
And the shield choice is interesting. I don't know if it's because they had to travel so far, but they're fighting with smaller shields.
Good mix of fighters. It looks like that fighter was off his feet, hanging on the back of that Northern Wolf. It's broken down into a bunch of one-on-ones. Meanwhile, the Pack Rats and the Tidewater are going at it. Top. But that Pack Rat lost a weapon, going to get another one.
Still 5-5.
Looks like Pat Rats are 3-2 against the Tidewater.
Sorry, we ended up calling 2 separate fights there. My bad.
No, it's all good. At 3-1 to Pack Rats in their first debut win. See if they can keep that momentum going. Meanwhile, it's 4-5 in favor of Dominus.
Now it's 5-3 in favor of Dominus, and 5-2.
Dominus making quick work of the Wolves.
Oh, hard flying kick right into the hip. And that's the fight.
That's the fight. With the competition of these teams and how much endurance, that getting that early takedown advantage can be a domino effect for real.
And so many of these melee competitors also fought in the duels and outturns fights yesterday.
Absolutely.
Many will be fighting in the 12 versus 12 tomorrow.
Yeah, maybe. Finn, for you on Facebook, there's 2 out of 3 for the round, so if they win the first one, they win the second one, and that's it. And if both teams win a round or comes to a draw, then they'll fight it out until one team gets that victory, or a time limit of 10 minutes for the entirety of the round. All right, looks like they're lining up, doing some personnel swaps on both lists. Looks like they're getting ready to roll. Dominus squaring up.
That looks like an early 2000s style of popped collar down here in the 90s.
Looks like the Northern Wolves are mostly running two-handed or hand weapon shield. That Dominus fighter trying to get into the backfield there. Picked up by the Northern Wolf. Breaking down to one-on-one grapples.
Good breakaway there by the
Dominus gets a good, but was able to take it with a good check from the Northern Wolf. That's 4-4. Essentially a draw. Looks like both teams going for those head rips. Those are huge ways to get the fighters down. But you also have to be careful with those kind of head rips because you can get in underneath their helmet and then it's becoming a yellow card.
Dominus taking another Wolf down. It is 4-3.
4-3 in favor of Dominus.
Wolves not out yet.
Wolves making it work for it. One-on-one down there at the bottom of the list in the corner there. As a 2-1 is developing at the top.
An interesting tactic there, striking the hand, causing that breakaway, but he's still got the weapon in his left hand, so he's still able to be aggressive.
Hand shots are legal. Illegal shots are to the groin, to the back of the neck, and to the knee. Also, any kicks.
It looks like we may have a Dominus fighter ruled out down here.
Yep.
It's 3-3.
Marshall's ruling.
3-2.
Marshall's ruling that fighter was out of the list and sat down. At the top of the list, looks like the Rat Pack has a 2-for-1 takedown. Another trade.
That way, 3-1 for Dominus, but in the purple and yellow list,
it's a 2-on-1 in favor of the Rat Pack.
And it looks like they've taken it.
There you go, Rat Pack. Super stoked. Their first fight out in a tournament, and they've taken a victory. Way to go, Rat Pack.
Great combat so far. Up next in the red and blue list is the Steel Coven and Ordo Obelus. From the red gate, Steel Coven entering.
Both these teams have already fought once already today.
I take that back. It looks like they're coming in from different gates at the moment.
Meanwhile, up in the purple and yellow, up next we have the Cincinnati Barbarians for the men's team and the Twin City Wyverns up next.
No, apparently they are coming in from the correct gate. We've got Steel Coven in red and black. from the red gate, and Ordo Obelus in the blue gate, in purple and burgundy, and black.
And orange.
We have armorers here working to repair some stuff and getting ready for the next bout. I'm going to tag out with my partner, Vincent, who is going to be taking over the left seat for now. So we'll see you back in a while.
Type actions definitely help out Palomino Knights. All right, looks like we're starting with we're on Steel Coven and Ordo Obelus in purple.
Hello everybody, this is Vincent, back from yesterday. We're going to be switching out, so I don't know if they explained earlier, but we're going to be switching out kind of throughout the day. We're going to let everyone's voices rest, so after a couple of days, everyone's voice isn't completely shot. Yeah. But yeah, man, it's already been an exciting day of fighting, and a big check right there in the middle of the red and blue list.
Yeah, we're scheduled right now to almost until 8 o'clock, so it's good to have a little rotating crew.
You know, after a day of of excited talking, 2 days, 3 days, after the end of it, your voice is raspy and pretty gross. So we got to make sure we're staying healthy, just like these fighters do.
In the purple and yellow list, you have the Cincinnati Barbarians in the red and blue, and the Wyverns in the green. Wyverns are from the Midwest.
From the Twin City, Minnesota.
Yeah,
from Twin City, Minnesota, the Wyverns. Actually, throughout the year, they usually host a big tournament, War in the North. I think they started that last year.
Nice.
And a handful of teams came up, and I believe they're scheduled again for this year as well. So they're coming in with big, strong, and I know the last couple of years, the Twin City Wyverns have really built up the team, coming in strong, and really building up to be a pretty dominant team.
It's like going in the second round for the Ordo versus Steel Coven. Both teams moving cautiously up the list. Big shots coming into that Steel Coven fighter from those two Ordo at the bottom of the list there. One Steel Coven already down. Good takedowns from Ordo there. Looks like we got a trade as they fall over some bodies.
The performance of these women's teams today have just been outstanding. They've just been completely brutal, and a big throw down the rail.
Beautiful. 2-on-1 on both the top and the bottom. Looks like another trade there in favor of Ordo, 3-1.
Now we're looking at 2v2. Ash coming into the corner, trying to see where a good shot is, and they're stopping the fight.
So they're breaking it up.
As we crush into a 3v1.
And it looks like they victory to Ordo. It's like Cincinnati versus the Wyverns about to kick off. Doing a little bit of hugging there in the beforehand.
Yeah, you will see a lot with teams that are kind of concentrated in the north, teams that are kind of concentrated in the south. That there's those are the ones that are closest to each other. So when you have chapter matches and you have teams meet up to fight, trying to train together. There's a lot of camaraderie that happens. Like I know down in the south you have like Tulsa and and SJK and Warlords and Corpus Christi, and then the New Austin team. Like we always train together. I know a lot of the northern teams as well. Big training camps. So there's a lot of camaraderie when teams are geographically located close to each other.
And you'll definitely see that in tomorrow in the 12s when those teams from different areas get together. Oh, it looks like Cincinnati had a weapon break. Run to the back.
I think it's the fourth weapon break of the weekend. All axes. These boys are just swinging for the fences.
Oh yeah. Wyverns, Cincinnati both playing it close. Looks like a 2-on-1 there at the bottom, or 2-on-2. Otherwise, it's broken up into some 1v1s. No team quite with advantage. Good strike coming in from the Cincinnati.
A couple of free shots.
Can't let those go unanswered. Wyverns playing it close there at the bottom of the list, though. Neither one with the advantage yet. A lot of grappling. You'll see a lot of those two-handed axes going over the head, trying to get a good rip.
Yeah, absolutely. And what you see right there at the top of the the purple and yellow list is what you see. You see a lot of one-on-ones, and when you see when you look at the higher level teams, you'll start seeing those break off into trying to seize opportunities of 2v1s, 3v1s, and really trying to outnumber and gain slight advantages. And when you see this, lower teams are still trying to grow and become like really high level competition and teams. They will start breaking up and having more of a teamwork versus these five one-on-ones. You kind of see them right now, kind of closing together. Those Wyverns there in the back corner. One they're blocking the shots, trying to get one in the corner to get a takedown.
In the red and blue, you have Pegasus versus Cerberus going at it. It's like centers there fighting. Oh, almost got a good trip from the Pegasus fighter.
Oh, we have a weapon draw, pulling out her sidearm.
Oh, Cerberus fighter goes down. Pegasus have the advantage, 5-4. That other Cerberus breaking off, trying to help their teammates.
Very nice.
Brought it back, 4-4.
On the bottom rail, they're still set up in the 2v2, trying to gain advantage where they can.
Pegasus Cerberus looks like breaking down to a bunch of one-on-one grapples. That Pegasus fighter sitting there taking shots to the head, paying no mind to that Cerberus fighter.
Oh, and a big down rail throw.
They did lose their weapons, so they're going to make that trek all the way back.
And when you lose your weapon, you have to go back to your side of the list and pick up a weapon. You're not allowed to take any offensive actions if you do not have a weapon on your side or have a hand in control of a weapon. And as she goes back and grabs that 200 axe, she's just wailing on number 13 there on the bottom of the list.
Looks like that Cincinnati Wyverns was gearing up for their second round. Meanwhile, that Pegasus fighter in the top is just holding that Cerberus down while they try to make quick work of the other teammates. Another Pegasus fighter moving off to assist with that other grapple over there. Going for a leg sweep there, but unsuccessful.
Yeah, what you'll see, at the top of the list, and as all of these teams set up, you see the marshals, they're checking equipment, they're checking straps, making sure everyone is, lashed up and, protected where they need to be. Because they're not allowing you to fight if you're not, if you're not fully equipped, you'll have the required stuff strapped on. So great job for these marshals, making sure, as safe as possible. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out here in the red and blue list.
I think it was a 3-on-2, but now I think it's squaring off.
About who they're, sitting down and standing up.
They did stand up that other fighter for the Cerberus Pegasus fight. Because it was still a 2. The marshals accidentally called it a little bit early. It was still a 4-on-2. But now it looks like they're discussion, trying to figure out at which point do they want to stop the fight.
Yeah. I think it gets kind of tough when you have tabards of similar color. And when you have a fast-paced action, the marshals have been doing great all weekend, but it's sometimes hard, to see out of the corner of your eye is that, which color is that, which team is that, unlike, in the purple and yellow there, you have green versus red and white, red and blue. So that was pretty easy to tell. And huge axe strikes by the Twin City Wyverns. They got some big boys in their team, and those axe strikes don't feel good at all.
I do believe the Wyverns trying to take this to a third round. I think Cincinnati had it the first round.
And great job on the Twin City Wyverns at the top of the list, turning that fighter in to just take those shots, to the axe.
Yeah. Full arm fighter going for the tripping for the legs.
Yeah, see that's perfect teamwork right there. You have the fighter on top maintaining pressure, the fighter on the bottom trying to take the legs out and push them right through the list. Now I have seen with these the bottom list that you have these other vertical support bars in sections of the list, and a few of the fighters were in other lists they have been knocked out. They're able to still maintain structure on the back stands of the list and able to get back in and recover. So it's interesting to see the fighters being able to utilize on the spot the different aspects of the list.
SJ Knights are coming up next, actually.
Yeah, next in the red and blue list is going to be SJK.
They're going to be in the red and blue list. To find that fight, you need to go to the Palmetto Knights YouTube channel.
That's right. Yeah, it's going to be SJK fighting out of Houston versus Dallas Warlords fighting out of Dallas.
Good old Texas match there for you.
Absolutely. And I'm going to be a little biased on that match because Dallas is my team. Dallas Warlords is my team. And so, fortunately, can't be there with them today. But, we'll come back on Monday and Tuesday. I'll definitely have, they'll say, well, why did you say that about me? Why did you say that about me?
All right, looks like that Cincinnati Wyverns list is going to a third round.
Yeah, that's a great performance by both of those teams.
Marshall checking safety. Make sure all the fighters are ready, and they'll be off into the next one. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say, it's going to be kind of interesting, later on the day. The first couple of fights throughout the day usually gets a little cold. Everyone's warming up, especially here, in the mid-east of the country. It's a little bit colder here, and, it's still got to warm up. Still got to get into the fighting mode. And so it's going to be interesting to see later on in the day where everyone's gas tank is. Yeah. And then for these teams specifically, when you have a third, some of these fights going into the third round, which teams were able to take it in two, which teams had to go to a third, and how the performance is going to be affected later on throughout the day.
Yeah, having a two-win round is super beneficial, especially in later days.
Yeah.
The more times you go into a third round, the more endurance you have to use, the more you just burn into your gas tank, and that you could add additionally 2 or 3 extra rounds onto your fighting day.
For sure. So. And some newer fighters who aren't used to a full day of fighting, all these high performance teams are used to 1 day, 2 days, full days of fighting, and know how to gauge themselves and know how where to expend, where they can kind of save some energy where they need to. And some of the new fighters, it's sometimes a wake up call after after 4 hours of fighting, and then you have a break. And you got to go back in later in the evening, and it's going to be rough. But it's been pretty good looking at the schedule. It looks like there's big breaks for a lot of these teams. Yeah, ample time to recover. And teams have brought snacks and drinks and all the stuff they need to get back and refuel.
Yeah, definitely. All right, looks like in the purple and yellow list, looks like we have a 2-on-2. Wyverns and Cincinnati. Neither one with the advantage, both hugging there. Now, after I think a certain amount of time, I think it's 10 seconds of inactivity, the marshals will break it up and reset the fighters.
Now, to my understanding, inactivity will count as if you're still just kind of taking little shots, little hit, little there to try to play the system and reset the timer. It's not going to work. Yeah. They have to be deliberate strikes, purposeful strikes, and where they're trying to move into position. Yeah. Oh, and trying to get a good header up there from the Cincinnati Wyverns, and leaving his back exposed, unable to really break those hips, and the Cincinnati just walloping on his bottom. And a lot of fighters don't have pads there, and that's not a spot you want to get hit.
Yep.
Getting spanked by an axe is not fun.
My apologies. Cincinnati has 3 fighters up, so it's 3-2 in favor of Cincinnati.
See the fighters really starting to looking like they're gassing out a little bit, trying to take the time, be deliberate, where they can advance and move up.
Meanwhile, Pegasus versus Cerberus, it's like a 3-on-2 down there in the red and blue list.
That's a good use of space. That's a great use of space. Trying to move it into a 2v1. As they were trying, but then you see that the Cerberus fighter cut through and keep all the higher numbers in front of them, so that, they're not getting checked from behind.
Yeah. Looks like Cincinnati took that round. That last fighter on Wyvern had lost their gauntlet, and so that would get them sit down.
Yeah, it counts as an armor malfunction when you lose a piece like that and you get sat, and it happens more often than you think, and it's a tough way to go down.
All right. Next up in the purple and yellow is going to be Steel Company versus the Portland Reavers. Looks like both lists are now clearing and getting ready for the next fight. Next fight for the red and blue again is the Warlords and
San Jacinto Knights, SJK. both teams good friends, good training partners. SJK led by Taylor Vance and Tanner Cox, both great fighters.
I'm aware that both those teams do train, obviously, together quite often and are very familiar. So it'll be interesting to see. Warlords have a reputation. They're good fighters. They've definitely been one of the top teams now for a couple of years, and it'll be interesting to see if the Knights are able to use what they learned from the Warlords and take advantage of that.
I said Taylor Vance, Taylor Jones. I'm sorry, Taylor. You asked me earlier, and you were specifically to say, "What's my name?" And I knew it was Taylor, and I completely blanked. But yeah, it's it's going to be kind of the Warlords are in for an uphill battle, I think, because there's injury. We're not coming in with the full roster. Myself included.
Typical lineup, right?
Yeah, it's not the typical lineup, and so. Fighting a couple injuries, some even this weekend, and some recovering from previous matches. We actually had to pick up another fighter there, Andrew Ali, so it's going to be interesting to see how they perform together. And coming off the performance from Kansas City, SJK is going to be a great opponent, and really excited to see how they perform today.
It's like Cerberus and Pegasus on a third round. Both on one. Meanwhile, Steel Company and Portland Reavers in the yellow and purple list.
Yeah, and that's what you see here. You see two different 201 split up. Both of them rushing in, that's in rushing in and trying to take advantage, but leaving that back exposed for a check.
Yeah, you gotta watch out those runners. 4-4.
Cerberus going over, trying to find someone.
Great takedown from
Great head
Cerberus.
rip. An excellent head rip from Cerberus, trying to get two.
That fighter just taking down everyone that they could see. It is now an advantage, 4-3 advantage to Cerberus.
Yeah, you got to have your head in the swivel. You got to know where fighters are going down.
Cerberus go down, tripping over a body.
You got to be rechecking, so you don't get someone coming up from behind, either checking you or getting a clean head rip. Field awareness is a major thing. Taking that axe a little bit too low and able to break that head back.
That Cerberus fighter working hard to get that other fighter down. Marks is watching 2-on-1 at the bottom of the list.
A nice seatbelt takedown from Pegasus.
All right, Steel Company and Portland Reavers start. Looks like the Reavers got an early takedown, have the advantage, 5-4. Another trade, it looks like, potentially.
It looks like 3 trades in a row, a couple suicides.
He sat down another Steel
Marshall's
Company.
sitting down
He made too long of a three-point of contact on that throw. It is now 2-on-1 in favor of the Reavers.
Yeah, when taking an offensive throw, you are allowed to have 3 points of contact, but it cannot be supporting the weight. But it has to be kind of a touch and go in the motion of continuing and finishing.
You can't just stay there for.
You can't just stay there. Absolutely. Yeah. I saw another sat down earlier on the Cincinnati team, where you are allowed to touch the other fighters who are on the ground, but when they are taking the weight and kind of holding you up, that is when you have yourself a takedown.
Yep. Exactly.
It is Just McCall's, and these marshals have been doing a great job this weekend. But when a marshal sats you. You're sat, and you see a lot of fighters. They may know if they've had 3 points of contact, but if the marshal isn't sitting you, you got to keep fighting. I've seen a couple fighters go like, I was down, but they weren't called down, and and it's really it swings the tide of the fight.
Yep. Marshal, the martial corps here in the United States is definitely in the last few years really upped their game.
Absolutely,
and getting marshals trained. And if you're interested in becoming a marshal, you can go to our website and apply, take the tests, come out to one of the events and get certified. So there's more than one way to be involved in the sport. You don't have to just be a fighter.
Absolutely,
you can come volunteer at events, be marshals.
And there's always a need for more marshals.
And there's always a need for more marshals. And a lot of the bigger events, in some cases, they'll actually pay the marshals and help with the airfare.
Absolutely, yeah, for sure.
If you're interested in becoming a marshal, definitely look it up.
And for those of you who are just tuning in, the marshals are you'll see a lot of these people in yellow. They look little bumblebee colors, yellow and black, yellow and blue, but mostly yellow-dominated colors, kind of standing apart from the fighters. They are, for all intents and purposes, our referees. And we have with the flags to make sure they're staying out of harm's way. and they're the ones kind of calling the match, tallying the points, making sure the fight's running smoothly, under kind of under the guise of under the tutelage of a head marshal, making sure the whole event's running smoothly, and when decisions and final decisions need to be made, they're the ones who are making that decision.
For anyone that's just tuning in, just so you guys are aware, we have 2 streams going. If you want to see the red and blue list, you'll find that on YouTube, and the purple and yellow list is on Facebook. Both of those are under the Palmetto Knights. If you Google or search them, you'll definitely be able to find them, and we are currently live. So tune into one of those. You can also find the schedule for each of these matches to find generally what team you want to root for on the Palmetto Knights website as well. So check those out. The schedule's there, and we'll do our best to engage you guys in the comments if you have questions or concerns, and we appreciate everything that you guys are doing.
Absolutely. Yeah, you are the wind beneath our wings. And as you saw earlier here, like what we were saying with the red and blue list, the fighters hugging beforehand. They're all good friends. But as soon as that fight starts,
it's game on.
It is game on. And it happens. If you as they were saying, if you go to the Palmetto Knights on Facebook or YouTube, the links are in the descriptions for each other, where you can find the opposite list.
So feel free to pull it up on 2 monitors, get your 2 phones, or just bounce back and forth between the 2. So we're doing our best to engage and announce both the lists. Sometimes they happen simultaneously, so we appreciate all you guys bearing with us for that.
Yeah, and if you want, shout us out, post it around to your friends and family, have people come in and watch. Is one of the biggest things. What Sam and I were talking about yesterday. The biggest things to help with the sport is more people knowing about the sport, the visibility, and it's one of the harder things is they don't know if they want to fight because they don't know about it, right? And so we have more eyes and ears on the sport. It really helps us grow, and I know there is a great resource called Night Finder. You're able to find which teams are local to you and help you get engaged and be part of the sport. So,
Reavers the Steel Company taking the second round, going out their fights. It's like breaking down grapple. Reavers getting a good takedown. They are in the red, Steel Company in the green. Advantage to them. Oh, another good takedown from the Reavers.
Reavers fighting out of Portland. Oh, I love that hard Aventail.
Portland, Maine, correct? Not Portland.
Oh, Portland, Portland, Maine. Yes, that's the second fudge I've had. Now, I should have prefaced this when I first got on. I'm an idiot, and I usually, we try our best, but have a little bit of a fudge. Now,
right.
Red and blue starting here. The red side, we have the Dallas Warlords in the red and blue, and on that right, on the top side of the list, you have BJ with Charlie, and then in the middle you have Adam Harrington, and on the bottom side, I believe that is BJ and Brennan there on the bottom side of the list, and so who's that on the top?
You'll notice the Warlords in the trade there.
Quick trade at the top.
You'll notice the Warlords have mostly hand weapon axes, where the
Knights.
Yes, the Knights have a couple forearms out there. That's all fighter preference. A lot of times teams will have strategy behind what kind of weapons they want to have and carry, but usually it does come down to fighter preference on which weapons they are using out there.
Absolutely, and and fighter preference, and for fighters who are usually use a two-handed axe, they'll be put in certain positions to make sure they are able to utilize it well.
Just like that knight down at the bottom of the list there.
And Charles Harris taking big shots on Brennan. You see a standoff between Adam Harrington and Tanner Cox. The top of the list, like Charles and Taylor, both going down.
Trade.
Not able to clear grips.
No.
Believe he will be sat.
He's sitting down.
Yeah, so that's what we're talking about. That's a kind of a full contact on the ground. A good takedown between BJ and Brennan.
Looks like Warlords now have advantage 3-2.
3-2.
Marshall's maybe seeing something that they didn't quite like there. Another
Oh,
trade there.
Double trade with Charles Harris.
It's now 2 versus 1 in favor of Warlords. That fighter was
this is the spot where the Warlords want to be. Is they know, like, if they get the numbers, we work a lot on 2v1s. And a suicide there with Tanner and Brennan.
Another trade.
Brennan not able to clear grips, trying to get a good Soto. And that is Warlords taking the victory with one fighter still standing.
Again, Carrie there on Facebook, go to the YouTube link in the red and blue, and they are fighting now. So, at the top in the yellow and purple, we have Bastion versus Cerberus. Cerberus out of Portland, Oregon. And they're from Oregon. I'm not sure if that's Portland, but out of Oregon. And Bastion out of one of the local teams here in South Carolina.
Where in South Carolina are they from?
I believe it's outside of Columbia.
Okay.
I don't remember the actual name of the town, but
this is my first weekend here in South Carolina, and I'm absolutely loving it.
that's great.
My first Carnage as well.
It's a crisp 50 degrees here in the stadium.
Yeah, and this is exactly what the fighters want. You know, it is nice and cool. They're able to not get overheated because in that armor, it gets real hot and real fast.
All right. No, my apologies. That is the Pale Horse
and
Cerberus,
Cerberus,
not
yeah.
Bastion. My mistake there.
The Cerberus there in the
yellow
and black crosses Pale Horse in the black and gray. I know Pale Horse picked up a handful of friends of ours from Corpus Christi who usually fight with the Rust Knights.
Nice. Looks like we're ready to start the second round of the Warlords versus the Knights.
Both teams having a quick advance. Two strong centers. Going to see how they pop through. Charles Harris trying to run through, trying to get a cross check.
More than picked up, not really able to take much of advantage on that cross against the list.
Jenna Cox trying to take a couple of good swings. Adams trying to get in the backfield. Taylor seeing him. Oh, Taylor and Chandler trying to get a 2-on-1 versus Adam in the corner. Adam trying to take a steady post. Oh, back nice exposed for Charles. Charles trying to get a head rip, unable to really break those hips.
Taking a good stance there. Both teams being very mobile. Let's see as time goes on, see which ones are able to get the advantage.
Cyrus at the top of the list, taking a big knee by Charles.
Meanwhile, Cerberus at the top of the list has a 3-on-2 advantage against the Pale Horses. I appreciate it there, Rebecca. Bastion is from the Acton, South Carolina area.
Acton, thank you.
Nice shots come into the leg there from the Warlord fighter. Warlord's trying to push that Houston fighter out, and
we have a 5-on-2. Yeah, we end up with a 5-on-1. This is where the Warlords really start to light up, and this is the performance that we're really looking for. Great job there. You know that first round, a lot of trades, in one-on-ones taken down, but you know that's the setup that they're looking for. And trying to get those numbers advantages. Where can we get that 2-on-1s? We get those 1.5-on-1s and trade it to 2v1. You know.
Yeah, that early advantage in the round makes all the difference.
Absolutely.
Really. Just domino effect. Looks like it's 2-on-1 in favor of Pale Horse there against Cerberus. Oh, no, my apologies.
2-on-2.
2-on-2.
Oh, and 2-on-1, there we go.
Yeah. Beautiful throw from the Pale Horse.
Excellent, down the side of the list.
They think it's over, but...
I believe that is Blade Pool there with a two-handed axe.
Now, where are the Pale Horses out of?
Oh, the team in itself, that is a great question. Let's see if I can find it out for y'all.
And it looks like they take the round 2-0.
If y'all do know, here in the comments, please
let us know.
Shout out to Pale Horse.
Next, you have the Dallas Mystics versus the Cincinnati Barbarians women's team here in list red and blue. Go ahead in the comments, give the shout out. Thanks again for tuning in. Let us know where you're watching from. We'd definitely love to hear from you. And if you're just tuning in again, we have two streams going. One here on Facebook, and that's the purple and yellow list, and the red and blue list is being streamed on YouTube. So both the links are in the description, so please find those. And if you need to switch back and forth, we'll let you guys know as best we can who's coming up on each list, so you can know when to switch back and forth.
Absolutely. And if you like what you see, come out, try to find a local chapter, donate. I think this event is organized here with the Boohurt League, and look us up, try to get involved, and any financial donations that you can provide, we love it. It helps have these events run and more just like this, and exactly. This is what all these fighters look forward to, is being able to really test their mettle in every sense of the word.
Yeah. Definitely so. Alrighty. Next we got. Oh.
Looks like they're starting the fight with the Dallas Mythics and the Cincinnati Barbarians.
Yep. Both taking a slow approach there in the middle.
Dallas Mythics taking the victory from the first their first match of the day. From number 2.
There we go. Center, those two pole arms squaring off against each other in the middle. Ooh, good shot from the Cincinnati there.
Yeah, Shannon taking that shot and just trying to grab that and
takedown
take
from
that
Dallas Mystic.
Oh, and a great leg kick there by McKenzie.
It's like Cincinnati, in the bottom there, taken down.
Good heads up play.
Looks like a 4-on-2 in favor of Dallas. Dallas making quick work of the Barbarians.
Both trying to see where they can get advantage for the 2v1. And then this is what you want to see at the bottom of the list. You see one fighter going high, another fighter going low.
And that's the round.
And that's going to be taken 4-on-1. They're going to stop the fight.
All right, looks like the second round between Cerberus and the Pale Horse about to kick off. Pale Horse already taking the first round. Both teams moving up.
Yeah, the Marshals will stop the fight if there is an outstanding number advantage. You know, like what we were saying yesterday and what we'll be saying over the course of this weekend, you know, pain is kind of the name of the game, but we don't want injury. And that's the exact reason why the Marshals will stop the fight.
We want to hurt our friends. We don't want to injure them.
Exactly. And there's a fine line. You know, we want to hurt them. You know, pain compliance is a thing. You know, we say a lot, you know, that takedowns and, you know, points of contact on the ground, but sometimes you just got to take a knee because it just hurts.
Yep.
And a big cross-check into the list.
Saw the list move on that one. I do believe it is still tied 4-4. No advantage there from Pale Horse or Cerberus.
Just a garbage disposal of metal there in the back corner.
Marshall's trying to weed through, see what's going on.
They've stopped the fight.
I do believe there's a fighter that may be either pushed out or down that they've sat down up there.
And this is a pretty good example of what you see on the purple and yellow list is that you have a stop fight on one side and the Marshals are checking on the other side of the fight because if there is two separate ends, one side of the list can keep fighting because the stoppage isn't regards to them.
Yeah, it's never a full stop. It's the Marshals do have the power to just localize and stop fighting in that local area while the other fights continue.
For sure. And
beautiful takedown from the Dallas.
Oh, another good leg kick.
Sweep it right off their feet. Dallas making it again. Quick work.
And the Dallas Mythics.
I do believe that's a 4, maybe a 5.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if they count Lauren down at the end there or not. The Dallas Mythics taking it in 2.
Beautiful.
Say Mythics 5 times fast. You got Mythics.
Looks like Cerberus has the advantage, 3-1, and they call a stop fight. Oh. Maybe not. Maybe they'll call it a 2-1, still in favor of Cerberus there, I do believe. Marsh is deciding if that fighter had gone down with the Pale Horse or... Yep.
Yeah, it looks like
a 3-on-1 in favor of Cerberus. So they will go to a third round.
Yeah, sometimes it can be tough, you know, fighting, and you don't like a call, and you get frustrated, and then you start making bad plays. And but so far, you know, when I was down there earlier talking to the fighters, everyone's been in pretty good spirits, and so far they're loving how everything's run, and you know, and in big regards to the Marshals and making sure everything is running smoothly and everyone's enjoying it. Because you know, booters love, but it's like, you know, it's about having fun too, right? It's about having fun.
In the purple in the red and blue list, next up we have Cerberus versus the Banshees.
Cerberus in the maroon and teal. The Banshees looks like
they're in a white. I don't know if
they're calling to the list. Now, when the Marshals do call a team to the list, they have a certain amount of time to field, or they are disqualified, and they will start a counter.
Looking over, it looks like the Banshees are just now getting their helmets on, trying to make it to the list. So hopefully they don't reach that time limit.
That's not a way you want to lose.
Next, looks like Cerberus is getting pretty pumped over there, trying to take on take this to a third round and a victory.
Yeah, it looks like one of the Pale Horse fighters is talking to the Marshals, trying to get clarification on the rules.
Now there are, I said, certain areas that you cannot strike, like back of the neck, back of the knees, groin. And they implemented a couple new rules as well with regards to kicking to the knees and strikes to the knees that would hyperextend it.
Absolutely.
Those are no longer allowed, and you will be sat. And the marshals have definitely a keen eye and are watching for those.
Yeah, and some fighters, like with front kicks and with some of those strikes, a lot of fighters just won't, they won't go for shins because, the illegal zones are too close. So they have a small window of strikes. And if you're not a great striker or not a very accurate striker, a lot of fighters just won't even test it because they don't want to get sat, they don't want to get carded, leave their team hanging. So foot, back of knee, front of knee with kicks, and anything's going to hyperextend. And so if you're not getting that right in that hip to break him down, that front kick could be pretty detrimental.
Yep, exactly. Looks like Cerberus and Pale.
Oh, a big push, tripping over the ground. Another cross check.
Looks like a domino effect with fighters sliding over.
Great kick, and a big swing to the back of the armpit. That is a spot that usually isn't fully covered by armor, and that one had to hurt.
Oh, yeah. Oh, seeing Cerberus trying to use those bodies on the ground, tripping over.
Yeah, trying to take advantage of the lack of field awareness. Yeah. Blade coming in with a big knee.
Flying knee coming at it. Another Cerberus trying to get in, push against the list there. Cerberus on 2-on-1 at the top of the list.
Yeah, the top of the list. This is what you hopefully we'll see here is the 2-on-1 that the two fighters is hopefully trying to open the one fighter up to take free shots. But that was a good use of that fighter there on the list, turning that opponent into the hit to make sure he's defending himself. Yeah. And when you're mid swing, sometimes it's hard to pull that swing back, and friendly fire happens.
Looks like that Cerberus fighter got sat for an armor failure. Now it looks like advantage to Pale Horse.
A good arm drag down.
3-on-1
and
in favor of Pale.
For 3-on-1. Pale Horse taking victory there. And we have the start of round 1 in the red and blue list.
Lori on Facebook, you can go to the Palmetto Knights website under Carolina Carnage, and they have a schedule at kind of like mid to bottom that breaks down where each of the fights are happening and who's fighting where. That's again at the Palmetto Knights web page. You can Google Palmetto Knights and find them there.
And here on the Facebook chat, on the YouTube chat, we got greetings from Team Centenalas from Tindal City, Argentina.
Oh, wonderful.
Friends from Argentina. Love to see you guys.
Bunch of fighters going down there. It looks like Banshees, 3-on-3, no quite advantage yet.
A couple of trades. Now you're trying to reset, keep everyone in vision, and see how they want to proceed.
So it engages like a bunch of two-handers there. So
yeah, I was just saying. We
want to be able to drop those bombs.
Yeah. Yeah, and for fighters who are longer axe fighters, two-handed axe and polearm fighters, it's going to be. It's interesting to see which fighters are able to maintain good grappling techniques with a two-handed axe. And that's where you see for a lot of really high-level fighters is that, usually a big defense for these two-handed axe strikes are just closing the distance.
Yeah, not letting them strike.
Yeah, not letting them strike because a lot of these two-handed fighters, they focus more on striking and not so much on grappling. Yep. And, when you close that distance, they get kind of shook up and that's it. And so that's what it's a good determinant factor of who's a very high-level two-handed axe user and who's not.
Looks like it's a 2-on-3 in favor of the Banshees there in the red and blue list.
Great job from the Banshee.
Coming down on that from that Banshee fighter.
Yeah, an excellent job of keeping that body open and taking good shots and pushing through the list. Yes,
and
good
it's
pressure.
3-on-1 favor to. That was unnecessary trip if I was already over, but the Banshees take that round. Up in the purple and yellow, you have the Bastion versus Gladiators from New York.
And to that fighter, fighter's credit there at the end. Sometimes it is hard to, people are yelling.
Unless you see that yellow flag in your face, sometimes it's you just don't stop.
You don't stop. And so, sometimes you get you're kind of looking down to your tunnel vision in, and there could be a flag right in your face, and even then it's kind of hard to see. It's hard to hear in those helmets, especially with the clinging of metal and the strikes and stuff. So, it's been pretty good so far about your fighter stopping, and hopefully that wasn't anything malicious.
Yeah. Bastion moving in versus the Gladiators. Bastion, a newer team here in the oh, huge shots from that Bastion fighter at the top of the list, number 12. Just giving Gladiators hell.
Both teams, a lot of speed and tenacity from both of those teams, coming out very, very, very strong. Big punches.
Oh, good grappling from the fighter on the left. It looks like a 2-on-2. Oh, Bastions take the advantage, getting that takedown. Yeah, I know that fighter there in the middle. Oh,
and
looks like Bastions take it.
Yeah, that was great use of using that down fighter to trip over his opponent and pushing him over. You know, once you're down, you are able to go into a defensive posture, but you're not able to move or act on the fight in any way. You know, you're able to move if you're trying to defend yourself from someone tripping over you or a strike hitting your way, but you're not able to actually act upon the fight, and so they essentially become terrain for all intents and purposes. And it's a great use of just pushing them over, tripping them up, and once you start going down, it's really hard to recover.
Yeah, in the red and blue, we have the second round of Cerberus versus the Banshees. Cerberus moving up quick to take the middle of the list.
Banshees there in the red. The white and black, and Cerberus there on the teal and maroon.
Let's see if the Banshees can take advantage of those shots. Big shots coming down from that Banshee fighter.
Yeah, Banshees trying to rally after that first win and see if they can maintain that.
Checks coming in. Oh, it's like a trade.
Trying to the Banshee fighter coming in trying to help her teammate out.
Bottom list there.
And accidentally knocking them both over.
It looks like a 3-on-2 in favor of the Banshees.
Yeah, the Banshees they've got to run over and try to get that 2-on-2 off to make it a 3v2.
Yeah, trying to take advantage. It's like
and there's an open back.
Out, and it's a 2-on-1 in favor of Banshees still. And
a 2-on-1 that's not outrageous. It's not advantageous numbers, so they will continue fighting.
Yep.
And a lot of teams do train for a 1v2 and know how to keep combat that, keep one fighter occupied while they attack on the opposite one. Trying to catch them in a lull where they think they have an advantageous position and explosively take down to create another 1-on-1 and then go from there. But she's in a pretty tough position there in the back corner.
And a throw. Banshees take the round.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Bastion and Gladiators getting ready to square up again in round 2. See if Gladiators can take it to a third. Now I know both Gladiators have been around for quite a while. Have some veteran fighters on their team. And then Bastion as well. Still a relatively new team, but still has a few veterans of their own that have been in the sport for quite a while. So.
And that happens with a lot of teams. You see some fighters, have been around 6-7 years, and then other fighters who are very new, and then conglomerate to create a newer team, and maybe some teams dissolve and create other ones. So you have a lot of with a lot of these teams, a good mix of veteran fighters, new fighters, which is great for new fighters coming in. They're able to have a foundation and experience to help them out. And it's something that's harder for newer teams and all new people to kind of come in, and they're having to go to other training camps.
Bastion, a wonderful strike there from Gladiators into Bastion, taking that check. The fighter in the middle, moving quick.
Oh, and they're trying in the bottom corner. The fighter is too tall with that great helm, not able to get the axe over the top of his head.
Yeah, that's Ian. He notoriously takes hits and does not go down.
Yeah, I think Ian, does he typically fight out of Colorado, I believe?
Yeah.
And one of the taller fighters here at this tournament.
Indeed. Looks like another trade from Bastion. Looks like it's a 3-on-1 in favor of the Gladiators. That polearm user finally getting tired of trying to get around the head and started dropping some bombs.
Yeah, in some, what we were talking about earlier with preference of weapons and fighting styles and everything, some people who just stick to the two-handed axe, you see a lot of times the fighters, they hold onto their axe and they don't let go, right?
Yeah, that fight with Bastion right now, you'll see kind of both the Gladiators fighters working against each other.
Yes, yeah, absolutely.
pulling both ways, leaving the Bastion fighter still alive.
Yeah, if they pull against each other, they're able to, the guy in the middle, as he's doing kind of right now, is able to keep his weight on and sustain. And great use of Ian coming over to help out his fighter. Unfortunately, not able to clear the grips.
Now it's a 2-on-1 in favor of Gladiators. See if Bastion can pull it out using that body. Oh, another
takedown.
He goes down on his knees.
It's a good heads-up play, but unfortunately he wasn't able to fully execute on it.
Yep. Gladiators take the round. That takes them to a third.
Yeah, with that possible head rip on the axe, not able to get it around. Like I was saying, a lot of fighters. So with these weapons, on the with the one-handed axe, the mace, the two-handed axes, and the two-handed spears and stuff, you're able to keep grip on anywhere on that haft of the weapon. Now, with the falchion or even with these other weapons, you can't grab the blade of any of these weapons or the blade of your opponent's weapons. And so, a lot of fighters sometimes don't really think about it, and they keep grip on their own weapon. And it's good to utilize, or you can take a hand off, maneuver that weapon around, re-grip, and even change distance on your own grips to get in a better position.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what that fighter should have done when you go up against a taller fighter. If you can't go over the head, that's okay. Put that weapon in front and then re-grip and pull backwards. So you're able to put that weapon where you need it to be able to get that takedown.
Alrighty. So in the blue and red list, we have up next is our Berserkers from Australia and the War Pigs out of Northern California, Sacramento, I do believe. Australians. I'm excited to see the Berserkers and see how the time difference affects them.
Yeah, absolutely.
Coming so many hours ahead.
And a couple of these, it was kind of fun. A couple of the Berserkers, they came in early and they actually stopped by the Dallas Academy.
Yeah.
And so, last Thursday we were able to kind of train with them a little bit.
That's pretty cool.
And that's what you see with a lot of these teams and communities. Is that there's no gatekeeping of knowledge, and there's no selfishness of this is our techniques and this is the way we do stuff and these are our moves. Everyone's really good about making sure everyone's level is increasing, because that just provides better competition for everybody.
Exactly. Yeah.
And so so it was fun having them come in and show them some stuff and just have some good camaraderie.
All right, looks like we're about to be underway in the purple and yellow list, going to the round 3. Both teams have taken a win, and they've both been close both times. So
Absolutely,
we're definitely excited to see who's going to take the next round. I think I give the advantage to the Bastions, just for I know their experience and their veterans.
Yeah.
But we'll see if the Gladiators can prove me wrong.
Yeah, and it's interesting to see with some of these fights going into this third round. Who are they putting in for that lineup?
Yeah, exactly.
Right? Like, are they putting in more of their veteran fighters?
Yeah. You put in those guys that know they can take the hits and they can actually fight and be endurance.
For sure. Yeah.
At a third round, like, your gas tank is definitely getting empty. So having endurance into the third round is important. And it looks like the Bastion's get an early takedown with the advantage. Coming in for the good check in the back there.
And it was really
able to execute. But it looks like Bastion is still up.
Oh, another weapon break. The 5th one of the weekend. Another axe breaking. Had to go back to their side of the list. Oh, and a huge axe strike right into the face.
Thrown that fire in the middle. Beautiful takedown.
Just giving him the business.
And the Bastions take the round 5-1. Taking them, like I said, executing quickly, taking those takedowns, and being able to capitalize on the confusion really is what got the Gladiators there in that round. So.
Trying to see who they put in for that round. A lot of times you have to think about, well, what's the rest of our day look like?
Yeah,
who are we competing with the rest of the day? Did that team go to 3 rounds?
Yeah.
The prior fights, do we save some gas here for some of these fighters so we can utilize them on the fights that we're a little bit nervous about? We're not sure how they're going to go, right? You're not necessarily playing the fight. You really have to play the weekend, right? You got to play the day.
And just a reminder, the War Pigs and the Berserkers are going to be fighting in the red and blue list. That is on our YouTube channel. So if you want to tune into that fight, please go to our YouTube channel. For the purple and yellow list, up next we have Windigo versus the Berserkers.
The Windigo and the Berserkers.
Windigo, yeah, sorry, excuse me.
The Windigo coming out of the second team coming in from Canada.
Yep. They've already they won their first round, I do believe. So we'll be interested to see that fight. And I think at this point I am going to take my leave of absence, bring it back to Sam, the Witch Doctor, he'll be stepping in and taking my spot. So thank you again. I'll see you guys in a little bit.
Hey, good day. Good to see you in a bit. Cool. And if you like to get involved with what if you like what you see, you want to get involved in any capacity. If you want to fight, there's a great resource out there called Night Finder, and it's updated and it shows where the team's located across the U.S., where the team's located even across the world, and how what local chapters and local teams can you get involved with, and come out and have some fun. Swing an axe, it's a vicious feeling. It's a good feeling to be able to just wallop somebody with a sword and two-handed axe that you don't really get the opportunity to do in any other capacity.
Well, it looks like on the purple and yellow list we have Windigo on the left in the purple, coming from the purple gate, and the Berserkers from Australia on the yellow side.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's always fun having our international friends come in and host them here. The Berserkers actually find out about Cincinnati. I know they picked up a few Tulsa guys, like at the top of that list. Zach Warden find out of Tulsa, a good friend of ours. It's always fun to see him fight. One of the bigger boys here at the competition, and a tough guy to take down. And we have another weapon loss. Trying to take advantage and not able to return to the fight and being taken down. The fighter in the Eastern kit. Looks like there might be a slight fight stoppage. Some of the fighters trying to make sure that no one's getting hurt. Okay, they're continuing. Marshall's letting the fight continue. And another fighter taken down by the down fighters. Excellent use of the terrain and a heads-up play. And that's just good field awareness, seeing like where can I push somebody over, somebody's down and trip them up, and get a quick, easy takedown, a quick, easy trip.
Look like the Berserkers are up 4-2.
Yeah, and this is a tough position to really come back from.
And
another one taken down. And a 4v1 is where they stop the fight. Cincinnati taking the victory from that. That's right, Giga Bruce. There's some carnage down there in Carolina.
Well, we hope you were able to join us yesterday on day one, Friday, of Carolina Carnage 2024. If you missed that, we can give you the update on the winners from the duels and the outrance fights. Women's buckler, first place gold medal went to Kaylee Houston. Second place was Christine Napolitano. Third was Elise Ellington. Men's buckler was won by Nicholas Homa. Second place was Sean Kennicott. And third, the bronze, went to Dakota Miller. Women's sword and shield, first place was Katie Bowman. We're going to get you back to the action up there. What was that?
It looks like there was some deliberation between who was and wasn't down. So it looks like they stood up a couple fighters and then resumed. Well, at a 4v2, I think they just went ahead and just finished it right off as quick as they could. So it looks like there's a little bit of deliberation, making sure that it is everyone's good with the results and finishing that up.
Good. Continuing on with results from the duels, women's sword and shield, first place was Katie Bowman. Second place was Kaylee Houston. Third was Gina Rodriguez. Men's sword and shield, first place went to Stephen Galligan. The silver medal went to Nicholas Homa, and bronze was Andrew Ali. Women's longsword division, first place was Celeste. Second, Beth Hammer. Third, Katie Bowman. Men's longsword was won by Daniel Winter.
And he had a really great tactic of keeping his left hand up to block his opponents, and it worked well for him in the outrance fights as well.
Second place in men's longsword was Andrew Ali, and third was Samurai. Men's polearm, first place was Bo Mill, the reigning world champ. Second place was Zaylor. Third was Ethan.
Ethan Wood, is that correct or what?
Let's go back and check, but nonetheless.
We'll update that for you. And in the women's polearm division, first place was Celeste, and second place was Spencer. Now, the red and blue list had a brief delay due to a gate repair. They had to make sure that it was not going to spill out carnage out into the fighters' tables.
I hope, pun intended.
Absolutely it was.
Love it. And we have round 2 starting with the purple and yellow list. And on the red and blue lists, we have the Berserkers fighting out of Australia on the red side in the green and yellow. And the War Pigs, they're in the black and teal on the blue side of the list. And already with a quick takedown, War Pigs fighting with a 4v5. The center of the Berserkers trying to piece out where he really needs to be effective. And he's got to make a decision. Can't just be standing there.
One War Pig down.
And a huge break of another weapon just snapped off. I don't know if y'all can hear that on the stream, but that was a clanging of metal as that blade snapped.
It looks like it was a sword blade this time.
It sure was, yeah. And this is why they have that ring around the list where no one is allowed to be there except for fighters and for the support staff and the marshals for that exact reason.
Another Windigo down, and it looks like they're going to stop that fight. 5-1 in favor of the Berserkers. Now, is that which Berserkers is that? Are these, down here we have Berserkers Australia.
Yes, so we have the Berserkers down here in Australia, and the Berserkers in the purple and yellow list are the U.S. Berserker teams fighting out of Cincinnati.
Okay.
Sometimes you might just
the Portland Reavers coming out of still 5-4 Australia.
We're trying to cross through. Up at the top, you see a fighter in white going down.
Looks like one of the Aussies lost a weapon, but he's trying to reclaim one. A trade in the near side.
If you lose a weapon, you cannot take offensive actions unless you have a sidearm or a hand on your sidearm. Oh, actually, great use of the Australian fighter being able to just straight his hand out and switch hands with his weapons, keep one hand free to be able to grapple with. Great has a play by him.
3-2 to the Aussies.
Aussie with a big shot to the thigh and to the side of the hip.
A trade, now it's 2-1.
The Warpig trying to get a hand on his sidearm, pull it out. Aussie's really taking advantage of the situation.
And a knee.
And they do, and Warpig takes a knee down. Cincinnati taking it in, excuse me, not Cincinnati. Berserkers taking it in 2 down there in the red and blue list.
Back up to purple and yellow. Berserkers and Rat Pack still fighting it out. Looks like the Berserkers Cincinnati are up right now, but they just lost one fighter. To make it 3-3 even.
I said this earlier, and I'll say it again. With 2 lists, going down and happening at the same time, we're trying to give you the best coverage we can, and with new fighters and some new teams, trying to make sure we get everyone clear. And for sure, with the I did make a fudge with Cincinnati and the Berserkers. It's actually Cincinnati Barbarians. So that was my apologies. Since the Barbarians are fighting out of Cincinnati and not the Berserkers. Greg Waters, thanks for joining in here from Nebraska. Let us know in the comments, YouTube and Facebook. Let us know where you're watching in from. Let us know if you're a fighter, if you're watching, helping support your own team and weren't able to come this weekend. If you're looking to try to get into the events and get into your own team. If find yourself, let us know where you're watching, who you're supporting. And the yellow and purple list, we have ourselves a one-on-one for the final. We'll see which team is going to be able to pull through. A lot of pressure. And fighters moving to the rail to see where they're more comfortable. And we have ourselves a final. In the blue and red lists, we have Steel Coven and Order of the Pegasus. Steel Coven, the red side, Order of the Pegasus on the blue. Steel Coven donning the red and black tabard, and Order of the Pegasus in the maroon. And from my position now, looks like a gold fleur-de-lis. In the purple and yellow, Portland Reavers coming out with a victory in the round 1. Red and blue list, Marshall's checking the straps, making sure everything is fastened properly, make sure no helmets are falling off. What you probably cannot see, and don't know if you haven't been in armor, in all these helmets there's usually a chin strap, sometimes one at the bottom. Some fighters actually have 2 straps, one covering the top of the chin, one covering the bottom. But most importantly, there is a strap on the back of the helmet that fastens to the top of the brigandine, or the top of the cuirass, just above the shoulder blades, in between the shoulder blades. And that has helped to keep the, it's called the Simon strap. It helps to keep the helmet fastened to the body. And we have round 1 away with Steel Coven and Order of the Pegasus in the red and blue list. Order of the Pegasus popping through in the center, trying to get into the backfield. Steel Coven looking for a head rip. Order of the Pegasus, good heads up, trying to protect their teammate. Steel Coven looking for a couple axe strikes to the top of the shoulder. At the top of the list, you see 2 2v1s. Both teams trying to take advantage of the numbers. Bottom of the list, you see 2 1-on-1s. What they need to be doing there is hopefully trying to move around to try to get a 2-on-1 at the bottom of the list and not just separate to 2 2v1s. Order the Pegasus popping off and trying to help their teammate with a takedown. Order the Pegasus getting a takedown and trading into another one. Order the Pegasus up 4 versus 3. And we have Rat Pack and the Portland Reavers starting their fight. Rat Pack and taking a quick and decisive victory at a 3v1 and fighting to stop. Rat Pack taking the victory over the Portland Reavers. Rat Pack in the white, Portland Reavers in the red. And back to the red and blue list. Order the Pegasus, making sure they have a down fighter. And it looks like now we are in a 4v2 with a quick head rip taken down, and we have a stop fight at a 4v1. The Order of the Pegasus taking the victory. Rat Pack and Portland Reavers going into round 3. You know, like we were talking, like Nate and I were talking about earlier, it's going to be interesting seeing later on in the day, where we have a full day of fighting. Later on today and going into tomorrow, these different teams' gas tanks, like which teams were able to to clinch the victory in 2, which teams actually had to go to a 3rd round, and how that's going to affect their performance later on in the day. Now, a lot of these teams are able to have, a lot of recovery time and refuel, and hopefully, some of the new fighters. It is a wake-up call. A full day of fighting can be a wake-up call, and not knowing how to pace themselves, not knowing how to utilize the downtime and refuel, rehydrate, and make sure they are in good fighting shape later on in the day. So it's going to be interesting to see which ones are able to, have enough energy, having fights go into the 3rd round, and sustain that type of ferocity and competitive aggression later on in the day. And in the yellow and purple list, we have starting out for round 3. Already a lot of good activity coming out at the bottom of the list. Portland Reavers with a quick takedown. Portland Reavers up 4v5 with a Rat Pack with a nice arm drag takedown, evening out the numbers in a 4v4. And just one after another. Portland coming in with a 4v3. Rat Pack's got to take a quick. Oh, and another trade, evening out the numbers once more on a 2v2. Rat Pack trying to get a head rip. Coming down to the wire. Not able to maintain good head control. Marshall's checking in, making sure it will still fight, making sure the fighter's still up, not trying to go down. And the red and blue list, we have a start of round 2 for Pegasus and for still Coven. The purple and yellow list, they are both teams grinding. Rat Pack and Portland Reavers grinding it out. Hopefully one of them can take one of them down, and you got yourselves a 2v1. We're going to see if we're going to end up with another one-on-one. Order the Pegasus in the red and blue list with advantageous numbers. And a 4-on-3, a couple of trades. And we have ourselves what looks like a possible 3-on-1, and it is, and they've stopped the fight on a 3v1. Back to the yellow and purple list. Continuing that grind. In the position they're in, this is a tough position to be. The Portland Reavers trying to maintain pressure on the Rat Pack fighter. Great use of the other Rat Pack fighter to helping release that pressure and have the Rat Pack fighter stand back up. And a big trade. And Rat Pack takes the victory. Oh, the Rat Pack fighter being able to take both of the Reavers down. Rat Pack clinching the victory as the last man standing. There might be some deliberation with the Marshals, but Rat Pack taking it the 3rd round as the last fighter standing. Great close performance by both of those teams. And we have a continuation of the fight in the red and blue list with the Portland Reavers. With Order of the Pegasus in the Steel Coven. And Order of the Pegasus on a 2v1, finishing the last fighter out. Order of the Pegasus clinching the victory in 2. Up next in the purple and yellow list, we have Cerberus and the Cincinnati Barbarians. And up next, in the red and blue list, we have the Dallas Mythics and Ordo Obelus. The women's team fighting alongside of Ordo Draconis.
We have Cerberus taking the field on the blue gate, or excuse me, the purple gate side. In black with gold cross.
And that same design is almost the Nega Dominus, you know, in the inverse colors. The red and blue list fighters coming in, getting checked by the marshals. The marshals will check, make sure the strap under the chin is fastened, make sure the strap in the back, the Simon strap is fastened. You see a lot of them kind of jiggle the helmet around, make sure that it's not coming off, make sure there's not too much movement. And like we've said before and what we'll be saying all weekend, you know, we are trying to prevent injuries. This may look violent, and this may look like everyone's getting hurt, and a lot of people are getting hurt, but they're not getting injured.
And it is violent.
It is violent. And boy, is it fun. Thanks, Lex. We appreciate the compliments. We're happy to have everyone joining in with us on YouTube and on Facebook. And it looks like we're starting it off on the red and blue list. Dallas Mythics coming out in the black and maroon, and Ordo Obelus in the purple and black.
First contact on the far side of the list, but hard axe shots here on the near.
And we already have a first takedown, and we're going to see if the fighter is going to be downed by the marshal. Currently at a 4v4. And it looks like the Dallas Mythic is not counting us down, and we'll continue fighting. We have a couple of trades, and we have two Ordos trying to help out their teammate in a 3v1. Currently a 3-on-3. And they actually will down that Dallas Mythic from the start of the fight.
Oh no.
We have a now quick 3v2. Not a bad position to be in. And another quick 2v2. Two quick takedowns by McKenzie there in the Texas Aventail. We have a 2v2. Hopefully we'll be able to get together and work with their numbers. It looks like they're closing in to help other teammates.
On the purple and yellow list. It looks like it's still a 5-on-5 fight between Cerberus and the Cincinnati Barbarians.
Cincinnati Barbarians. It looks like a big grind. Actually, it looks like we're on a 4-on-4. Let's move one down for each team. And Dallas Mythics taking down the Ordo, making a 2v1. Hopefully they can execute in their numbers. Cerberus trying to get a check, unable to execute. Cincinnati coming right back in. The check afterwards. And we have a stop fight on a 3v1.
Cincinnati Berserkers taking the round against Cerberus.
Cincinnati and Cerberus.
Cincinnati Barbarians.
Yeah, Cincinnati Barbarians moving into round 2. And we're still finishing up the first round. The Dallas Mythics and Ordo Obelus.
Ordo standing strong.
Yeah, this is good pressure. What you see is you have a good technique, pressure in the top, trying to break that head up, move those hips forward, and you have the other Dallas Mythic working at the bottom and trying to kick that leg out. And this is good 2v1. You have one fighter taking the top, one fighter taking the bottom, and hopefully then trading up together and get into more advantageous positions. Now, both of them pushing together. Good communication, see them talking to each other, big hip thrust. And that Ordo fighter standing strong.
If the Mythics can take the weapon away,
absolutely,
they can be successful. But it looks like they may be close to a takedown here.
Yeah, isolated an arm, taking it out. Yes, good teamwork by both fighters.
And the Mythics take the first round.
McKenzie and Shanna doing great work.
Cincinnati Barbarians facing off in round 2 with Cerberus.
Cincinnati playing a little back. See if Cerberus pushes up, trying to take a field advantage.
Big polearm shots trading. You want to call Ordo?
It's after this fight.
Okay. Big hit by Cerberus up top.
Cerberus and Cincinnati grinding it out, trying to get the numbers. Oh, a trade there. Not able to clear grips. 4 on 4. Fighter going down from each side. Looks like Cincinnati's isolating an arm from one of the Cerberus fighters and opening up the other Cerberus fighters for a couple of big back shots.
Leg sweeps in the corner, a one-on-one.
Oh, a couple good kidney punches there. You know, some people watching may not realize, you know, even though we are done in armor, punches even still, you know, if they're spread out and able to get good contact, they still are felt and they don't feel good.
Hey. A Barbarian lost a weapon but is able to recover. Now, it looks like they are supposed to leave that weapon on the list. The Marshal chiding the assistant there.
Yeah, assistant is not able to, the support staff is not able to hand the weapon to the fighter. They have to put it onto the list, take hands off, and the fighter would then grab it there. I think a warning given to them. Yeah, and you can see on the support staff and the Marshal going over to talk to him and making sure that is clear.
Looks like we may have had a trip or a trade. 3-2 in favor of, it seems, Cerberus at the moment.
Cerberus trying to take head control and rip him down. And able to do so, and they're stopping the fight. Cerberus taking the victory, 3v1 over Cincinnati.
That'll take it to round 3.
And we're making our way round 2. Ordo Obelus versus Dallas Mythics. Ordo in purple, Dallas Mythics in red and black. Good first contact there at the top of the list. Both teams too trying to get a couple shots in. And a big shoulder shot. An Ordo fighter falling down. Trying to get a turning throw from the Dallas Mythics. Good head to play by Ordo, going in and helping out our teammate. And
another trade.
Another trade. Going to see if they're called down. It looks like they possibly will be.
4-3. The Mythics are up. Actually, that looks like 4-2 now.
Dallas Mythics trying to make it a 2v1. You see one of the Mythics there, sitting in front, zoning out the other fighter, letting their teammate. That's good trust in their teammates, making sure, you know, knowing that, hey, they got this. I don't need to intervene. I can go help out somebody else. Dallas Mythics trying to maintain the pressure.
And that's a trade, making it a 3 versus 1 and a stoppage.
Dallas Mythics taking the victory. Into Dallas, victorious over Ordo.
On the purple and yellow list, we're taking a look at round 3 for Cerberus and the Cincinnati Barbarians.
You can see there in Cincinnati, it's a big boy with a big axe. That's something you love seeing.
And it looked like that axe shot might have knocked the shield loose of the Barbarian fighter.
And that's that same fighter going back and pulling a different axe. Not sure if that broke or not, but 2-3 uncontested shots. Oh, a big takedown.
One Cerberus down.
Big axe shots. Boom goes the dynamite.
Those are 10-foot axe shots. The head traveling that far. And another. Spinning the Cerberus fighter around.
And that's good teamwork. You have one fighter taking control of the other, opening him up, and just letting the axemen do work and just wall him.
And he lost his axe.
And not able to maintain grips on his axe. And unable to grab one off the list, and if
There he goes.
he doesn't have control over it, unable to take offensive action.
And he takes him down.
Oh, it's suicide hug. And now we have
A 2 versus 1.
2v1 final at the back corner. Cincinnati Barbarians.
Oh, a good kick from Cerberus.
Oh, trying to get a leg pick. You don't see that often. A couple good shots in the side.
Cerberus knows they have to take this round to take the match.
And what you see right there, it's a good use of what they were talking about. You see the support staff put the axe on the list, hands off. And what you might be able to see on the top is that they're kind of cheating the handle off because it is really hard to grab off the top of that list with the gauntlets they're wearing.
Oh,
And
a hard
shot
shot.
to the hip.
That nearly took him down. Cerberus
Good use, yes,
holding
exactly.
on.
Put the pressure down, kick the legs out. Textbook.
And the Barbarians take the 3rd round. What a great fight. Up next in the purple and yellow list, we'll have Steel Company and Tidewater Dogs of War. Down here in the red and blue list, we have the War Pigs and the Berserkers from Australia. Oh! A hard axe shot to the kidney. The Axeman looking for his, trying to pick his shot. Looks like the Aussies have it up 5-4. Let's see if they can maintain it.
You see the War Pig Axeman trying to see, like, can I get that fighter off to look into that scramble and take a big shot just like that, leaving his back exposed to the field, getting his attention. Oh, trying to get an open field takedown.
4-3 with the Aussies up.
Quick work from that War Pig.
Oh, a great takedown, spun in to be caught up. 3-3. Open field fighting. A trade 2-2.
You don't see much of it. Usually a lot of fighters, and what you see right there, the Aussie going back to the list. The list is their safe place. The list is their home. You don't see a lot of open field
That
fighting.
War Pig may not realize that his partner is down there to the right.
Big thigh shot.
Taking the fight to the corner. Oh, and he keeps his feet.
You're going to hear from up here, the War Pigs are talking to each other, trying to communicate, trying to get a turning throw.
I think that down fighter is going to be, and
Oh, utilizing his own teammate, War Pig throws the Aussie fighter down.
2-1 War Pigs.
Oh, and a big shot.
Hard axe shot to the abdomen.
Yeah, that's exactly the type of power.
Wow.
And this is why, they respect the axe, because if you're just open, you take a big shot to the gut. That's what you don't want. And that's the kind of thing. If he doesn't take a knee and he stands up, he's just gonna take another and take another until he goes down. And
On the purple and yellow list, in green with a white star is Steel Company. Tidewater Dogs of War, purple and black by the yellow gate. Thanks for joining us from wherever you are. Give us a shout out in the chat. So far, we've had viewers from Canada, from the UK, from Australia,
we had a viewer earlier saying he was from Argentina.
Cambodia, I do believe, as well.
We have Reflect an Image watching from New Zealand, following the Australian team.
Outstanding. Thanks for joining us. We're up to 152 watching live on YouTube. And here we are, round 2 with the Australian Berserkers versus the War Pigs.
Louisiana and ATL also viewing in. Love to have everybody here.
Hard axe shots to the Aussie. And a trade. Oh, a knee twisted. Oh, and a trade. That fighter is dragging his leg. We may have an injury here.
Yeah, Marshall's checking to make sure the fighter's okay. Getting verbal confirmation. Looks like they have gotten it.
Oh! Nate was talking earlier about knocking the weapons off the opponents. Yeah, as soon as this fight is over, we're going to need to get some attention to that Aussie fighter.
Yeah, they may have checked on the War Pig fighter and not necessarily gotten to that Aussie. It looks like he's breathing hard. Hopefully he's doing okay. And up there on the yellow and purple list,
Steel Company and Tidewater battling it out. Looks like it's 4-3 in favor of Tidewater. Oh! Lumberjack shots. Raining down on Steel Company in the yellow corner.
I believe Tidewater actually taking the victory for the shiniest armor in the competition. It's about that drip. It's about the drip.
In yellow and blue.
Oh, a reversal Soto by the Australian team.
And the Aussies take that round 3-1.
Oh, goodness. The Warpig unable to get that full drive and take him down. And a great reversal. That's exactly what you want to do. You just use that opponent's weight against him. You kind of take that step back. And if you're trying to get into Soto,
Tidewater is up 4-2 over Steel Company, trying to steal that shield away from that fighter.
So we have from up here, it looks like 2 2-on-1s.
That's a 3-1. Marshals are going to call that.
We have Tidewater taking the victory. And we got some help here for the Australian fighter. Making sure he's doing okay. And Nate's going to pop back in, commentating the Ordo fight. And I'll be back later.
See you soon, Vincent. Our medic's taking care of that downed Aussie fighter.
I'm back, and I'm selfishly representing my team, Ordo II. That's stepping into the blue and red list here.
Welcome back, Nate.
Thank you. Just for a quick tote, but yeah, Ordo II out of Southern California. They're the original team that I first started Boohurt with. So
Outstanding.
I'm here rooting them on. As you can see, repping some colors as I should. Ordo is definitely having some good veteran fighters on their team. You'll want to watch their middle guy, Colin. He's definitely a quick runner, and you'll imagine him sprinting across the list like a madman. They are fighting Northblood out of Canada. Previously used to be the Skullgrims, I do believe, and I had a little bit of a rebranding then.
Well, if you're just now joining us, I want to make sure that you know that the red and blue list is being streamed on the Palmetto Knights YouTube channel, and the purple and yellow list is being the video for that is being streamed on the Palmetto Knights Facebook channel, and we've got concurrent audio running for both of those.
So we'll be able to hear our lovely voices from both sides. You'll actually see Colin number 3 on Ordo Conus is actually, I think, the first time we've seen a Great Falchion out on the field.
Beautiful weapon.
Beautiful, very powerful, very deadly. I know he is definitely excited to use it, so we'll see if he can put it to some good work.
Action about to begin.
Oh yeah. See, now Ordo is definitely known for being a quick team, running around, very mobile, and Northblood, very good technical team for.
First contact on the far side of the list, still 5v5.
Big shots coming in from that Great Falchion. Someone's lost an axe over there. Ooh, big shots at the top. One fighter down already from Ordo. Everyone trying to get advantage there. Another Ordo fighter down.
The Canadians up.
Canadian up. 4-3 advantage of Northblood.
Oh,
So they can get,
loud shot down there.
big shots coming in from that Ordo fighter at the bottom of the list. The Canadian fighter tries to move in for more shots.
Hard
And
axe
big
shots
shots
on the near
coming
part
in.
of the list from the Northbloods.
Good job on Ordo picking that up and trying to help his teammate.
4-3, Canada.
Ooh, nice shot coming in from the bottom there. Ordo keeping a watch on that open Northblood fighter. A trade there at the bottom. 2-3 in favor of Northblood.
Looks like they're trying to create a breakaway or get to the corner.
That Northern Blood fighter looking for his opportunity. Good deflection there from that Ordo fighter in the middle. He needs to be careful and make sure he turns his axe around. It's not very effective there.
The 2-on-1 on Ordo, initially in the open field, but moving to the list.
Ooh, barely missed his gauntlet there. Good shot.
But it looks like they're about to get a takedown here.
Yeah, using
the Marshal rule him down. That's 3-1.
3-1 in favor of Northblood.
First round going to Northblood.
Good fight, Northblood being able to capitalize on that early takedown and slowly wearing him down. Let's see if Ordo switches out any fighters and goes for a rebound. Northblood taking a few fighters coming in it as well.
And it looks like the Steel Company and Tidewater match just wrapped up. We'll see if we can get an outcome for you that.
Northblood bringing in a couple of two-handers. All right, second round of Ordo II versus Northblood. Ordo repping 3 two-handers and 2 big guys down there on the bottom field. That is Bam Bam and Nick.
That two-handed falchion.
Doing some landing. Getting tied up there.
It's interesting he was able to withdraw that much easier than a typical poleaxe.
Oh yeah. Ordo doing some shots there. Trying to run. Northblood being just as mobile, countering those fights.
Ordo needing a victory here to push it to 3.
Both teams, as you can see, running around, very mobile for both.
One Ordo down. We'll see what, and the Marshal rules Northblood down 2. 4-4.
4-4 in favor. Oh yeah, 4-4. It looks like one of the Ordo fighters dropped a weapon. He's trying to retrieve his. Oh, big shots coming in from that two-handed falchion there at the bottom. Looks like that Ordo fighter was able to retrieve. Nice field awareness from that fighter, freeing his teammate. It's like Northblood lost a weapon. Able to get another trade.
3-3. It looks like that falchion may have either knocked his partner loose or.
Full team. Oh, looks like another Ordo fighter down.
3-2. Ordo needs to break away here.
You gotta be careful of having a. And it's a 3-1 in favor of Northblood. Good fight.
Up on the purple and yellow list, we have the Company of the Pale Horse in gray and black, and Twin City Wyverns in green and black.
Looks like it's still, everyone's still up. Oh, good charge there from Wyverns at the top. Oh, big miss. Swing and a miss from that forearm.
I think both of these teams may be new this year at Carnage.
I do believe so. Wyverns have fought in several other tournaments before. They're not completely fresh new team. I've not heard of the Pale Horses until today. So.
Looks like one Pale Horse may have just been sat by a Marshal.
Oh, yeah.
5-4 with the Wyverns up.
2 of those Wyverns standing off in the corner there.
A good flying knee in the corner.
Good ram against the wrist. As Wyverns try to get the advantage. Now, the thing with having a 2-on-1 with 5 slow-up, it means one of your teammates are being 2-on-1.
Oh! A hard axe shot coming from a Pale Horse and another block.
Oh, Pale Horse goes down. 2 Wyverns now free. And a still 4-4.
A Wyvern down. Another fighter down, maybe a Wyvern. Hard to tell. Another Wyvern down.
You can tell the Wyverns are getting gassed.
4-2.
Puff and puff. There at the fire with the two.
Maybe that's going to be a 3. It's hard to tell right now.
3-on-2 in favor of Pale Horse.
There we go.
Ooh, big shot coming down from that Pale Horse. He doesn't seem to care too much. And it's like another Wyvern's about to go down. And that will be the round.
That's the round.
in favor of Pale Horse. Next up in the blue and red, we have on the next page.
Pale Horse and Wyverns resetting.
Cerberus and Cincinnati Barbarians.
So the previous bout on the purple and yellow list, Steel Company and Tidewater Dogs of War, first round and second round went to Tidewater to take the win. If you'd like to follow along with the scoring, please check out palmettoknights.com/Carolina-Carnage. And there is a live updated screen there for Saturday's fighting.
And scores. You can also find both links to our streams on the YouTube and Facebook on the website as well.
Looks like
4-4. No first team has the advantage there, except for that nice head rip. Oh, not able to stay up with that throw. 3-3.
Two on two in the near right corner, one-on-one in the far left.
Both teams breaking down into a grapple. Some knee strikes coming in there at the top of the list. A little escape there, trying to do a head rip, see if they can get that axe over the helmet.
A trade making it 2-2.
Both teams trying to get the upper hand with that grapple. Trying to find the advantage. Meanwhile, Wyverns and Pale Horse go to a second round? Third round?
Second round.
Second round for the Wyverns and the Pale Horse. Both teams squaring each other up there in the middle. No one quite ready to engage yet. See those axe shots coming in. Sometimes they'll get stuck on your opponent, and then that's a perfect opportunity for your opponent to pull you in. Just gotta watch out for that.
So you cannot actively try to de-armor your opponent, but if you're trying to extract your weapon, sometimes the gauntlet or other piece will slide off. It looks like there's a trade, and we're 4-4.
Almost a good.
Still 2-2 on the near list for the ladies.
Oh, big shot from the Wyverns. Another shot coming in from the Pale Horse on that fighter.
One Wyvern down, sat down by another one.
So I got 3-on-3.
Oh!
Another Pale Horse sat down.
A hard
Big
shot
shots
from the
coming in from
Wyvern.
that Pale Horse.
Another.
Good pickup on that Wyvern fighter.
Let's see. Marshals have stopped it, but not sure what for.
Alrighty, it looks like the Cincinnati Barbarians have taken that first round. Alright, fighters reset. Still now Wyverns Pale Horse trying to decide what is happening. If that was a fighter was down before 3-on-1 was called. They're still determining that. Meanwhile, Cincinnati and
Let's see, what can we tell what they settled up there on the far list?
I do believe it was the fighter maybe fell before the 3-on-1 was called. So in the process of that fighter going down, they called it right before the fighter actually made the complete throw and traded, so they became a 3-on-1. I do believe, and they'll reset for it to go into a third round. Both teams taking a W.
I think Vincent ran off with my pen.
Uh-oh.
Vincent, if you're watching the live stream, please return the pen. I will have 3 tomorrow to make sure we all have the ones we need.
Both fighters in the purple and yellow resetting, coming for the third round. Let's see which team has the gas still in the tank to take it out for the win.
And thankfully, the weather is holding out for all the fighters that have been traveling in this week. We've got a beautiful day here in Pendleton at the Garrison Arena. Not as cold as in previous years, which is nice.
Yeah, it's definitely a little bit warmer, which is nice.
First contact on the near side of the list for Pale Horse.
A couple of kicks and punches going in as both of them try to get the advantage.
Good movement
fighter
from
peeling
the
off,
Wyverns.
trying to get in a weapon, it looks like.
Still 5-5, Wyverns and Pale Horse. One Wyvern down. 5-4 Pale Horse.
Looks like Pale Horse has the advantage. One fight. Oh, nope. Looks like a tied. I see 2 Wyvern down. None from the Pale Horse. Oh, beautiful throw by the Barbarians.
Tough axe shots into the Wyvern. And
looks like
that's
that fighter
the fight.
doesn't have a weapon, running back.
That's the fight. Pale Horse taking it.
Oh, beautiful head rip from Cerberus in the blue and red list. Looks like it's a 3-on-3 still.
Action happening on the near side of the list. 2-on-2 in the right corner. And
3-on-2 for Barbarian in favor of Barbarians. Barbarians moving over to throwing some axe shots to their friend.
switching up tactics for a different 2-on-1.
That huge Cerberus fighter over there laying into the Barbarian. See if she can get her down in time to help her friend with the 2-on-1.
Punching axe shots, half to the face, a reaping pull on the 2-on-1.
She's going over to help her friend there. Perfect.
Oh, a trip, making it 2-2. A gauntlet down, that fighter's down.
She is down, and now it's a 2-on-1 in favor of Cincinnati.
A quick reduction on both sides.
Tripping over your own. Oh, those loud thuds is what you don't want to hear.
And that's the fight for the Barbarians.
Cincinnati taking those rounds.
On the purple and yellow list, we have the Rat Pack at the purple gate in white, black, and gold. The New York City Gladiators and the yellow gate in blue and red. Like to give a big shout out to our production team up here, Derek, Joel, and Greg, as always, doing an incredible job making it possible to bring these live streams to you. Big thanks to all our marshals out there in yellow and black.
Someone on the stream was complaining my hat wasn't fancy enough, so I've brought the hat right along with them.
Well, I may have to check some of our mini vendors here to try to upgrade my headgear game.
Oh yeah. Feather and all. There you guys go. Just for you, chat. Next we've got the Rat Pack out of Idaho versus, is that the Reavers in the yellow?
Let's see. We have the Rat Pack and the Gladiators.
Oh, Gladiators out of New York City. Nice.
Rat Pack.
Rat Pack have a little bit of a chip on their shoulder, being a brand new team. This is being their first tournament. Oh, beautiful throw from Rat Pack. Gladiator down.
5-4. And it looks like we may have another Gladiator down.
Another Gladiator down. Looks like the advantage. 5. Oh, and a beautiful head rip. Gladiator dropping like flies.
Either 4-2 or 5-2. Marshall's trying to figure that out.
5-1 in favor of Rat Pack. Beautiful.
A quick win for Rat Pack.
See if they can have another. Those decisive wins are very, very crucial and beneficial to the team in conserving stamina and strength and endurance. So the team loves to have those quick wins.
While they reset in the purple and yellow list, who do we have coming up in blue and red?
Blue and red, we have the Banshees out of New Hampshire versus Ordo
Ordo Obelus and
Ordo
purple
Obelus.
and various colors, purple and black.
Yeah, purple and black. A lot of two-handed axes out there. Nice shots coming in from that Banshee fighter at the top of the list. That Banshee fighter at the bottom, striking hard. Nice.
A breakaway and a hit from the side.
Not enough to get him down.
Fighters are still up, still 5-5. A
Looks
trade,
like
4-4.
Ooh, big shot coming into that Ordo fighter. Banshee fighter, nice head rip from that Banshee fighter at the top of the list.
Another Ordo down.
Ooh, big shots.
4-3.
That Ordo fighter is in trouble.
Banshees have the lead.
Good side on that Banshee fighter, helping out that 2-on-1 at the bottom of the list. Big shot still coming in.
Oh, it's a really tough axe shot there to the hip of Ordo.
Ordo fighter's standing tough against those two Banshees at the top of the list. But
Using a
ultimately,
teammate as a block, it's 4-2 in favor of the Banshees.
these two fighters now free to engage as needed.
Well, Marshall's
shots
watching
coming
the
in.
action closely in that near left corner.
Big shots coming in on that Ordo fighter. Oh! Ooh, nice.
Oh,
Marshall fighters watching closely.
that's 4-1. Marshals look like they might be about to have a word with that fighter about striking the back of the knee.
Indeed, yeah. Sometimes those shots will be a little accidental, but they're still forbidden.
And it looks like, I'll double check the scoring, but I think Rat Pack took the second round.
I do believe so
Purple
as
and
well.
yellow list. Up next in purple and yellow, we have the Cincinnati Barbarians, the men's team,
Nice.
and the Berserkers.
Excellent.
Now, Vincent will say that the other Berserkers team, not the Australian one, was also from Cincinnati. Is that correct?
I am not sure.
I'm sure he's done his research.
Yeah, he's a credible source, but we can use him, I think.
It reminds me of a few years ago when we had Warlords, Warlocks, War Pigs, and
Wyverns.
and Wyverns all together, and by the end of Sunday, my wars were running together.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, we spend so many hours up here commentating, it tends to blur together.
But we're glad to be here for you.
Outstanding, yep, of course. Again, for those of you just tuning in, if you're looking for a specific team you're cheering for, you can find the schedule on the Palmetto Knights website. And you can also find the two streams. Purple and yellow list is being streamed on Facebook, while the blue and red list is being streamed via YouTube.
So if we take a look at that purple and yellow list, the next bout, we've got Cincinnati Barbarians, the men's team, on the purple side, and the Berserkers taking the yellow gate. All of these teams having several fights already this morning, trying to battle it out for the rest of the day for these 5v5 tournament rounds, and then tomorrow we'll have the 5v5 finals,
Yep.
as well as the 12-on-12 tournament.
All right. As we start Barbarians versus the Berserkers.
First contact from the Berserkers to the near side. Axe shots landing. Looking for a
Pushing
hip
heavy.
opening.
Berserkers pushing heavy on the top list. Almost had a good,
A spinning takedown from the Berserkers.
beautiful, beautiful.
One Barbarian down.
Marshall's calling a fight, sitting down somebody there at the top. I'm not sure, didn't quite see why.
I think that's going to be a 4-4 now.
Oh, flying knee from that Berserker fighter. Takes one down, takes two down, right back to back. Beautiful. Nice upper kick there. Now looks like it's 3-2 in favor of Berserkers. Another trade there at top, 2-on-1 in favor of Berserkers. Huge axe shot coming down, trying to get that hit rip. Those 2-on-1s, teamwork is important. And the Berserkers take it 2-0.
On the near list, red and blue, we've got the Banshees still in the lead right now.
Big shots in that Ordo's helmet.
4-2 over Ordo. A trade in the near corner.
It's like still a 3-on-3.
One of the Ordo fighters lost to Gauntlet and rolled out of the list for
Banshee
protection.
lost a weapon. Another Ordo down.
It looks like it's going to be called.
I think it is
Marshall
should start the fight. I don't know why they haven't stopped it yet. Marshall's a little late to the draw on stopping that fight from the 4-on-1.
And a very sportsman call by one of the Banshee fighters, waiting back, knowing that it was 4-on-1, and not just blasting. When it was already a 3-on-1, and Marshalls were working to catch up with the count. So that was a very, very fair maneuver there. Yeah, I'll have to let you tip the hat.
Next up, another round for the Cincinnati Barbarians versus the Berserkers. Berserkers showing quite heavy dominance in that first round. Let's see if they can match the skill and the speed that they previously had. Let's see. Meanwhile, let's see what the Cincinnati Barbarians are able to adjust and counter. Hopefully, maybe slow down the fight and get a quick advantage on their side. Again, that's always, in these kind of fights, especially at this level too, having those early takedowns and advantages really goes a long way.
And a big shout out to our armorers here today. I believe it's the Hammered Boar out of Western North Carolina, the Tryon.
They've always been very gracious in fixing armor, and their work is outstanding. I had to use them a couple times, and we really appreciate them being here helping out all the fighters.
Great contact in that purple and yellow list. Hard hit, still 5-5.
Ooh, big axe lock down on the helmet, ringing out. I bet his bell got rung. 2-on-1 fight versus Cincinnati. Berserkers, it looks like a trade there.
4-4. Another fighter down. Looks
like there's
maybe a helmet off.
I'm not sure what happened in the top fight. To continue, I see a 3-on-2 advantage to the Berserkers. That Barbarian trying to get over there to help his friend. Not able to capitalize, and it's a 3-on-1. Nicely done by the Berserkers.
Well done.
Next up, we have the Northern Wolves versus Kenyas. Now, Kenyas out of Michigan, they are a sister of their parent club of Kenyas out of Ukraine. Their president being Ilias. Now, he fought with us a few years back, I remember, here at Carolina Carnage. And they're repping their team and doing good work from Kenyas.
Marshall's checking out these two teams, making sure they've remembered to attach their straps and safety equipment.
Yeah. It'll be interesting to see these two. I know these teams have never met before, so it'll be interesting to see how the dynamic is between them. Looks like the Wolves have a good mix of hand weapon and shield, and I think one of the fighters had to switch out due to helmet failure.
On the purple and yellow list, we have Bastion taking the field very soon from the purple gate in blue and gold, and Tidewater Dogs of War will be taking the yellow gate in just a moment. Big thanks to Tidewater for bringing their list field down, making it possible for us to run two lists at the same time. A little bit confusing, but more fighting in a shorter period of time. So thanks again, Tidewater.
If we were just running one list, we'd be here for 2 days easily, just doing 5 versus 5.
Yeah, we certainly wouldn't have been even allowed to register as many fighters as we have without those resources.
As we have over 400 competitors here today fighting in the 5 versus 5s.
And it's such a wonderful community, bringing together resources from different teams to make this sort of thing happen. First contact with Kenyas in the center of the field.
Northern Wolves taking the advantage and taking the middle of the list. Andrew making a run for it.
Wolves pushing Kenyas back.
Hard on his heels. Andrew trying to get him into a position where he pulls him out and tries to use his momentum against him is what he's doing there. It's like breaking down to 1v1s.
Some tough shield punches up in the corner, but that Kenyas fighter still working for a leg sweep.
It looks like that Kenyas fighter axe was hooked up on his Andrew free again, trying to throw a quick shot. Oh, beautiful shot into the side.
Hard shot down to the ribs.
That Northern fighter still closely behind him, keeping him tied up as best he can. Meanwhile, at the bottom, the grappling is still 1 versus 1. Neither one trying to have the advantage.
This 1 versus 1 on the near side in the middle of the list That axe fighter, he's got a precarious grip there. He did for a moment anyway. About to lose that axe.
They're trying to get beautiful throw from that
and a great
Kenya's
takedown. That's the first fighter down in this bout.
Kenya's now has the advantage going to help with his 2-on-1. Meanwhile, their runners still facing down each other.
I see a hard hit coming.
Pushing
and blasted. The gate taking the worst of that.
It's almost like getting hit by a semi. Andrew's big shots now coming to the side of that fighter. Beautiful striking from Andrew.
Axe shot to the hip.
That's what you love to see in a fighter, is having your buddy hold the dude and you just get the wail on him. Another Northern fighter down. Andrew crossing the list, helping out his
It looks like
fighter.
it's 5-3.
Huge shots coming in from Andrew.
Right to the shield, thankfully.
Easy block. Kenya's very good at teammates and seeing when someone's in trouble, helping him out. Kenya's trying to disarm that Northern fighter.
Someone has dropped a sword down here.
Oh, trade there at the bottom of the
Bit
list.
of a trade, so it's 4-2.
4-2 in favor of Kenya's. Everyone's hit up in the corner. That pole axeman or two-hander able to throw
And
bombs.
that's the fight.
That's the fight.
Kenya's taking 3.
Looks like Bastion and Tidewater are about to start.
Actually, I think Bastion and Tidewater just had their first round, as we were calling.
Oh, did they now?
They did.
I missed it. We'll get the results of that later. Both fighters resetting to get the match on round 2 underway.
As of right now, I'm seeing 153 viewers on the YouTube side.
Nice.
Make sure to share this on out. Let's get those numbers up there.
Share it. Make sure you also comment, post, like, share, all of that wonderful internet jargon we like to do to grow our sport and make this even better for next year. So, appreciate you guys. Give us a shout out to who you're rooting for and where you're watching from. We'd love to hear from you.
Bastion making the initial push.
Bastion, beautiful takedown in the middle there. Big axe shots coming in from that Bastion fighter, the right side of the list. Ooh,
Bastion 4-3. Bastion 5-4 over Tidewater at the moment.
That top fighter and Bastion trying to get that trip, just not having it. Another trade.
4-3, Bastion.
That's what we like to see. Two-hander. Two-hander holding while another two-hander comes down. That's always a favorite. Tidewater down, and it looks like a victory to Bastion.
And as that round wraps up, we've got the second round in the red and blue list.
Both teams very active, trying to get that extra. Oh, beautiful throw from Kenya's. Now have the advantage, 5-4.
North Wolves have to take this round if they're going to push it to 3. Oh, some hard shots to the arm down there for the axe.
Very calculated, very precision shots there. Ooh, big axe shot coming in from that fighter. And Kenya's. He's pushing there, trying to draw those guys toward him. North Wolves not taking the bait. They're sitting down Kenya's. Didn't quite see why.
Look, I believe he might have put weight on that down fighter.
Ah, okay.
4-4.
4-4. See if North will be able to make advantage. Watch out for that fighter there. Not paying attention behind him. Still able to stay up. Barely. Ooh, big axe shots on his back.
Oh, tough shots there coming in on the North.
Looks like his axe is stuck. He can't get it free. There you go.
He's free now. He may not realize it.
Oh, Marshall's calling a stop there. Marshall sitting down another of the Northern Wolves.
It's 4-3 in favor of Kenya's.
Big axe shots raining down on those Wolves. Oh.
Horizontal axe shots to the hip
area. Really, you know they're painful when you hear the thuds. You hear metal and metal all the time, but when you hear a big thud is when you know it's a painful hit.
Oh, a tough strike there to the shoulder.
Trying to kick
leg
the legs
sweeps
out.
In the open field, fighting over their weapons. Looks like he's about to lose his poleaxe. It'd be an interesting switch here if he let go to disengage.
Definitely.
But I don't see any spare weapons over there available for him.
Meanwhile, Bastion and Tidewater are going at their second round. great throw from Bastion is now 5-4 in favor of Bastion.
Kenyaz takes down a North Wolves.
North Wolves at 4-2 in favor of, and
a trade. It's 3-1.
3-1 in favor of Kenyaz.
Kenyaz takes the round.
Now switch back to Bastion. Looks like Bastion has a commanding lead. It's like 5-2 in favor of Bastion. Big axe shot coming to that fighter in Tidewater.
And Tidewater takes down. It turns into a trade.
Gauntlet. He lost the gauntlet on the throw. Otherwise, it would have been a wonderful throw.
So he lost the gauntlet?
Yeah. Came off at the last second.
A great throw, though.
Beautiful throw. Exactly.
Up next in the purple and yellow list, we're going to have Windigo, Northblood II versus the Twin City Wyverns.
And then Steel Coven versus Dallas Mystics in the blue and red.
Thanks for cheering on from Wyoming, Nevada.
Now, one of the factors I wonder is if it's affecting any of the fighters is the dust. We are on a dirt floor here, and with this many people wandering around, they do a good job of laying it flat and watering it, make sure it doesn't become mud, but as the day goes on, more and more dust will get kicked into the air, and we'll see if that affects the fighters.
One of our viewers on YouTube is asking about the awesome Possums. They are fighting today. They will just be fighting after this first batch. They are in the C group, and it's A and B groups fighting at the moment. They will be fighting on the purple and yellow list, which is streaming on Facebook. If you're here specifically for Awesome Possum, they'll be there fairly soon.
Yeah, we are doing as we have certain pools. Each pool has approximately 4 teams, and they do a round robin, and they take the top 1 or 2 of each team. I don't remember.
With a quick moment between the rounds, we'd like to thank our sponsors, Alba Buher Company, Buher Tech, Vance Fitness and Innovations, Tennessee Buher, Mad Axe, Get Wrecked Designs, Medieval Extreme, and Age of Craft. Thank you for helping make the prizes and the event possible.
Each of these teams, each of the winners will be walking away with some, I see some axes, I see some maces down there, some axe heads.
I saw gift cards yesterday.
Yeah, there's gift cards as well, so these fighters aren't fighting for nothing, you know. All right, next up, Dallas Mystics versus Steel Coven in the blue and red list on YouTube. Meanwhile, we have...
we've got Windigo and Twin City Wyverns. Windigo in the white and red of Canada.
Yep.
And the Wyverns
out of Minnesota.
Wyverns fighting in green.
Windigo in red and white. They're Canadian national colors. Oh, fighter thrown over his legs, over his shoulder. Beautiful throw from the Canadians there.
I'm having a little bit of confusion here because it seems like one of the Windigos
is in green and tabard,
but he has a white
sash.
Maybe a white and blue, a white and red baldric.
Yeah.
Either way, a trade on the right side of that field.
Actually,
I see 4-2 for sure.
Wyvern going back to retrieve a weapon. You want something else. Beggars can't be choosers sometimes. As he loses another weapon handler trying to give him a weapon. And it 4-on-1
fight stops
in favor of Windigo.
On the near list, the Mythics working on Steel Coven.
It looks like a 3-4 advantage in favor of the Mystics.
Mythics.
The Mythics. Mythic fighter moving up to assist in that 2-on-1 up the top. Another good takedown there from the Mystics. It is 4-1 in favor of the Mystics. Alrighty.
Good round on both lists. Looks like Windigo and Twin City ready to go.
Ready to go for that second round, doing last minute armor checks. Safety is our number 1 priority here. Making sure these fighters, we want to hurt each other, we just don't want to injure each other. So that's what we're here for.
Thanks for joining us for Day 2 of Carolina Carnage 2024. If this is your first time viewing Carolina Carnage, please give us a shout out. Let us know what you think in the live stream wherever you're viewing it. If you're a returning viewer, how many years have you watched the stream?
It's like
one Wyvern down.
One Wyvern down, Vanguard to Windigo.
Quick movement by the Marshals.
Oh, there you go. 2-on-1 in the top corner there.
It's tough blocking those axe shots with your forearm.
Yeah, that's can definitely be a little bit painful. That Wyvern fighter trying to get to his teammate over there, but ultimately the team, another Wyvern down. Shots raining into that Wyvern fighter from the Windigo.
And a good trip, but
he's able to keep himself upright.
Well, that was interesting. It was that horizontal lower brace.
Yeah.
Kept him on his feet. Another Wyvern down. Looks like 5-2.
Favor of Windigo. And the last fighter goes down.
A win to the Windigo.
Meanwhile, Mystics versus Steel Coven. Steel Coven fighter just went down. 2 Steel Coven fighters down. Somebody just lost a weapon.
Another Coven down.
2-on-1 in the top of the left list there. One more Steel Coven down. Looks like a
I think they're going to call that.
I think that
Marshals. There we go.
There we go.
There we go.
You know, being up here, it's a lot easier to see the who's versus who, being a marshal down there in the field. And those colors are awful close to each other.
Absolutely.
So I can see the confusion as it happens.
Haley, thanks for tuning in today. And of course, Janine, always thank you for your support for the event and year round.
It's like Windigo takes the round in purple and yellow. Up next is...
We'll have the Steel Company in green versus the New York City Gladiators
in red. And next up here for blue is going to be Order of the Pegasus versus the Banshees.
Banshees having fought fairly recently. A hard-fought match with Ordo Obelus.
Yeah, we'll see if that short break in between will affect them in their endurance, and their ability to stay in the fight.
I love the creativity of the team names. Certainly, some of them are very true to where they come from. Steel Company, the Twin City Wyverns, very, very good localizing there. But honestly, I think my favorite, the most evocative I've seen, is Steel Coven. I love that. I just love it.
Yeah, they are a North Carolina team out of Greenville. It's like Steel Company up there getting ready to fight. They are supposed to be going up against the Gladiators, who haven't entered the list yet.
Gladiators working their way to the field. As I'm taking a look around the arena right now, we've got certainly more spectators on both sides of the arena than we have ever had. I believe on a Saturday early afternoon.
It's wonderful to see them. We appreciate anybody that comes out and to view our sport. And this is how we generate a lot of interest in it locally.
Absolutely.
Get people in there, get them to the local teams, and get them in armor fighting as well, because first rule about Boo Herd is you talk about Boo Herd.
You've got to. Looks like the Gladiators are starting to take their list field at the Yellow Gate.
One of the interesting facts about Steel Company is that they are all veterans of our armed services.
That beautiful OD green of the tavern. Randy, thanks for joining us for the first time. Hope to see you back next year.
Don't forget to do a shout out on the Facebook or any comments where you're watching and where you're from. Love to hear from you.
Helena, thanks for watching from Maine.
For those of you tuning in, if you're not familiar with the rule set, it's 3 points of contact and you're down. In most fights, once you see a 3-on-1, the marshals will call it in favor of the team of 3-on-1, and that's for safety issues. You may not see, marshals will sometimes stop a fight locally just to make sure that if they see an armor failure or something along those lines, they'll stop the fight. Also, if you're inactive for more than 10 seconds, they'll break you up and restart the fight. So,
if you're watching on the Palmetto Knights YouTube channel, you've got a good view of the red and blue list. On your left, in black and white with a red right hand, are the Banshees.
They're out of New Hampshire, and they fight with, train a lot with the Executioners as well, out of the Knights Hall.
At the blue gate in burgundy with gold fleur-de-lis is the Order of the Pegasus.
Both teams have been fighting very well. This one will be definitely a good matchup between the two.
Action in purple and yellow right now. Steel Company moving forward slowly, pushing Gladiators back.
Gladiators slow to engage on that bottom rail. Each team kind of squaring each other off, waiting to see what might happen. Oh, big shot in the head. One
Steel
shot
Company
down.
Marshall stepping in for something.
Making sure that that fighter's okay. Took
a Gladiator down as well. 4-4 it seems.
You do not want that Steel Company fighter taking another shot at your friend's head.
And it's not always the best tactic to push your opponents back. If you give ground,
big shots coming in from that Steel Company.
Oh, a trade.
It looks like the
and an axe head broke at the same time.
Now that strike was definitely unintentional. He was falling as the axe was coming down. So
absolutely.
That's why you didn't see the marshals enact there. Oh, big shot.
2-2 in the right corner.
Yep. Steel Company trying to get them another Gladiator down.
I'm confused.
Oh, there's another fighter hiding in that corner for Steel Company. So 3-on-1 in favor of Steel Company.
In the blue and red list right now, we've got the Banshees
versus Order of Pegasus.
Still 5-5. Action just started.
Both teams being very mobile. Banshee has a fighter in the open, being able to swing some shots onto their opponent. Marshall's going
one Pegasus fighter down. And one Banshee holding on, so it's 4-3 with the Banshees in the lead.
Dropping bombs on that Pegasus. Another one at the bottom of the list, another Banshee unloading.
Some movement to get a 3-on-1.
Oh, two axe shots coming to that Banshee fighter.
That was an interesting trade.
Yeah.
They've got a 3-on-1 while their partner is suffering through 2-on-1, but now we've evened it out.
Good eye there. Banshee shots coming in on that fighter at the bottom there.
Oh. The Banshee got her axe free, but then took the ground. And one Pegasus down. It's 3-2. And Banshee's up. Now that taller Banshee fighter is right next. Oh. Right.
Big shot coming in on the head there. Oh. She bends out and gets
full hip shot.
Pushed out of the list or down. Nope, she's still up. Trying hard. Here's where it's going to hurt. That axe coming down right on her. Oh, but a miss.
And a trade.
It's a trade there. 2-on-1. Oh. They did bring her down at the last second there. That Pegasus fighter.
Okay.
So it'll be a victory to the Banshees. 2-0. In the purple and yellow list, about to start. Steel Company versus Gladiators
again. We had a little bit of dancing over there in the corner.
I see them shaking their booty. They are here for our entertainment as well, so we appreciate that.
That was a Gladiator joke. That was beautiful. So subtle, yet so smooth.
Is that a tip of the hat?
Absolutely. A wiggle of the tie.
We'll keep the puns rolling. Good steel shot over there into the Gladiator fighter. Bottom of the list staying cautious.
Hard axe shot to the top of the head of the Gladiator. Several down, it looks like. Three Gladiators down.
That runner from the Gladiators did not have his feet underneath him in the Steel Fighter was able to just push him down onto the ground.
It's 4-2 in favor of Steel Company.
Getting that Gladiator. Ooh, another good.
And that's the fight.
Down. Quick and
Steel
easy.
Company takes it.
All right, as the Pegasus versus Banshees lining up again. We'll see if the Pegasus can ride high or if the Banshees come in screaming. Again, if you're just joining us, you can find the purple and yellow list on our Facebook, while the red and blue list is being streamed via YouTube.
Thanks for watching from New Hampshire, Argentina.
Oh, nice.
More Argentina, Canada. Glad you're here.
I'd be interested to see if anyone from Australia, what time you guys had to wake up to tune in to our fights today. We appreciate you guys tuning in and supporting your team. Same with the UK, they're probably getting ready to go to bed. So,
Kelly, thanks for watching from Washington State. We've got the next round, Banshees and Pegasus.
both move up as a typical slow meeting. Runner trying to get that. Oh, missed that check. Both the Banshees pick him up real quick. Big shots. Watch out for that Banshee fighter.
Hard axe shots on the near side of the ring.
Big shots coming in from Banshee fighter at the bottom of the list. Just having her way with that Pegasus fighter.
Moving across a runner. And a good axe punch.
Banshee fighter bringing the fight to the bottom of the list. All 5 fighters still standing. Big axe shots coming in from the Banshee fighter on the right. Looks like
Up and down, but Banshee's working to recover.
Pegasus being careful, almost tripped over that pole axe. Still, both teams 5.
A couple of fighters down. Just
big knee into that
it looks
Pegasus
like 2
fighter.
Banshee down, 1 Pegasus down.
That Pegasus smart helping out their fighter coming back up. We love to see that. Good teamwork
And
there.
I think we may be ruling one of these Pegasus fighters might.
We're definitely watching them
And
closely.
there we go. There's
He's
one out.
2 Banshee fighters now at the bottom of the list on the right. 2
3 to
Banshee.
3.
Another
3
trade.
to 2.
2-on-1 in favor of the Pegasus. Using those bodies as tripping.
And
See if they can do it again.
good foot movement to get away from the backing into those down fighters.
Banshee being aware.
Banshee backing toward the corner. Not wanting to get trapped though, needing some support from the list.
Having a 2-handed axe can be a little bit difficult, especially on a 2-on-1 trying to grapple. You've got to let go at least one time and use both your hands on the grappling. That Banshee fighter is still being smart about the bodies, but soon we'll be backed up into a whole slew of them behind him.
On the purple and yellow list, we have the action starting between Pale Horse and Berserkers.
Pegasus trying to push that Banshee fighter into the fighters or out of the list. Her still not going down. Oh, and they both tripped.
Order the Pegasus taking that round.
All right.
Quick movement by the runners and a trade with a forceful throw.
Pale Horse versus Reavers. Berserkers. Pale Horse versus Berserkers.
4-4.
Yeah, you know, see so many red tabbers, they all start to blur together.
And a trade, 3 to 3.
Big shots coming down from that fighter in the bottom right corner of the list. Gotta love to see that when it's like one of your most favorite feelings in the world when you have your buddy holding the fighter and you just get to unload on him with your axe. Gotta love it.
It looks like it may be 3 to 2 in favor of the Berserkers.
I do believe that is the score currently.
That's down
Looks
at
like
2.
Well,
I think
trade or
they're
a down?
No.
Looks like the marshals are making a decision. Looks like they are calling it in favor of the Berserkers.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. I'm hiding it. Making sure you don't steal it from me. You know? Again, thanks for everyone who tuning in to Carolina Carnage 2024 here in Clemson, South Carolina at the Clemson University and
Is it T. Ed Garrison?
Garrison Livestock Arena. This is wait, how many years is this now we've held it here?
Oh gosh, I don't know.
Seven
sounds about
years,
right. 7 or 8, somewhere in that range. Banshees. Yep.
Say what? Oh,
where they're from. Oh,
yeah. The Banshees are out of New Hampshire. The Knights Hall up there with Executioners. They're the sister team to the Executioners, and I think the Pegasus. I think they're a mix of North Carolina fighters and Detroit fighters, I believe.
We've got more viewers from Argentina.
Yeah, I see North Carolina fighters and Detroit fighters from the Pegasi, so they're a combination of thereof. Marshall is checking over team, and it looks like the second round of the Reavers versus Pale Horse. Nice check from the Pale Horse there, unable to capitalize. Oh, but still gets him down.
They're putting that Tidewater list field to the test today.
They sure are.
Another Berserker down.
Advantage.
Like 5-3 Pale Horse?
4-3 Pale Horse. 4-3 Pale Horse. Bringing him on to that corner there. Oh, nice takedown from
3-3.
Tied it up. Oh, beautiful outside trip there from the Pale Horse.
Pale Horse up 3-2.
3-2 in favor. See if they can do it again.
Lots of open field fighting up there.
All the teams in purple and yellow have been making great use of down fighters throughout the day. Having that field awareness is super important when it comes to fighting.
Oh, hard axe shots.
Reavers lining up for a shot on the Pale Horse. Still 3-2 advantage Pale Horse. Big chop coming into that Reaver. Still unable to get him down.
That Axeman initially looking to strike, now looking to trade out with his partner to get a few axe shots in. Hard
big
axe shots coming in on the head and upper body.
Gotta watch that. Saw some splinters coming off the list there. On the left side, still looks like maybe trying to de-arm them, potentially, as the Pale Horse comes in. That Axeman just lining up on the big shots coming into the leg.
Yeah, it's interesting, like blocking the haft with his knee.
He's able to spin out and get back into the open field.
Berserker's not out of it yet.
Oh, and a trade.
And it's a 2-1 Pale Horse advantage.
Not completely out of it, but definitely in a tougher spot there for the Berserker. Looks like the Pale Horse is working against each other, trying to pull both ways on trying to get him out.
Oh, big kick and a miss.
And the Berserker tries to
off
take
balance.
advantage.
Can they take advantage?
He
and
does.
1-1.
There you go.
Oh! The Berserkers tied it 1-1. The Pale Horse was able to take advantage of that spin and the disorientation and turn it into a takedown. What a great end to that bout.
Oh my goodness, yeah, what a spectacular. Crowd was on their feet for that one.
In blue and red, we've got round 3 of the Banshees versus Order of the Pegasus. One Banshee down already. Pegasus taking it 5-4.
Pegasus working hard. Banshees almost got another Pegasus down. Oh, using another body to trip. Beautiful. It looks like their weapon caught on the fighter, though, and they've released it to go get a new one. Smart move. Sometimes you don't want to be in that position of trying to tug and then somebody comes behind you. Oh, looks like a 2-for-1 trade there at the top of the list. Now it's 2-on-2.
2-2 in favor of Pegasus.
Both teams like getting behind each other, offering some protection and such. Banshees and Pegasus. See which one can use the bodies to their advantage. Comes a grappling match, trying to get the upper hand. Inside control is always important on these grapples. You can get inside control, you can get control of the neck, the head, and do those good throws and punches. Pegasi throwing down a Banshee.
2-on-1 in favor of Pegasus. Banshees have not given you up yet, and they aren't giving up now.
And trying to make use of the open field, not get cornered, but finding it harder and harder to running out of list. Oh, and a beautiful push, catching her off balance. sending her down. Pegasi take the round.
On the far list, we have Pale Horse and Berserkers for the next bout.
Next up on blue and red, we have the Executioners versus Northblood.
Looks like Pale Horse had some substitutions between rounds. One Pale Horse down. That one Berserker's taking 2 down, going for a third.
He's just on fire.
MVP of this round. 3 down all by himself, but
looks like the marshals have called him down for various
still
reasons.
3 fighters down.
Hey, 3 for 1. I'll take that any day.
It's 4-2 in favor of the Berserkers.
That huge fighter going in for punches in the back of the head for that Pale Horse not paying attention. Field awareness is crucial. And it rips him down. Oh, he does lose the gauntlet, but it's still a 3-1 in favor of the Berserkers. So that will go to a third round, I do believe.
I believe so.
No, Berserkers won. Berserkers won at 2-0. My mistake.
Well, thanks for joining us on day 2 of Carolina Carnage 2024. I hope you're enjoying the live stream, enjoying the combat today.
We have over 400 competitors here today, men and women fighting. One of the best ways, if you're new to this and you want to give it a try, find a local team. You can go to Google Night Finder and find your local team there. Hook up, go to a practice and get an armor and see what it's all about.
And this is only halfway through the action today and for the weekend, because tomorrow we'll have the finals for this 5 versus 5 tournament, as well as the 12 versus 12 tournament.
If you think 5 versus 5, well, wait until you see the 12 versus 12.
Absolutely.
It does get crazy out there in the list.
It looks like we may take a short break for refreshments for the marshals. They're out there running all over the place, lifting, taking, pulling, dodging, duck, dip,
dive and dodge.
Dive, dodge and dodge. No, there was a dodge at the beginning. Dodge, duck, dip, dive, and dodging. And they need some sustenance, some hydration to make sure they're in tip-top shape for the afternoon. It looks like we've got the Rat Pack taking the field against Bastion in the purple and yellow list.
I do believe this will be a tough fight for both teams. A good challenge for the Rat Pack, which I don't think have dropped a round yet. And same with the Bastions. They're still on a good win streak. So this could be a good fight to determine who wins the pool.
We still have several more fights left in the A and B list. C and D coming up
shortly.
Let's see. Where are we at schedule-wise? It looks like this was scheduled for one. We're only 15 minutes behind schedule.
That's surprising. That's a testament to the marshals, the teams, everyone being organized and on time and understanding where they need to be and when.
And these matches just happen round after round. And of course, it's worth a little bit of extra time to make sure that the marshals can get refreshed, even if that slows down the schedule just slightly.
Yeah. Exactly. Up next in the blue and red again, we have Executioners versus Northblood.
Speaking of refreshment, I'm going to take a little bit of water. Can you call Rat Pack and Bastion for just a moment?
Absolutely. Oh, good Rat Pack coming on that Bastion fighter. Coming the other Rat Pack, picking up on him. Still 5v5. Rat Pack got a good takedown on the Bastion fighter. Now advantage 5-4. Another Bastion down. Rat Pack is doing a good job cleaning these fighters up. Advantage is 5-3 or 5-2? 5-2, I do believe. And 5-2 in favor of Rat Pack. Big fighter goes down, 3-on-1 in favor of Rat Pack. That was a 2-for-1 trade there at the bottom of the list. Next up, looks like we've got the Executioners slowly getting their team together, getting checked out. Northblood from Canada, ready to rock and roll. Executioners out of New Hampshire in the Knights Hall. Anyone located in that area should definitely check them out. Meanwhile, Northblood is from Canada. They had a quite a long drive here, I can imagine. And they are eager to fight. Meanwhile, the Rat Packs and Bastion getting set up there in the purple.
Who took that first round?
It was a Rat Pack, 3-0 or 3-1 in favor of Rat Pack.
All right.
My boys out of Idaho, shout out to them.
As they're getting reset, I owe Vincent an apology. He left the pin. I just overlooked him.
So he says, maybe he snuck back here, we didn't see him.
Who do we have up next in the red and blue list?
Red and blue, Executioners versus Northblood. Both great teams, both veteran teams. The Executioners are one of the oldest, I would say one of the oldest teams in the U.S. Multiple U.S. and World Championships under their belt. Always bring the top-notch fighters to the field. But our neighbors to the north, Canada, they always like to put up a good fight too, and they like to come and show out. And I love watching them fight.
It's been very few large tournaments where I have not seen Canadians competing here, so it's always good to see them.
It doesn't matter how far south we put the tournament, they always seem to show up. We appreciate that, so thank you for coming out.
Northblood and Executioners lining up their shots right now.
Both looking for advantage, none being given. Being very methodical.
Some hard shots.
Bastion almost got a throw, but then able to save himself on the list. Still 5-5 at the top.
Weapon down from Bastion, breaking away and taken down. Rat Pack have the advantage on the far list.
Bastion trying to take advantage of that fighter getting caught up, but wasn't able to do so. It's like too many people falling all at the same time to really tell what's going on.
We're going to have to wait to make this call.
3-1 Northblood. Good identification there from the Executioner, realizing that it was a 3-on-1.
Very good, and communicating that to the marshals.
Man, everybody falling
up
like
top,
dominoes.
It's 1-1. Bastion trying to recover that weapon. No, correction, that was... No. I completely missed the fight in the far right corner. It wraps up 4-1.
4-1 in favor of Rat Pack. They have been doing phenomenal out here today. Really bring the fight to these veteran teams that have been around for a while.
Absolutely. Well, as the teams grow, as the number of teams grows, and the quality continues to grow, I think we're going to see new teams making an impact. Like Rat Pack, unless the individual fighters are known, you don't know what to expect. You don't know team tactics, but even tactics change so fast.
Indeed. All right. Northblood and Executioners. Executioners moving quickly to take that center of the list. It's still squaring off.
Round 2 for these teams.
Neither team wanting to engage. You see those precision hand strikes trying to get the Northblood to drop their weapon. Northblood pushing hard on the bottom of the list. Trying to get that fighter. Almost got his back. Now you see Northblood is pulling that fighter in so then he can do some strikes.
And it looks like one Northblood down.
Execution able to get the advantage.
A breakaway.
Breakaway almost got that. Just a little too high on that charge. Both teams being very mobile. Good job on Executioner picking up on that rotating fighter.
Still 5-4 Executioners.
Northblood able to bring it back to 4v4.
Oh, a flying kick. Where did that land? Hopefully 5.
Very close. Oh,
trade.
Another trade. Looks like Northblood
down.
2 versus 3.
And
3 versus 1 in favor of Executioners.
That's it. There we go.
Good job on those fighters again, identifying that it was a 3-on-1 and not pushing any further.
On the purple and yellow list, we have the Windigos and the Barbarians.
Let's go. Both teams fighting hard. Windigo out of Canada. Barbarians out of Cincinnati. Next up for the red and blue list, we have Ordo Obelus versus the Cincinnati Barbarians women's team.
The live stream viewer numbers keep increasing on YouTube. Keep sharing that link out to your friends.
We appreciate every share, like, and comment that you guys are posting, so keep it up, and we'll happy to hear from you.
Papa BC, thanks for watching from Texas.
I've got a buckler, I've got a bow, I've got some keys. You probably want
Kenyaz USA being supported by Kenyaz UK.
All right. Windigo pushing on the top of the list there. Swinging around, pushing in deep.
It looks like we have a trade. I believe that's going to make it 4-4. A Windigo down, and
Almost a nice trip there in the open field from Windigo. Cincinnati got that, could possibly get that throw. Beautiful throw from Cincinnati there in the open.
3-2 Cincinnati, I believe.
Got to watch out for those shots from Cincinnati. It was a close one to the neck. Otherwise, big strikes coming in. That fighter from Canada, smart enough to try to engage the axe so it didn't come down and hit him. Cincinnati moving across to help his friend. Oh, still getting a good shot and managed to stay up.
It looks like it's 2-2.
That's 2-on-1 in favor of Cincinnati.
Windigo looking to choose his defensive spot on the field.
He's using those bodies to great effect, kind of giving it some protection and some options in case they want to come in. But he's got to be careful about that fighter right behind him. If they were smart, just push him right into it.
2-on-1 is always tough, but I think that single fighter has a better chance in the open field.
Yeah. Ooh, nice. Bringing that fighter to hit his opponent. Some friendly fire going on there.
Let me rephrase that. A 2-on-1, the single fighter has the advantage in the open field unless they're tying up for a long period of time.
Yeah. Oh!
And that's a trade. The Barbarians take that round.
Too many bodies on the field and just stripped right over it. Dave, watching from Montana, appreciate you. Taylor from Kentucky, cheering on the Barbarians.
We've got a women's division round on the blue and red list. Who do we have up?
Cincinnati versus Ordo Aurelius, or Order of the Waffles.
That's what Obelus means?
Yeah, it is indeed, yeah. They are the Order of the Waffles. There was a little bit of a meme war going on before Carnage between the Pegasus and Aurelius, so it was definitely fun to watch online. We'll see when they actually get to meet each other coming up actually pretty shortly and see which meme wins. Next up, round 2 for Cincinnati and Windigo. That was, I would say, a pretty equal fight going in that last one. It ended up 2-on-1, so we'll see if they're able to bring it to a third round.
Initial contact on the far side of the field. Remember, one of the Windigo is dressed in green but has a white and red sash.
Good diversion there from the Canadian fighter. Unable to capitalize, however.
One Barbarian down. Windigo up 5-4.
Oh, using that body, but able to miss it.
One Windigo down. Barbarians even it, and a tie.
Another trade there. Big shot coming in from the Barbarian. Those always the money makers there. Give that good shot on there. Causing that pain.
Shots from the Barbarian.
Big shots. Be careful on the knees. Shots to the back of the knee are completely illegal, so you would instantly get that and probably a yellow card. Big shot. Ooh, that loud thud. Oh, there you go. Canadian fighter able to get a Barbarian down.
And it looks like it's a one-on-one.
Again, let's see who can take it. Sword and shield versus two-handed axe.
Windigo taking the opportunity to strike while his opponent is checking the field.
There you go. See if you can use them to push them in. Both fighters trying to use those bodies to get an advantage, but neither one able to capitalize. Nice shield punch coming in there. Now, usually I would say the sword and shield have an advantage when it comes to grappling.
Meanwhile, in the near list, Obelus versus the Lady Barbarians. Obelus is up 2-1, trying to finish this fight out.
Windigo versus Barbarian still standing off. Barbarian lost a weapon earlier and had to go retrieve another one. And Obelus takes the win in red and blue. Both those fighters still in the top round, still duking it out. Now, if they do draw, they will fight again.
Oh, a hard shot to the leg.
Yeah, you know that one definitely hurt. Oh, it looks like the Canadian fighter has lost his weapon. He's got to go back
broken free. Open run. Can he retain a weapon? And he does.
Those are definitely so dangerous. Windigo able to get their feet back under them and back into a grapple. Meanwhile, in the blue and red list, we have the Dallas Mystics versus the Order of the Pegasus. And the yellow and purple fight is dragging on. And marshals are breaking it up. Oh, no. And a draw. So neither one wins that round. They'll fight a third one. And if they're still within the time limit, they might have to even fight a fourth one, depending if Windigo can bring it back.
Red and blue list, we have the Dallas Mythics at the red gate and the Order of the Pegasus at the blue.
Alrighty, Pegasus versus Dallas. Both teams moving up. Dallas picking up on their middle runner and going for a 2-on-2. Another Dallas on the run. However, both those fighters are fighting against each other. There you go. Pegasus down. Dallas has the advantage, 5-4. The Pegasus fighter lost their weapon.
The Dallas fighter needing to step over the Pegasus.
Now that Dallas fighter is just hemming up that one fighter trying to go back and go. Oh, beautiful throw.
And
missed it.
Olak shots right to the kidney.
5-1 in favor of Dallas.
Let's get somebody to check on that Pegasus fighter.
Again, if you're just tuning in,
there we go.
Purple and yellow list is being streamed via Facebook, while the blue and red list is being streamed via YouTube. So check out both those links can be found, as well as the schedule can be found on the Palomino Knights webpage.
PalominoKnights.com/Carolina-Carnage.
And up next. Alrighty, looks like purple and yellow list gearing up for their third round. The Barbarians already winning one. Canadians trying to even the score. It's been a very even fight for both of them. Small engagement at the top of the list. Watch that Canadian having his back to the list, very dangerous. Canadian move into the backfield. Meanwhile, at the bottom of the list,
hard contact on Pegasus, still standing. A trade, it's 4-4.
And Dio got a great throw on Barbarians, had the advantage, 5-4.
Another Pegasus down.
Big shots coming in on the top of the list.
Mythics 4-3.
Fighter being very smart of checking the field after each shot. Doesn't want to get
slammed in the back.
One Mythic down, but a Pegasus fighter lost her Gauntlet and Shield, so she's out as well. 3-2 for the Mythics.
Windigo taking a beating at the top of the list, but still managing to stay up. Finally engaging in those strikes.
Barbarians pushing hard on the Windigo.
There's a lot.
Taking 2 down.
I think that's a 4-1 to Barbarians. They'll take the round and the fight. Meanwhile, Mystics and Pegasus still going at it. 3-2 with the advantage to Dallas. They have a two-hander out in the open, dropping bombs as necessary. Two of them working on that last Pegasus fighter, trying to bring it down. There you go.
Strong shot to the abdomen.
Oh, and Pegasus trips.
Pegasus fighter trips, making it 3-on-1. Marshals need to stop that fight.
Yep.
There they go. There they go.
I think actually technically by rule state, since she didn't have a weapon, it would still be a 2-on-1 until she reclaimed a new weapon. But since she did get it, they do call it a 3-on-1. Dave, watching from Arizona, we appreciate you.
Up next in the purple and yellow list, we have the Portland Reavers and the Tidewater Dogs of War. My goodness, the Reavers and the Cincinnati Barbarians, or maybe the Berserkers, their tabards are so close.
Yeah, a little bit of confusion in there from here in the booth, and we're far away, so. All right, again, Ordo entering the list in the blue and red, along with against the War Pigs. Both these teams are out of California, very familiar with each other, and so it'll be very interesting to see. I imagine this one's going to be a very mobile, a very wild, and a lot of running around is going to be happening. Look for big hits in the open for Ordo versus the War Pigs. Marshall's checking the fighters, getting ready to rock and roll. Both teams have veteran and new fighters alike filling in the ranks. And you can see, as they know each other very well, you see the hugs coming in.
And you may have already mentioned this, but where are the War Pigs fighting out of?
Northern California.
Northern California.
Sacramento, yep.
Okay.
Ordo is out of Temecula, San Diego, that whole Southern California area.
Okay. Two West Coast teams coming to the East Coast to face each other again.
Yeah, as I said, they're very familiar with each other, know by names, and they have fought with each other just as much as against each other. So it'll be definitely, I think, a very dynamic fight.
And it's interesting to see the number of teams within a given state. It used to be that there were, two conglomeration teams, East Coast and West Coast, and 3 Northeast, Southeast, and West Coast. And now there are 2, 3, 4 teams within one state.
Yeah. We have almost 40 teams registered with a wait list as well. When the sign up actually started.
One Tidewater down, another.
Reavers making quick
Reaver
work.
down. Looks like 4-2.
Ooh, big shot in the side there to the Tidewater dog. It's like
and a trade.
I think
that's going to make it 3-1 in favor of the Reavers.
Ordo versus War Pigs in the red and blue, streaming on YouTube. So both teams kind of squaring each other off. Both teams do favor two-handed axes and two-handed weapons.
Oh, a hard hit, but prepared for it.
Good pickup on
one Ordo down, trip. Another Ordo down, a pig down.
Very dynamic, as I said. Both teams are quick, like to move around.
Great dodge.
War Pigs have the advantage. Both teams wearing black tabards with stripes and colors, so it's hard to determine.
That Ordo fighter with the burgundy mantle making great footwork up there, dodging lots of those axe shots.
Ooh, big shot there at the bottom, Melissa. Another trade.
That shot wasn't dodged. Looks like it's 3-2 in favor of War Pigs. Ordo can still come
big
back.
Shots coming in. Ordo trying to get the advantage, trying to equal it up. Looks like he might.
That's a 2.
That's a trade.
1. And we'll see how the marshals call this. It may be a 1-1.
It's a 2-0 in favor of War Pigs.
Okay, there it is. What a great day of fighting so far.
Oh yeah. Plenty of fights.
It looks like Tidewater and the Reavers are still going at it.
Their second round there.
Are they sitting someone down?
Looks like one fighter's trying to go down, trying to push him down. Ordo and War Pigs resetting.
I cannot see where those shots are landing, but it cannot
be nice. Yeah.
Working for the takedown on Tidewater, still standing firm. And trip, and that's the fight.
We've been seeing it all day, people falling over bodies.
The first round going to the Reavers.
Ordo re-strategizing, seeing where they want to go next.
Getting ready for round 2 with Ordo Draconis and the War Pigs.
War Pigs doing a little chant there.
And it looks like the marshals are finally getting everything reset up there. There they go. Maybe a little bit of discussion for clarity.
Let's see if this time Ordo can capitalize on some of the chaos in the middle. War Pigs were able to edge it out just a little bit, being able to take those two fighters down early. Both teams kind of have a lot of the same fighting style, and so that's why you get that huge running around confusion in the middle. Fun to watch, fun to see. Sometimes can be good or bad, but both teams very, very active, very mobile. Round 2. Ordo moving in. Trading shots there at the top of the list. Trying to get the advantage.
Looks like they have two
falchions, yeah. Trying to maybe break the haft of the axe potentially. Ordo on the bottom, tying up. Shield punch.
The War Pig, I don't know if he may be using this tactically, but his axe is backwards.
Shots coming in from that fighter there. Ordo ties him up. Looks like he's able to.
One War Pig down.
One War Pig down. That is 2. Ordo to the advantage.
Shot to the hip.
Another trade there. Another trade. Looks like 3-2 advantage of Ordo. Big shot to the head there for the War Pigs. Beautiful. Shots coming in, trying to get that throw. Them teaming up, trying to 2-on-1 that War Pig, trying to push him out of the list. Big shots coming in from those falchion shots.
Just kind of being shrugged off. Ordo dropped a weapon, so it's 2-2 for the moment.
See if War Pigs can capitalize. Ordo's grabbed his two-handed, now coming back into the fight. Ooh, one more pig down, 3-on-1 in favor of Ordo. This will go to a round 3. Beautiful work.
The Reavers still working hard on Tidewater in the purple and yellow list. Looks like Reavers have the advantage.
Well done, Ordo.
All right, now, again, said both teams fight very, very similar, and we'll see who can capitalize on the next fight. But as the Tidewater and Reavers going at it, looks like they're all pumped up in the corner there. One Reaver fighter in the open, able to throw some shield punches and strikes onto the wrapped up Tidewater dogs. See if they can take advantage of that. Both teams working hard. Oh, looks like one goes down, and it'll be a 3-1 in favor of the Reavers. In the red and blue streaming on YouTube, we've got the Ordo Draconis versus the War Pigs, both out of California.
And I believe it was first round to War Pigs, second round to Ordo. Is that right?
Yep, that is correct. So now we're on a third round. So making a couple of substitutions. As I said, both teams favor two-handed weapons. As I think the entirety of the War Pigs are all packing two-handed axes. Got some sword and shield for Ordo in the bottom corner, and that strong rail. It's like last-minute substitution. Not sure why for the War Pigs there.
Looks like at the purple and yellow list, we've got Cerberus taking the field in the black tabards with the gold cross, and the Twin City Wyverns in green.
From Minnesota.
Green black.
Again, if you guys are just tuning in, feel free to give us a shout out where you're listening from or where you're watching from. We'd love to hear from you also. The two streams are being streamed on two different spots, Facebook and YouTube. And we're into the third round of Ordo versus...
Fauschen knocked out of a hand quickly.
See if I
first contact. A trade, it's 4-4.
War Pigs unable to capitalize on that early one. Oh, nice throw though.
One dragon down, one War Pig. Oh, that shot right to the back of the head. Unintentional, I believe, but...
It's like a 2 versus 2. Oh, big shot coming in close to the net. Got to watch those shots there.
2-2. A trade, 1-1.
Let's see what happens. Oh, trade tie goes to a fourth.
Wow.
Goodness. Both teams, like I said, losing that Fauschen early. War Pigs were able to capitalize on a little bit, but ultimately came down to a draw. I said, both teams very mobile, very quick, capitalizing on that chaos. These teams fight so closely together that it's not surprising that they've drawn or going into a fourth. Let's see which team has the bigger tanks and can bring it to a win in the fourth round.
And that was fast action throughout that round.
Absolutely. So
looks like we're about to get started on the far list.
Cerberus versus the Wyverns in the purple and yellow list, streaming on Facebook. Cerberus pushing deep into the Wyverns' backfield on the list. Cerberus coming in to help. Wyvern moving to the far back, but nobody's there to see him. Cerberus picks him up though. And looks like an advantage to the Wyverns.
Oh, hard axe shot, but another axeman.
Cerberus on the list. I hear some buds coming from that top list there. That must be straight into Brig. That's got hurt.
Looks like we have one.
I still think it's 4-5 Cerberus. Another trade there. Ordo on their fourth round. Both teams again squaring off.
Not sure what marshals are putting their flags in, but
both trying to...
back to the blue and red list. We've got a trade under the list field, 4-4.
Team movement. 2-on-1 advantage there. And another trade. They might not call that one.
Not calling that a trade.
2-on-4, it looks like, in favor of War Pigs. Oh, beautiful shot there. 2-on-3 in favor of War Pigs. See if Ordo can bring it out. Another trade. 2-on-1.
And broken axe.
And is now 1-on-1. 1-on-1. Ordo making a move for it.
What a rush.
Coming down, both tired, you can tell, breathing heavy. Squaring off to each other.
Gripping their axes. Maybe having an encouraging word.
Warpig has a little advantage in size, but that's not to... Oh, and Warpig is able to take it down.
War Pigs in 4 rounds.
4 rounds. 2-1.
I believe that's the first 4 rounds, 5 versus 5 battle we've seen so far.
That's the second one.
Was that the second? No. Okay. I'm going to be switching out with our other commentator, Vincent. And I'll be back shortly. Actually, I might let Vincent take it. I need a quick break. Are you going to take it? Yeah. If you don't mind. I told you I'd be back fast. How about you, brother?
Well, hello again, everybody.
In that purple and yellow list, we have Cerberus and the Twin City Wyverns. Welcome back, Vincent.
Good to be back. It's a lot calmer up here where we are from this side of the view. It's a lot louder, a lot more energy down there.
Still looks like it's 5-5 in the far list. A Wyvern breaking away, looking for a target. Not liking that target and turning back somewhere else.
And Cerberus and Wyverns have been doing excellent today. Great performances by both teams.
Looks like a trade and then also one Wyvern down.
Wyvern and Cerberus fighter in the back corner. Another Cerberus to help him out. And it might be. Oh! Oh, no, they're still up. And there we go, and that's a trade. Looks like they're starting to fight at 3v1. Cerberus taking the round.
And I believe Cerberus had the first one on that. See if I can check the scorecard and find out for us. Who do we have up next in red and blue?
So red and blue. Looks like we have here. Pegasus. Steel Covens. Pigs and Ordo II. Steel Coven and the Cerberus Venefica. Steel Coven in the red side of the list, donning the red and black tabard, and Cerberus on the right on the blue side with the maroon and teal. Getting ready to start their first round.
Up next in purple and yellow, we have Steel Company at the purple gate and Rat Pack at the yellow, making their way on the field shortly. Although, I don't know if they're, looks like Twin City and Cerberus are still out there.
Yeah, the marshals calling them out, possibly the captains. Now we have, it already started here in the red and blue list. Still Coven and Cerberus.
Looks like one Coven down.
Both centers trading axe shots. Trying to help their rail fighter work him to a better position.
And it looks like maybe another Coven down. 5-3.
Cerberus taking one more, two more, and we have a stop fight at the end of round one. Cerberus with 5 fighters standing.
And it looks like we have another round for the purple and yellow list, Cerberus and Twin City. Now, some of our names are a little all over the place. I noticed you and I are trading back and forth between Wyverns and Wyverns. I don't know that we have a set. Is there a set pronunciation?
Maybe that might just be regional dialect. Because I think, like, you know, in the fantasy world, I suppose I'd say Wyverns, but you know what I think of, it's almost like a city name, the Wyverns, you know. But that might just be the more Texas in me, the lazier way to say it. And a couple of fighters already down.
Looks like a trade, 4-4.
Cerberus rushing through the list to help his buddy on the side. Oh, a front kick not working out too well. But taking a huge shot to the side. Oh, and might have to pay for it.
Some of these shots are giving us Star Trek moments up here.
Oh! They set those axe shots from stun to kill.
It looks like we may have one more Cerberus fighter down somewhere.
Yeah, it's hard to tell in that back corner who's still standing. One might be kneeling down, but working 3 different one-on-ones possibly.
I think maybe one of the Wyverns was sat.
Yeah,
3 on 3.
3 on 3. 2 big boys on the left side, 2 in the corner. And those fighters in the center are trying to see where they can make opportunity. But that Cerberus fighter's got to do something because he's just allowing that Wyvern to just take free shots. Not doing too much. Oh, and it's trying to get a check, but gets a side on the way over. Simultaneously, with the Wyvern taking somebody on the right side. And we have good job.
In the red and blue list, we have the Lady Cerberus ending the fight with Steel Coven, taking it. Back to the purple and yellow list. Twin Cities still working on the men's Cerberus team. 3-2, Twin City up.
Red and blue list. Cerberus taking it in 2 rounds.
And a trade, making it 2-1. I believe.
They're going to see how that Cerberus fighter gets out of this. He's not in a good position, having that shield arm isolated, and an axe on its way. It's possible to deflect with the falchion. It's harder to get a good contact where you're not actually, where you were making a glancing blow. But good turnaround, nice roll. And possibly into just a suicide, because that is not a spot where you want to be, especially with 2 big boys like that. If they're able to pop those hips up, push that head down the list, pop the hips up, then they could just drag him down. Now, hopefully they're talking to each other, not working against each other.
I see.
And a shot to the spine. Oh.
And he takes a knee. He's down. It looks like he's in pain.
Yeah, getting checked on. So you can't tell, when you look at it, but a lot of these fighters actually have modern protection underneath their armor. Some football pads, some actually have a high-impact motorcycle padding, whether it be their shoulders, their knees, thighs, buttocks. But one of the things that's hopefully becoming more prominent throughout the sport and everyone using it, and I know a lot of fighters on our team, myself included, use, but spine protectors. It's a very important thing. A lot of the brigadines have thicker plates down the spine, but, when you get a shot, like a concentrated impact hit with an axe right in the middle of the spine, it's a dangerous hit. So a lot of fighters are starting to use modern spine protection, and just either sewed it into their gambeson or connected to the inside of the brig.
On the purple and yellow list, Rat Pack in white with gold and black taking the yellow gate. And we'll have Steel Company come in just a moment in OD green.
This is Cerberus and
On the near list, looks like we have the
Banshees on the right side and the red side of the list, and donning the black and red with the black and white with the red hand in the middle, and the Cincinnati Barbarians with Steam on the blue side. Starting off with round 1. Slow encroachment by both teams, and a shield punch right to the face, setting it off. Oh, a nice play there, having that 2 fighter move over to take off the center, while the center closes in and crashes in, trying to get a quick takedown.
Still 5-5.
And a nice throw there by the Banshee.
Banshee's up 5-4.
Number 11 with the 2-handed axe coming through, trying to help her teammate out.
There we go.
And 2 tripping over.
I thought I saw Banshee put a shield down, but she fell right after that.
Yeah.
So it looks like there's still a 3-2 advantage Banshees. On the far list, initial contact between the Rat Pack and Steel Company has 2 Steel Company down.
Rat Pack taking a couple more down.
That's Banshee, 4-1. in the far list. Rat Pack takes it over Steel Company for the first round.
Banshees taking the first round in the red and blue list. Rat Pack taking the first round in the purple and yellow.
The Rat Pack for a brand new team has just been kicking butt and taking initials because they don't have time to take names.
Yeah, I was commenting earlier, it's been really fun actually comparing the two lists because we kind of have two different tiers going on, and seeing that far list in the purple and yellow, it's a lot faster paced. Like a lot of newer fighters coming in and then just giving it everything they got. Fast paced. And in the red and blue, you have a lot more experienced fighters going a little more calculated. I mean, not any less tenacious and vicious, but they're a little more calculated, a little bit slower play, but equally hard swings in both lists. But the Rat Pack absolutely coming out strong with that decisive victory in the last round. Let's see if they can pull it out in two.
One Banshee in the backfield.
Barbarian in a pretty bad position on the near side of the list, and taken down, pushed under.
One Barbarian
Moving on to
down,
number 2-1, 1-2.
5-3. Banshees up.
Both fighters moving up, help out their teammates. Now, positions like this, it's important to communicate so you're not working against each other.
Barbarian breaking free, trying to take that poleaxe fighter down.
In the purple and yellow list, a couple of people tripping over. Rat Pack, equal numbers with Steel Coven. Looks like one Steel Coven fighter trying to stand back up and being sat back down. Which is what you got to do. You're not down until the marshals say you're down.
3-on-3 in purple and yellow.
4-on-2 in red and blue. Banshees trying to pay and comply. One of the Barbarians.
Bit of a stalemate in purple and yellow.
There you go. Not bad. Trading up. And they're stopping the fight. 4-on-1. Banshees taking the victory in 2 rounds.
Up in one Steel Company down, and that ends the fight. Or does it?
Looks like they're starting to, but they didn't realize there's somebody back in the corner. It does get tough. Even fighters in the list, a lot of times the fighters in the list have a little more heads up about what's going on. Occasionally, when some of the marshals get kind of tunnel vision, but if it's happened, it's unfortunately happened to me myself. If you get back in the corner and you have a couple of big boys just right in front of you fighting, you kind of get locked in the back there, and they can't tell if you're doing okay, if you're down, if you're not, and you get kind of lost in the numbers. But that's probably what happened. They realized they were still needed to fight. So Rat Pack taking it in 2.
Up next in the purple and yellow list, we have the company of the Pale Horse and the Cincinnati Barbarians men's team.
The company of the Pale Horse has equally kicking butt and taking initials. Love that phrase. We'll use it. And they've been coming out strong. I know they're kind of a mix of some fighters from some other teams and everything, but they have been dominating and having massive performances. I know specifically I was talking to Blade Poole earlier, fighter down from Corpus, who's with the Pale Horse today, and has been getting takedown after takedown after takedown, and his performance has been amazing. And up next in the red and blue list, we have the Berserkers, all the way from down under, and the San Jacinto Knights from Houston, Texas. Rat Pack cheering up the crowd, getting everybody excited.
I just noticed.
Yeah.
First time all
I noticed
day.
like 45 minutes ago. It was supposed to have been there the entire day.
I'll tell you, so many improvements, it's hard to keep track of them all.
We're just remarking, and you can tell in between the two lists, there's that area with the marshals and the great Larry down there running the event. But on the each side, you see 2 little parapets, little towers, and they actually have the names there on which side which teams are there on which side of the list.
No such notification. I don't see that for the purple and yellow list. So we'll keep following along. Although I do see the awesome Possums getting ready to take field up in the next few rounds.
Having fought against San Jacinto, so the last couple of years, San Jacinto has really grown into a really dominant team, and it's been really exciting to watch them get to a higher and higher level. And even in their performance in Kansas City about a month and a half ago, just outstanding and really upsetting a lot of teams that underestimated them. And so San Jacinto was one of the teams I was really excited to watch and see how they performed today.
Initial contact.
Oh, huge hits on the hand.
Pale Horse taking it to the Barbarians. All 10 fighters still up right now, I believe.
Oh, and a Pale Horse fighter just knocking the shield right off the hand of the Barbarian.
We've seen several gauntlets come off when that happens, and fighters being sat down because of it.
Yeah. It's in a handful of gauntlets, and I think about 6 axes now.
Oh, one fighter taken down, hit from behind.
Ooh! A great open field to side. 2 excellent open field to side! Oh my gosh! That is exactly, that is textbook open field axe fighters to side. That is excellent. 2 in a row, and then coming down and getting another 3 in a row.
That's 4-2 in a trade. That's 3-on-1. Marshall stopped the fight in favor of Pale Horse.
Exactly. Or saying Pale Horse coming out and just literally sweeping these rounds. That fighter in the middle, 1, 2, 3.
That was a beautiful takedown. He was being checked in the face, but leaned out to the left, swept his opponent's right foot, and he just went down clean like the ground yanked him down.
It's perfect. Yeah, when you have the two-handed axe, you take that. I was talking to one of the Dominus axe fighters recently, and when you do, you step to the side. You can essentially let them use that momentum. You take the half of that axe, put it right into the armpit, carry them through, make them off balance. Put your foot right in the way, and with all this armor on, if you lose your footing just even by a little bit, you're on your way down. It's really hard to recover when you start stumbling, and it's all it takes. And you see right there, 1 on the left, 1 on the right, boom, boom, 2 fighters down, and completely change the tide of it. Let them in.
When we mentioned the surface out here, I don't know if I believe they may have maybe prepared the surface a little bit differently. It looks a little more hard packed than in previous years.
Yeah, like they stamped it down.
I know in some previous years we've come in here directly after a rodeo, and it's been churned up pretty well. We're getting ready for the Australian team against San Jacinto.
San Jacinto having one of the largest fighters in the sport on their team. Big Nick Dahl, towering over over the rest of the competition. Good use of isolating one of the arms.
I believe this is SJK's first fight of the day.
Oh, Tanner coming in with a big hit to the side.
Pale Horse and Barbarian switch.
Excellent railroad by number 1 on Australia. Completely missing that axe shot. Going in for a check.
Looks like a bit less of a trade, more of a Pale Horse victory. Taking it in 2 rounds on the purple and yellow list. Good Aussie movement, but Aussie's losing a fighter.
See Charles. Oh, and a giant hit to the bicep. Hopefully it was armor there, because that's typically a spot that usually doesn't have as much armor.
One night down.
Taken down.
Looks like another Aussie fighter is down in the corner.
We ourselves a 3-on-2. Excuse me, a 4-on-2. San Jacinto ahead.
And that mountain of a knight just stalking up behind the Aussie.
And bodying him up against the list. I mean, if you have the ability to, that's a great technique. Just body him out. And it's perfect. He isolates one fighter, completely takes him out the fight, and it just allows the other 2 fighters to just work the other one down.
Wailing shots coming down on that right arm.
Taylor swings, checks the field, swings, checks the field. Making sure
and
goes behind him. And he takes a
fighter
knee.
takes a knee. Smart move.
Yeah.
It looked like he was pretty defenseless there.
And that's kind of what you have to do. Either you just take the shots or know when to hold them, know when to fold them.
And it looks like our medics are working up there on the purple and yellow list. I didn't see who went down. Could have been a barbarian.
Yeah, it's hard to tell on the ground who it might be. And thankfully, we've gotten this long in the day without any serious injuries. You know, a few hiccups, some wear and tears, a few big hits, but for the most part, everyone's been pretty healthy.
Seen a twisted knee earlier, but the medics end up sitting back down pretty quickly, so hopefully it wasn't too bad.
Yeah. Rub some dirt on it, get back in.
Easy to do here at TIA Garrison. There's been, because we have these two lists running and how efficiently the tournament is going, there's just constant fighting. And in the past, it's almost been a little bit of a stretch to fill some of the time with, you know, announcements back from the duels and the Outrance Pro fights. We haven't even gotten to wrap up the Outrance winners from yesterday.
We didn't.
Because there are so many winners from that large tournament and so much action. There's not much low time in between. And it did look like a Cincinnati Barbarian limped his way off the field, but under his own power.
Yeah, thankfully walking off himself. A little bit of a limp, but walking off himself, and that's exactly what you want to see. One San Jacinto fighter going down, back in the red and blue list, round 2. Australia trying to take advantage of the numbers with a few big unchecked axe swings.
I believe we have a broken pole axe.
Another broken axe. I think the 7th one of the tournament. It's still usable. Fighter Charles not sure what to specifically do, but is grabbing another axe. That should have been a perfect opportunity for Australia to seize, but unfortunately wasn't able to.
Oh!
Charles unable to finish that
Someone
takedown.
needs to free that axe before that goes somewhere it doesn't need to be.
Absolutely. That is like walking out of the bathroom with toilet paper on the back of your shoe. It's a token of of the battle he just had.
One marshal sees it, is trying to catch another marshal, and the Aussie fighter is completely unaware, brother. That's what teammates are for.
There you go. Yeah, he was about to have a nice surprise. It's maybe a bidet.
Tidewater versus Gladiators from New York City up in the purple and yellow list. Tidewater in the purple and black. Gladiators in red.
I do love the Tidewater name. Tidewater Dogs of War. I gotta say that's a good name.
2 Gladiators down. And it looks like several more. The Marshals have stopped that fight in favor of Tidewater.
Sweeping victory 4v1. And it looks like on the red and blue list, Berserkers coming out with a victory in round 2. And we're going to round 3. Berserkers flying in from Australia. San Jacinto from Houston, Texas. Looks like we might have another fighter down at the top. The yellow and purple lists. But he's doing okay. He's doing okay. He was able to roll out of the list and get up on his own half.
Sometimes it's just the awkwardness of trying to stand back up with armor pieces dripping off of you.
It is weird when the knees kind of just crooked a little bit and that you had to like get away from the knee cop and kind of stand back up. It's difficult, especially after exhaustion, just standing back up with all that weight on your body.
Oh, a hard hand shot from the poleaxe there to the Aussie.
Round 3 already on its way. Big axe strikes on both sides.
Aussie's working for the backfield.
Oh, Santacino going down.
One night down.
And a
Oh,
pushover by the great mountain of a man.
it's 4-4.
Evens out. So we have 4 one-on-ones split up here.
And a
And
trade.
unfortunately not able to clear grips and going down.
3-on-3.
You can hear him, he is not happy about that at all. Might go to the same tactic.
Fast movement to get out of that corner.
If Nick's able to just get one down, is what you don't want to see. Just time for another fight to go in, create a 2-on-1 before the other teammates go and help him. You don't want to see you walking like that. Santacino fighter in the corner, trying to clear the grips of the Australian fighter. And a pretty big open field tussle there on the side, and both trading down.
It's 2-2.
2-on-2 in the corner, Santacino and Berserkers.
It looks like the Berserker is on the bottom side of that pile just slightly.
Santacino trying to tenderize the Berserker in the corner.
And
Press him down.
raw power.
It's an
Can he roll out?
It's an effective tactic. If you're able to maintain pressure and that much weight on that size of a person, yes, using his weight to his advantage. That's exactly what you need to be doing. But he's able to keep hold of the list.
And it's a 2-on-1 for now.
2-on-1. And not realizing his teammate is down.
And he's free.
Unable to maintain pressure. Now this is going to be tough, trying to get him down.
2-on-1 for the Aussies. And he's down.
And he's taking a knee and getting him down.
Wow, what a fight.
Aussie's taking it in 2 rounds.
What a fight.
Excitement
in
from
the
everywhere
red and blue
around.
list. Wow.
It's a great matchup. That's a great matchup. A lot of the matchups here in the red and blue list, they have been coming down to the wire. And that's exactly, that is a testament to the level of fighting, and just that everyone's on the same plane, and it's good competitive fighting. You hate seeing just like sweep after sweep after sweep after sweep. It's not as fun. It's not as it's not what you really want to see with.
Hey, man, we can't have people cutting through here.
No worries.
Thank you. So the red and blue list was so exciting that I completely missed the second bout of Tidewater. I'm going to check the online scorecard to see if we can get a result from that.
Up next in the purple and yellow looks like the Twin City Wyverns and Cincinnati Barbarians. No, sorry, the Berserkers. I made the mistake earlier. It is the Berserkers, 100%.
So in a very short break earlier, I was able to check the pronunciation, and it seems that it is
Wyverns. Got it. And it looks like that both teams going to work to do a corner. There's a couple of fighters down there, and we have the Berserkers with 5, Wyverns with 3.
So it looks like Tidewater took the last bout 2-1 over the Gladiators.
Barbarian just throwing Wyvern there in the open field, and now we have ourselves a 5-on-2. They're not stopping the fight for this one. It has to be down to 1 fighter before they will stop the fight. And there we go. And the marshals will stop the fight. Good call. And in the red and blue list, we have ourselves Ordo Obelus and Order of the Pegasus. Ordo Obelus and Order of the Pegasus. Order of the Pegasus in the maroon and fleur-de-lis. Ordo in the black and purple.
A trade early on. I think a marshal may have missed, but there we go. That fighter that was down a moment ago is down officially now. And
yeah,
seems to be a trade. Looking for the count here. It looks like 3-2 in favor of
Ordo.
Ordo.
I believe that Ordo fighter was sat during that throw. So if you have an illegal throw, you will be sat. I think they might have had that fighter might have had too much of an arm lock to
on block for it to be legal, and took him down. So I believe that's why they were sat. So we have Ordo and Order in the left corner. Both trading down. Now we have 2 Ordos in one Order. The Pegasus in the back in the top corner. Communicating, working together, trying to hammer her down.
Needing to watch the back of the headshots.
Absolutely. That's what you don't want. Losing that momentum for illegal strikes.
It looks like that fighter's transitioned to a shoulder strike of the pommel.
That's a tough position to be in for that Order fighter, because that's hard to get out of, but is able to do it. And rolling around, excellent. Keep both fighters in front of her, but back into the headlock.
Almost out underneath the list.
And the Ordo fighter sat, and if the other Ordo fighter is able to maintain pressure and push it through the list, they'll take the round, take the victory.
Looking for that right leg.
The Pegasus fighter fighting back and able to stand back up. And in the purple and yellow list, the Berserkers taking the victory over the Wyverns in 2 rounds.
And
moving back around, and
that's a tie.
Looks like it is a draw. Unable to clear the grips at the very end, forcing a draw.
Technically, yes, a draw, not a tie. Thank you. Yeah. That is correct. I mean, technically correct is the best kind of correct.
That's what we strive here at the announcer booth. And while we may not be correct at all, if we are correct, we want to be technically correct.
Doing what we can. Thanks for cheering on from Houston, Fontana, California, and Oregon.
Now,
on the purple and gold list, what were you about to say?
No, I was going to say, well, there's a clarification I want to make sure we have. With that draw, is the round redone? And will it go into 3 rounds, 4 rounds? Or is the round to watch, and if they need to go to a 4th round, they will after the 3rd? We will get clarification and let you know.
Looks like we have Bastion taking the field on the purple gate against the Portland Reavers. Again, if you're just now joining us, you can take a look at a focused view of the purple and yellow list on the Palmetto Knights Facebook page. The link is in the description of the YouTube stream as well, if you want to pull up 2 screens to have them both going. Both links are on the PalmettoKnights.com/Carolina-Carnage. Red and blue list is on YouTube.
And red and blue list on their way. Starting the next round, Order the Pegasus and Order Obelus. And I was told Obelus actually means waffle.
That's what I was told.
I was a little confused. Someone made the joke because you have Order Draconis and Order Obelus. And then waffle. I said, yeah, it's waffle. I said, delicious. Purple and yellow list. A couple of fighters already down.
Looks like it was a trade, it seems. 4-4. Lots of pressure on those fighters up top.
A couple of fighters stuck in the corner and taking one of them down. And it looks like there's some possible confusion on the purple side of the list.
Still 4-4 for Pegasus and Obelus.
I believe some of the marshals, what it looked like some of the marshals thought it might have been a 3-on-1 when there was still the fight happening in the top corner.
There was a trade down on the red and blue list, so it's 3-3.
And they resume fighting in the purple and yellow.
Does it look like maybe 5-2 up there?
4-2, I believe. 1, 2, 3, 4. One fighter hidden behind the other.
Yes, 4-2.
And in the red and blue, we have 3-on-3, but one
now
trade making it 2-2.
And a 2-1.
Obelus.
They got through.
Oh, 1-1.
They got through the last one. See if they can do it again. Tripping the Ordo fighter over the Pegasus fighter.
Now last round. This is what it came down to, and it came down to a tie again
For most, if not all, the marbles. And it looks like they do have an actual stop fight. The purple and yellow list.
Bastion taking that round.
You can see the fatigue start setting in the red and blue list. We're getting late in the day. A lot of these fights have gone to 3 rounds.
And many of these fighters competed yesterday in the duels and outrance fights as well. It looks like possibly an advantage here with that poleaxe.
He's going to make sure she's not pressing that axe on her neck and taking a weapon away from the Pegasus fighter.
Well, the question here is, who has what? They both had hands on that other axe.
I believe the Ordo fighter took the axe from the Pegasus fighter, threw it on the ground. The Pegasus fighter then immediately reached into the Order fighter's axe to hold on to that. So if it plays like I think it will, yes, the Phoenix fighter will have to go back and get a new axe because hers was still on the ground. And is able to do so with a big check. It's the Order of the Pegasus fighter support staff helping them out. It's wonderful for these fighters because, you know, with the vision they have in some of these helmets, it's hard to tell what's going on.
Will we have another trade?
And it's trying to force her down, losing pressure. Now the Ordo Obelus fighter has to go and grab a new weapon. Right back to the other side of the list, unable to take offensive actions. But Pegasus pinning her up against the blue side.
Not a good spot for Obelus. Up in the purple and yellow list, Bastion wailing away.
Big hits, one after another.
Wailing away on the
overhead
Reavers in the
axe
corner.
strikes.
One Reaver down. Seems to be another Reaver down in another section of the list. Maybe the marshals are calling. What are they calling?
They have a stop fight.
Well, it's
Possibly for some clarification, one of them might be sat. And we're running to a time limit on the red and blue list. If there's 10 seconds with inactivity, we'll stop it. But it's been, I think that's the first fight of the weekend going to the time limit. I was remarking earlier with some of the fighters, like it's been awesome seeing all these fights, not just in 10, 15, 30 seconds, but these fights are going into 3-4 minutes, and this one going to the time limit. Actually, I think that's the first one I've seen since I've been in the sport where it goes to the end.
That was one round. Who won the first? We'll have to check the scorecard. Then it went to a tie. Then it went to a timed tie. So
will they might be going back to the to another one.
Will they count this as will they need another round? Are they going to score it by who had the most in round one? Looks like the marshals are trying to discover the answer to that, but the fighters are getting ready to go again.
Yeah, with these melees, a lot of tiebreakers and stuff will amount to how many fighters are left at the end of the rounds, and so you get points for having fighters still standing at the end.
And on the purple and yellow list, we have Cerberus making their way to the field. They'll be facing Windigo.
Windigo out of Canada.
Do you know the legend of the Windigo?
I vaguely do. I know it is a what's the word? I can't think of the word. I've said too many words today. Like Bigfoot, the Windigo. I mean, from my understanding, it's mostly the northern Bigfoot.
So I apologize for quizzing you on possible.
Yeah, putting me on the spot here. I mean, I know I was here to talk about Booher. I know that's what I know.
Well, from my understanding, it's a native legend about if someone is starving, they should not eat the flesh of another human, otherwise they'll turn into a Windigo and be constantly hungry for human flesh. And it seems today that our on-the-field Windigo are hungry for that flesh still.
I see. I was wondering where you're going with it. I like it. I like it. I like it.
Down here on this fourth round between Obelus and Pegasus, it looks like we're suddenly at 3-3, maybe?
And we're down to a 2-on-2. And with Pegasus trying to push him over onto the...
What are the marshals going to rule here? 2-1 in favor of Pegasus. Not a good spot for Obelus.
Yeah, that Ordo fighter is just opened to take hits. And number 13 for Ordo Pegasus just wailing.
And
that's all you need.
That's the round to Pegasus. Windigo and Cerberus making contact in the far list. Big axe shots blocked by the smaller axe. A good check, pushing a Windigo back.
Good falchion strikes.
And it looks like they almost have a Windigo down. There's one.
Oh, a nice Windigo fighter able to maintain balance by pushing the Cerberus fighter into the list.
I believe it's 5 for Cerberus. There's another fighter down. I think that's a Windigo. Maybe 5-3. Hard shots.
And one those shots taking the Windigo fighter down. We're on a 4-on-2, 5-on-2. Now this is a spot that you have to make sure if you are striking with such force in that type of group, you got to make sure you're not actually hitting your own teammate. That is a absolute possibility. And
the marshals call it Cerberus taking the first round.
And you got to see that teammate back in practice the next week.
Or on a long drive home. Rich, great to see you cheering on YouTube.
And we're going to another round. Ordo Obelus and Order of the Pegasus. I have to pause because every time I want to say Order of the Phoenix, and I know that is wrong. Wrong fantasy creature.
I'm going to take a look at the scorecard real quick and see if we can get a little bit of an update. So, apparently, the first round of Pegasus and Obelus was a tie. The second round was a tie, and the third was the first scoring.
It was the first scoring round.
Well, and with that being the only decisive round,
so I guess since
Pegasus takes the win.
Went to 3 rounds with more victories, it is technically the best out of 3.
Yep.
And we like being technically correct.
Looks like one Cerberus fighter down in the far list.
Windigo's coming out strong. Trying to drag that Cerberus fighter at the top down.
Just a mass of humanity. A trade.
Windigo searching for where he can help out, helping his team. Going for a head rip.
It looks like Windigo are up.
Hopefully not losing balance and pushing his own teammate over. That's a risk.
Now it's even.
That's an unfortunate risk. You push too hard and the other teammate's not in a good position. Pushing both of them down. Now.
There's a Cerberus fighter down in this corner. I can't tell.
I believe it is a 1-on-1 in the corner. 2-on-1.
2-on-1, but I think it's 2-on-1 Windigo. Well, this is strange. I'm confused.
Stop fight. One of them will be set. Look, they're checking his armor. Might be an armor failure.
They might center him up. No.
And they will be resuming fighting. It is a 1-on-1. European kit versus Eastern kit.
Cerberus with his back to the down fighters, trying to turn the Windigo, and now he does. A good low knee.
Was able to just keep pressure and drag him down the list, but losing that advantage. Trying to do the same thing. Windigo get his leg behind, try to pop that hip out.
That Windigo fighter in green, very effective, but was that a kneel?
Possibly.
That was a kneel.
Kneeled and gassed out? That was a kneel.
A gauntlet came off quickly. He doesn't appear gassed. He's moving quickly to unhook his helmet.
Might have lost the gauntlets. Hard to tell from this angle. But they're hugging each other.
Yeah. Good round. So,
Cerberus takes the round.
And the fight. Up next on Purple and Yellow, we have the first fight for Atlanta Vanguard and the awesome Possums fighting out of the home team, Palmetto Knights. In the blue and red list,
we have the red side, Steel Coven, and the blue, Banshees.
I believe I was talking with Moose Lord earlier about favorite team names. And Steel Coven is just.
You like Steel Coven?
Steel Coven is my favorite team name.
I think Tidewater Dogs of War has got to be mine. Yeah. I have a soft spot for War Pigs also. I think because the image it evokes in my head is delicious looking and ferocious.
Well done, fighters. Great match.
And those Windigo and Cerberus fighters embracing a bit.
We have a lot of those fighters that actually fought with and against each other in different aspects.
Such a great day of fighting so far. And we are ahead of schedule on the purple and yellow list. We have recovered from being 15 minutes behind to being 15 minutes ahead.
Another testament to how well this tournament has been run and how smooth everything is going.
All right, first contact, the Banshee.
A couple big hits to the helmet.
Every time the Banshees take the list field, I'm tempted to try my Irish impression.
I was hoping you would say your Banshee yell, your Banshee scream, the wail. I was hoping it would be one of those things, but.
Oh, the Banshee may be wee, but fierce. Banshee.
That's a great movie. The Banshees of Inisherin. No fighters down yet in the red and blue list.
That's a southern Australian accent. Wait, is that a Banshee down?
Is a Steel Coven down.
Steel Coven down. 5-4 Banshee.
Banshee going over to help over that 2v1. Big shot to the side of the head. Big shot to the side of the thigh.
That fighter's just knocking, saying, is this good enough? Is this good enough? No, a trade.
I was just going to say, it's hard. You got to make sure if you're dragging one down that you're not also going to get, your teammate as well. You got to make sure your teammate is free of those grips.
Well, yes, okay, the Marshals have a good eye on that. Marshall having a good eye that Banshee
will be sat down.
Fighter had both feet outside the list.
Now we're working with a 3-on-2. Banshee's still Coven. And we have lifts off on the purple and yellow list.
Vanguard and the awesome Possums. The Possums in blue and white. Vanguard in purple and black. And other colors. Two fresh teams. Two friendly teams.
And you can see it. You can see how fast they're going, how hard they're swinging.
They know each other. They train together. And we may have missed the end, but it looked like Banshee took red and blue.
The victory.
Several fighters down up top. It looks like the Possums have the lead for now. Or, no. Another Possum down. That's 3-2 Vanguard.
A couple fighters working in the corner, breaking out.
Those leg shots softening up the Possum.
Possum trying to help his teammate out. It's a hard shot to the spine and to the butt. Oh goodness, 2 big shots to the butt.
3.
And a lot of fighters, if you're bent over like that,
2-1.
if you're bent over like that, there's no protection in the area, and you're just getting spanked. And with one fighter still standing, Vanguard
A trade.
looking around, making sure he's the last one standing.
At the Dragons Cup tournament in Atlanta, the Possums brought out squeakers and passed them out to the crowd to get their little possum squeak going on.
There you go.
And there was even, at one point, I'm told, some squeakers were attached to weapons so that they squeaked when they were hit.
You know, that it's sort of like, you know, the armor's just covered in those chickens, you know, that make that noise, and you just have a symphony of squeaks.
Well, at the Dragons Cup, always glad to boast on that tournament. So well run that they had I forget the name of the type of tournament, but they had medallions on their hips, hands, and a dragon on the head. And you fought until all the parts were destroyed. So we have the Banshee taking the center, keeping Coven in their own backfield.
Zoning around.
This isn't about yardage or territory.
It's about bodies standing up, and we have an equalized number until now. Now we have ourselves a 5-on-3.
I see one coming down, another I'm not seeing.
Oh, there's another Coven there in the inside of that list. Another down, and 5
that round
on 1.
goes to the Banshee up top in purple and yellow. The Possums pushing hard against Vanguard. It looks like it's 3-3. Basically 3 one-on-one fights.
Now that is a shield you don't see in melees very often. A whole round, a giant round shield.
One Possum down, and the Vanguard is ruled still up.
Nice trip with that Possum, and taken down.
1-1.
Oh!
The Possums take it back.
And
it's 1-1.
trying to get the hit stick, but just denied right back in the face.
2 fresh teams taking a hard round. Going to 3.
You know, that's probably the reason, you know, in that second to last takedown there, it's probably the reason why a lot of fighters don't use that big of a shield, because all you had to do was just grab onto it and drag him right down with them. And setting up a fight that I was looking really forward to, in the red and blue lists, Dominus and Warlords.
Oh, wow.
This is going to be a fight. This is going to be a fight.
Up next in purple and yellow, we have the Lexington Lycans and the Florida Men.
Ooh, the
Always
Florida
unpredictable.
Men. A newer team put together, and there was some working around and with some of the teams in Florida and rearrangements, and the Florida teams represented with the Florida Men.
Florida Men will have to wait for just a moment. We still have a round 3 to decide between Vanguard and the Awesome Possums.
Dominus and Warlords hugging each other. A lot of Warlords fight with Dominus.
Before the action begins, real quick, I'd like to share a little bit of South Carolina geography.
Love it.
Not too far from here, about 45 minutes away, is, and I kid you not,
Don't kid me.
a small hamlet, shall we say.
Push out.
Such a small area that is practically a hamlet of Possum Kingdom.
Interesting.
Possum Kingdom, South Carolina. They used to have a post office.
Now, a little Texas geography. Very close to Dallas. About a couple hours away. It's a couple hours is close to Texas. A couple hours away, there's a Possum Kingdom Lake.
Outstanding.
And we have the beginnings of Dominus versus Warlords. Warlords in the red, white, and blue. Dominus in the blue and yellow and black crosses. Good times on both teams.
Vanguard taking the third fight over Awesome Possums.
One Warlord fighter going down. Now this is something you don't see from both these teams, because typically both teams get decisive victories within a few minutes.
3 Warlords down.
And now we have a 5-on-2.
Not for long, it looks like a Warlord. Nope. He was able to circle back to the list field.
Cyrus and BJ still standing up from the Warlords. Warlords trying to work around what we call the hump and bump.
And
that goes down.
Wow, that was a great bout up on the purple and yellow list. And
Absolutely.
a wonderful opening round down here. My concern yesterday with trying to call 2 lists at the same time, I made a comment to Derek on our production team that it might be a bit like having potato salad and ice cream. You know, they're both good on their own, but you might not like together. I think right now we're doing okay. We're doing okay.
Yeah, as long as we keep both foods in separate bowls, we'll do all right. One bite, then one bite. One bite, then one bite. You know, the aftertaste kind of mingles in. It might be a little troublesome, but looks like the Warlords are trying to substitute in, get a couple of the different fighters. There's a couple of the Warlords talking to each other. Dominus, each side of the rails talking to each other, formulating game plans.
We've got the Lexington Lycans taking the field in blue and green. At the purple list, and the Florida men in gold and red checky and black.
Round 2, Dominus and Warlords are to effect. Johnny Porter rushing through the lower lists.
Johnny had some great outrance fights yesterday.
Absolutely.
Looking fresh today.
Charlie getting his weapon tied up. Both teams, excellent teamwork, trying to get the numbers in, helping each other out. We're not working on one-on-ones. Adam Harrington searching the field, seeing where he can be most effective.
One Warlord down, another.
3 Dominus fighters going to the backside corner, hunt down.
Just a pile.
Looks like Daniel Winters and Joseph Brandt coming in.
Oh, a hard knee in the corner.
Popnose hits up and is still able to stand up, unable to take him down. And just a garbage disposal of metal in the back corner. Both Warlords fighters doing excellent about staying up.
Oh, a good knee to the head.
And when you're fighting Brennan, what it looks like, I believe that is, yeah, when you're fighting Brennan, if he has a hands on you, he is not taking you down.
One Warlord breaking free to recover a weapon.
And unfortunately, they're able to clear his grips.
And that's 5-1 in favor of Dominus.
Dominus winning in 2.
And it looks like the Lycans just finished up their first round against the Florida men, both teams' first bout. And the Lycans taking it 3-1.
The marshals counting the numbers, making sure they have the numbers correct. And up next in the red and blue lists, we have Cerberus, Benefica, and the Dallas Mythics.
As a reminder, if you're just now joining us, the purple and yellow list is streaming on the Palmetto Knights Facebook page. The red and blue list is streaming on the Palmetto Knights YouTube channel. Both links can be found in the description of each, as well as on the palmettoknights.com/Carolina-Carnage.
Feel free to post those links out to your friends and families on your own social medias. More eyes on the sport is what we want.
Like, share, and subscribe. The more likes you get, the harder they hit. Scientifically proven.
For every like, an axe fighter will hit as hard as they can. And that's what we want to see.
That's true.
And for every axe strike, an angel gets its wings.
Let's see. Is that Steel Coven and
It is
Cerberus?
Dallas, yes, Cerberus and Dallas Mythics.
Okay.
Dallas Mythics on the blue side, and still Coven, excuse me, Cerberus on the red side.
If you have not fastened with the Canadian football, please.
Dallas Mythics just sweeping the competition today.
Initial contact up top between the Lycans and Florida men.
The 40 men from Vikings are at each other again.
Oh, and
trade.
a trade. A little ring around the fall down.
And a Florida men trip. Hard Polak shots.
Oh, just taking one after the other. That's a long hafted axe. Trying to pop the hips for a hit drag and getting it down, dragging him down the inside of the list. Oh, and a big kick, kicking that heel out.
Hard shots to the thigh, and that's the fight. 3-1 in favor of the Lycans. And I'm just now noticing their first time on the field. If you take a look at the back of the Lycans tabards, they have what appears to be a claw slash.
Let's see. Somebody turn around.
Well, at least one fighter did. There's one.
Oh, yeah, there it is. The fighter moving to the back of the list right now.
Lycans taking it in 2. Up next in the purple and yellow list, we have the Iron Lions Vanguard, which is not Atlanta Vanguard, and Order of the Gauntlet and Rose, a team I have not seen here before.
Will they be donning roses as they fight? That'd be fun. Maybe the calling cards as they're down, they lay a rose down on them.
But you must be careful. Every rose has its thorn.
At least one. And now that's going to be stuck in my head for a solid hour and a half. And we have the Mythics and Cerberus starting off the second round.
A quick takedown of a Cerberus fighter.
Missed cross check. See that center fighter looking for someone to go through. Looking for a head rip.
Another Cerberus fighter down. One Dallas fighter down. 4-3 in favor of Dallas.
And swinging the fighter around, trying to get him down, able to succeed. The match is just kind of hard to see who's on who.
That's 3-3. Cerberus evening it up and taking another of the Dallas fighters down.
The Dallas fighter's going to get that person out.
It's
able to
2-2.
quickly moving on to a 2v2. Now this is where you really have to work together, making sure you're able to kind of isolate different spots, working up from like a 1.5 to, one on, instead of 2 1-on-1s, you kind of have a 1 and a 1.5.
Oh,
She says, come back here with her axe. And 3 fighters.
Well, no.
Still possibly up. I think they're checking to see if we'll be set. No, it stood up. And now we have a 1-on-1 in the corner. Dallas and Cerberus.
And it's a trade. Fighting that round to a draw on the purple and yellow list. We have the Iron Lions in white and black. Iron Lions Vanguard against the Order of the Gauntlet and Rose. Iron Lions up right now.
And 2 big flying kicks.
And that, I believe, is 5-1 in favor of the Lions.
2 flying kicks, double the fun, double the power. Looks like there's one fighter limping off.
One of the Mythics getting a little help.
Looks like possibly a knee. Unfortunately, that is one of the body parts that takes the most damage in this sport.
Certainly. Up on the purple and yellow list, we have round 2, Iron Lions in quartered black and white. Order their Gauntlet and Rose in black with white trim.
Starting off with a big front kick. Now, we said before, the rules with hybrid extending with the front kicks to the knee, you have to make sure you are actually hitting where you're supposed to, either high thigh or to the hip to break them down. Because if you get too low, you don't want to be sad, you don't want to be carded for a strike accidentally.
Looks like a trade out in the center of the ring.
It's great watching these new fresh teams come in, bring a lot more tenacity.
Another Gauntlet fighter down. 2
big one-handed strikes.
And another Gauntlet fighter down. It looks like 5-2, I believe, in favor of the Lions.
I think there have been more front kicks in these two rounds than there has been this entire day.
2 fresh teams coming in.
And we have a stop fight.
That's 5-1 in favor of the Lions. Taking that in 2 rounds. Up next, purple and yellow, we have the Blood Eagles and the New Order.
Oh, I like that name. That name might move up to the top 3 of names I like. It just seems menacing. It seems menacing. It's vague enough where it's menacing. You don't know which order and how new it is. You know, it's I like it.
Well, as chaotic as these battles are, we have so many orders out here. So much order in this chaos. The Order of the Waffle, the Order of the Gauntlet and Rose. So many. The New Order.
I mean, yeah, the Order of the Pegasus. So, I guess you seriously was saying order up.
Now we have round 2. Well, that was interesting. Shield hit the ground.
The shield.
Okay, there we go. Marshall with a good eye on that. So
it's an interesting call because the shield is not a weapon per se.
1 Cerberus fighter down. Yep, and the Marshal got a good eye to make sure cannot grip your own blade.
Yep.
A trade on the near side list.
Now there's ways to get around that. You're able to kind of put it in the bell of your gauntlet or maybe into the, wrap your palm, and so you get kind of on the knuckles, but you're not allowed to grab any blade in any sorts. Oh, and a big shot to the spine.
4-3 Dallas. Big axe shots to the hip. Coming into the hip again.
Two fighters going down. Suicide hug.
That's 3-2. Oh! And that's 3-1. The fight is stopped.
And the Dallas Mythics taking the round.
In the purple and yellow list, at the purple gate, we have the Blood Eagles in red and black. The New Order at the yellow gate in black and...
dark green?
Is that green and black?
Yeah, it was like black diamonds.
Black trimmed in a kind of pale black.
Whatever it is, I like it.
And they'll begin their first battle of the day.
Blood Eagle taking the backfield. These are the New Order, making sure they have good field vision and not allowing a check out of nowhere.
Fast-moving marshals. A flying grab, and it looked like it may have resulted in a takedown.
And a few fighters trading.
Oh, we have half to the face. 3. Short haft right to the face. These vicious shots from these fresh fighters.
New Order saying, you hit my friend, I hit you. Oh, almost a quick takedown by New Order. Blood Eagles just punishing the fighter.
And that's the fight for the Blood Eagles, round 1. All right, folks, I'm going to take a short break, and Nate, the Moose Lord Maxfield, will be taking my place for these next several fights. We'll see you again soon.
And up next in the red and blue lists, we have Ordo Draconis in the green and black, and the San Jacinto Knights in their classic red Templar.
Looks like I showed back up just in time. Root on my team, Ordo Draconis.
Did you get some food, get some coffee, coming back fresh?
I sure did.
There we go.
Feeling fresh, looking fresh. That's how I do it.
I mean, the looking fresh was a given. That's just going to be case in point. Put a feather in his cap and call him fresh.
Tip of the hat, too. Ooh, yeah. It'll be interesting to see how Ordo handles the Knights. They're a little bit, the Knights tend to be a little bit, let's say, grapple-oriented, striking-oriented, where definitely Ordo has their mobility in check.
You know, San Jacinto's been working a lot on their grapple game.
Yeah.
They still have two very high-level strikers, Taylor and Tanner, both wielding axes. Taylor there in the center. I know he's always on the hunt, just looking for open spots. I heard him say one time, we were talking about, he was hitting somebody, he was like, you know, I work out really hard to hit people, and I'm good, and damn it, I'm going to hit them. I can't blame you.
Any sport where you can hit somebody with an axe in the head for free and not go to jail is a great sport to be.
Sign me up. I mean, exactly.
Let's go.
And you watching at home can also find a local chapter near you. And we have the next round of New Order and the Blood Eagles. New Order, you get a two shot, 3, 4 shots on the Blood Eagles.
Or they take a trade. All right.
They're half shot. And we have the start of round 1 of Ordo Draconis and San Jacinto Knights in the red and blue lists.
Price coming in. Oh,
Sparks flying.
Oh, yeah.
Ordo trying to get in the backfield.
Moving in the backfield. Ordo taking more space in the list themselves.
Oh, nice opening. One San Jacinto fighter down.
Good trade there.
It's going to be a decision on the Marshal to see if he is sad or not.
And he is.
The Marshal sits him.
Meanwhile,
San Jacinto not happy about it. Oh, is that Bill Woodbury?
looks like a 2-on-2.
We'll take his classic shield and a couple strikes to the arm, trying to help his teammate out. 2-on-2.
See if they're able to use those bodies to their advantage.
They're trying to escape.
Ordo gets
and
another
thrown
takedown.
down.
2-on-1 in favor of Ordo.
Might have been a little tricky. It looked like that haft was kind of in the neck region.
Yeah.
And a 2-on-1. It's not impossible, but trading down, and Ordo Draconis taking round 1.
Another close fight. It's like Blood Eagles and the New Order going into a third round on there. Second round for New Order versus, or third round for New Order and Blood Eagles.
Order and the Blood Eagles. We were remarking just a second ago, with these last 3 fights in the purple and yellow list, having new teams come in, they're bringing in a whole new set of energy into these fights. Because we were looking at some of the red and blue list earlier. It's now, as you see, the fatigue starts sitting in, and as some of the fighters are starting to warm back up, because a few of these teams had fights earlier in the day,
Absolutely.
and then a long break and having to kind of warm back up into this next round of fights for them.
Most of these fighters have been in armor since 10 o'clock.
Oh, yeah.
Our time, and it is now almost 3:15. So
Absolutely. And they have more time to go.
Still more fights. So.
And we have a good battle there in the the purple and yellow lists.
Looks like New Order has the advantage, 3-2. Big shots coming in from that striker there.
Yeah, New Order just holding that Blood Eagle open for shot after shot.
Oh, looks like it got switched. A 2-on-1, still in favor of New Order. Going into
a 2-on-2.
Oh, there we go.
Coming out from under the armpit of the New Order fighter. And we have round 2 starting on the red and and blue lists. Coming out with the big shots. 2 big shots on the top side of the list.
Being a little bit more conservative.
The
Taking
pull
a
sword,
run there
and Tanner almost caught off guard.
Ooh, big shot in
But
the back
punished
there.
with a shot. Punished with an axe hit.
Good take.
Oh!
Getting caught up by the knee there.
Getting caught and then tripped. Unfortunate set of circumstances.
Oh, good pickup on the Ordo fighter. That fighter coming in to strike in the back there. Looks like it's 4 on 3.
We have 3 on 3. Possibly a trade down. Now we have a 2 on 3.
2 on-
Order Draconis.
Definitely an advantage to Ordo. That fighter being held, his shots coming in.
A possible armor failure with a boulder run. Coming on clasp.
Oh.
But they say it's okay.
Yeah, I think the rule there is as long as the armor is still on.
It's still effectively
it's still
covering.
effectively,
Yeah.
Even if a buckle breaks, you're still able to fight. Meanwhile, on the left side, looks like there might be a trade.
Unfortunately
trade.
was not able to clear that grip away. It was almost was able to stand back up, but lost balance and falling down. And that's Order Draconis
Order Dakota for 2.
for 2 rounds.
Next up, we have in the yellow and purple, we have Kenya's Fire, they're Kenya's second team, and Detroit Fight Club. Both these teams are out of Michigan, and they tend to have a little bit of rivalry, so we'll see if they bring a little extra punch to the fight and see, see what happens.
It's fun watching teams that are local to each other fight in competition like this, because there's a lot of training back and forth, sharing the knowledge, and if they're chapter matches, right? If they're close enough, and you can't always just train against your own teammate, right? Because you don't get new moves, new things, and new knowledge, right?
Both teams know each other, well. So.
Absolutely. A lot of times, you build camaraderie, build friendships, and then you get beat the crap out of each other in the list, which is what friends do.
Yeah. Sorry, bro. This is for you.
Yeah, exactly. You're not a friend. You can't call somebody your friend if you don't just pummel them with an axe.
Exactly. Is that even friendship if you don't have an axe?
I wouldn't say so.
Not at all.
Because boo hurt is love. Is what it's about.
Kenya's fire moving up. A little slow to engage, but
both teams testing each other, trying to find an opening.
They know each other, so they know the general open moves on them. So. Detroit Fight Club fighter taking the back of the list there, engaging on some shots. Ooh, Kenya's Fire taking down Detroit.
Let's look at the top end. Both number 2s trying to see what they're doing now. Finally engaging with each other.
5-4 advantage Kenya's. They're running charge there.
Kenya's having some new fighters. It's probably fun for this the second team to be training with Kenya's here.
Yeah.
That we normally fight in the red and blue list.
Another trade there at the bottom.
And we have a stop fight. But before they was able to realize it was a stop fight, threw the fighter down.
3-1 in favor of Kenya's.
It looks like in the red and blue list, there's still, there's some clarification with some of the fighters.
Marshall's having discussions. Maybe there was something about that fight they didn't like or didn't see.
They might be contesting the
call.
The call, yeah. Maybe some of one of the fighters being called down might possibly be what they're talking about.
Yep.
Because typically more than 2 points of contact in the ground, you are out. You're set.
The only exception to that is if you're in the middle of a throw and you can almost stand right back up.
Exactly.
Like you can't have any weight bared on the body.
I think that's a specific caveat. Is if it's not an offensive throw or finishing up a throw, that if your weight is on it, that counts as the ground. Because a downed fighter is terrain.
Yep.
The down fighter is there. Now the down fighter can't act on the fight in any way, in any measure. They can assume a defensive position and make sure they're not getting hurt. If they're on the outside of the list, or in the list, they can kind of roll out a little bit and protect themselves. But other than that, they just become terrain. And you see a lot today how other fighters will push other fighters. Some fighters will push other fighters over the down fighters and trip them up. And we have round 2 going in the purple and yellow lists. Kenya's having to go back and get a new weapon, and immediately the strike to the side.
So still in favor of Kansas. See if Detroit can capitalize on that one fighter not having their weapon, but looks like that is not the case.
We have 1 Detroit fighter on the ground.
2 Detroit fighters on the ground.
2 Detroit fighters on the ground.
One was like Kenya.
3 Detroit fighters on the ground.
Oh, 3-2 in
And
favor of
3-2.
Kenya's.
Can you see where they
Big shots coming down on from that fighter from Kenya's.
can be effective? And we have another case in point. You push them over someone on the ground. It's an excellent tactic.
3-1 in favor of Kenya.
In those helmets, it's really, really, really hard to see below
Yeah.
you. Yeah, it's seen on the ground. It's very difficult.
Everything waist up is
Absolutely,
good.
yeah. Field of vision is already skewed in these helmets. Anything below the chest, below the waist, you have no idea what's there. And so if you don't see that there's a fighter down, you get tripped up. And once you start stumbling in all this armor, all this weight, it is almost nigh impossible to recover.
Your center of gravity moves up to your chest.
Yeah,
essentially.
yes. I mean, when you have about 15 to 25 pounds on top of your head, you're kind of just moving around. You don't really know where you can go.
Not of a bobbit. Again, those that are just tuning in, if you're looking to find one of your teams or whoever you want to root for, you can find that on the Palomino Knights webpage, along with both links. We are streaming the yellow and purple list on Facebook and the red and blue list on our YouTube. So if you're listening, go ahead and give us a shout out. Tell us where you're from and where you're watching from and who you're rooting for.
Absolutely. And if you like what you see here, check us out. Help donate. Events like this is only possible with help from registration and donors. And if you don't know how to help, that's the perfect way to do it. And if you like what you see, I know there's a wonderful resource called Night Finder, and it shows all the local chapters and teams across at least across the U.S. and I think also internationally that you can find out. Try us out. Be part of the sport. Because once you, what we've been saying, once you hit someone as hard as you can with a weapon, with a sword, or with an axe, it is hard to say no.
Yeah. There's something about it. No better feeling in the world. I think sometimes.
Now, I will say, once you get hit by one of them, it makes it a little easier to say no, but then you go back and you want to hit them again.
Yeah, you do sometimes start questioning your decisions in life when you're taking an axe shot to the face, but that comes with the territory. And
That comes with the territory. Pain's part of the game.
All right, we got War Pigs versus Northblood in the red and blue.
Northblood on the red side of the list. Coming in from Canada, War Pigs from Sacramento on the blue side of the list.
In the purple and yellow, we have Possum versus Iron Lions.
Possum and the Iron Lions. Fighters already down the red and blue side of the list.
Oh, good shot there into the Northblood.
Going to a 3v3. The Northblood fighter looking for where he can be effective.
Trading awesome Possum.
Who we can hit. Down in the Eastern kit with the spear. Now we have a 2-on-1 in quick succession. Another big kick if you're looking at in the red, purple and yellow list.
Oh, big shots coming to that fighter.
Punishing
him.
Right to the arm.
Punishing him.
Knees, kicks. I've really enjoyed watching the Iron Lions come out because they have been using every body part. Punches, kicks, knees, shoulders, elbows,
They are taking the bite out of that Possum. Meanwhile, on the bottom of the list, back in the red and blue, you have a 2 versus 1. Dancing around there. War Pig egging them on.
Yeah, Northblood, I think, making sure they're not making any mistakes because, this is not the worst position to be in. A 2v1 is still very doable. Oh, the fighter drops his weapon.
Now it's time to punish him.
This might be a time where you're just trying to go down because they have to get to the other side of the list before they can even do anything.
I think he danced his last dance.
Yeah.
And he goes down.
I mean, when you're doing that, the Northblood answered. They said, all right, we'll get you down.
They said 0 out of 10, do not like.
Do not like. You go, all right, well, okie dokie. And so the first round of the red and blue list going to Northblood.
All right, Iron Lions took that first round from the Possums. Tina from Maryland, appreciate you. Rooting for the Iron Lions as well. Thanks so much for watching. They're setting up for their second round for both these lists. Doing some changes, checking armor, making sure everything's safe and secure.
Yeah, at this point in time, this is where you're gonna start seeing a lot, better fights because now everyone's gonna warm back in. And usually for a lot of these fighters, a lot of these teams, it takes a couple of fights to really get back into the groove. Get back into the groove, get back into the thing, and and a lot of people will remark like, yeah, by the end of the day, I'm ready to go. It's like. Fighters who are experienced enough to have full days of fighting and know exactly what it takes. And by the end, they're going like, yeah, give me some more.
Yeah, I've seen. I was down there talking to some of the teams, and definitely the time between matches is really starting to have an effect on them.
Yeah,
they've been in armor for so long. All that time they cool down, and then they have to warm back up.
Exactly.
And those long periods of time, it can have an effect on the body. So.
Yeah, getting a little stiff. I'm gonna shake it out.
All right, second round into War Pigs versus Northern Blood from Canada. The War Pigs shooting the gap there.
Both teams straight in the center.
Both teams making quick moves around the field.
North Blood running, trying to get a cross check.
War Pigs
big strike.
Takes down, advantage to War Pigs, 5-4. War Pigs trying to seal the advantage.
Number 2 trying to get an uncontested strike and able to do it against the War Pig.
Big shots coming into that North Blood in the bottom left corner.
War Pig accidentally hitting his own teammate in the arm.
There's a
loss of a weapon. North Blood having to go back in.
He doesn't see the guy behind him. Maybe. War Pigs.
Isn't able to do it.
Big shot into that War Pig. Did not see it coming. Field awareness is a huge important thing in this.
Absolutely. You don't want someone saying hello from behind you.
Not at all. Still looks like a 3 versus 3 and.
Swing and a miss.
Northern Blood picking up.
Actually heard that from the crowd.
Not sure. It looks like it probably will be a trade down there on the left side.
Yeah, it looks like he is finally down.
Trade is 1v1.
1-on-1 in the corner. Now we'll say he swung it hard enough. We can guess that would have hurt.
I think the win from up here.
Exactly. Yes. A nice cooler breeze on my mustache.
Yeah.
No, that was good. We know that would have hurt. And good open field tackle. Multiple fight. Another round in the purple and yellow list.
Iron Lions taking it to the Possums.
And a draw.
They will go to a third round.
I believe the third or fourth draw we've seen today.
Yeah, it's been a handful. Like I said, these tiers are very equal and
very evenly matched. Absolutely.
You'll see that's why you're seeing these fights that have like just 1-2 or 1v1s at the end, because they're so skilled and so matched.
Yeah.
Nobody has quite that advantage. It's like those little bitty skills and those trips, throws, right positioning, timing, all comes down to matters in the end.
And some of these high-level teams like really try to get everything, try to get numbers advantage and takedowns in the first 30 seconds. And sometimes when it starts, devolving into the later on in the round, you don't really. It could be anybody's game at that point, right?
Exactly.
In those first 30 seconds, there's more organization. You can kind of work on some plays, and that's where the strength of that team really comes from,
Exactly.
And then so. As it goes farther on, and we've been seeing that fight after fight going to 3-4 minutes.
Yeah.
And heck, even one of the fights, Pegasus and I believe Pegasus and Ordo, going to the time limit.
Yeah,
for the first one I've seen. Yeah.
That was the first time we've hit a time limit so far today. This one going to a third, possibly a fourth round if the War Pigs can take a win here.
Yeah.
In cases like that, if they do go to time, it comes down to down fighters on who takes the actual round.
Yeah, and you'll see the marshals count who's up at the end of each fight. That gets notated and exactly when it comes into effect.
Exactly. Next up in the yellow and purple, we have Florida Men versus the Blood Eagles. The Blood Eagles in red, Florida Men in the yellow. Is that an orange and red?
Yeah, it looks like the orange and yellow checkered. I think it will also the other side possibly being black. Need something to turn around.
Yeah.
Yes. Half and half. Or half and then half.
Speaking of which, Florida Man, this is the first tournament that is actually finally fielding an all Florida Man team.
Yep. I know there was some shakeup with some teams down in Florida, so I know there's some reorganizations going on, and it's good to see them here. Absolutely.
I wonder how many of them have news stories on them. It'd be interesting.
Well, it sounds like all of them, at least.
If you're in this sport, I guess so. War Pigs and North Blood going to the third round after that draw. North Pigs pushing up, taking most of the list, not letting them escape. trying to bait them in a few little shots here and there.
Yeah, get North Blood playing it slow, making sure they aren't
Axe
overstepping.
And
we're getting into it. Yeah, there we go.
Oh, nice takedown from War Pigs on North Blood. Oh, another North Blood down. Advantage to War Pigs, 5-3. It's going to be a
and then weapons
weapon
dropped.
there.
Oh, I believe. Oh, the weapon just broke in half. I think that's
right?
the eighth axe that's broken in this tournament.
Another trade there. Still advantage, 4-2 to War Pigs. Big shots coming down on that fighter in the corner. I would hate to be him right now. And a stop fight, 4-1 in favor of War Pigs.
The fighters are getting hit, but think of the axes, people. We have been breaking axe after axe after axe.
Those are a lot of halves.
I do know if you do need an axe, there might be some over there. I believe there's some available for sale. Maybe Brett Skinner. And I know for a fact those halves won't break. But yeah, the red and blue list, the War Pigs taking it in 2.
Yeah. So now they go through a 4th round. I believe this is our 4th round of the day. Hard fighting from both teams. It just goes to show how evenly matched these fighters are.
For sure.
And how much skill has progressed over the years of fighters in their Buhurt, and it's awesome to see.
And from the comments on YouTube, Girl Love Cupcake, is there a schedule online? There is. If you go to palmettoKnights.com and you go to Carolina Carnage, you will find our weekend schedule. Not just today, but the whole weekend. And it shows the lineup of who's fighting to win and which list they're going to be in and which side of the list they're going to be in. And we'll show all throughout today, and we'll be in tomorrow as well.
And you can also find the links for both YouTube and Facebook on that webpage as well. Garrett from Wyoming checking in, rooting for Ian Webb, the Squid Lord himself. Oh, big check there. Looks like a tie or trade there from the, Dominoes. I can't tell.
Yeah, fighters kind of just going down. We're not sure who might or might not be down.
It looks like
the marshals are
Blood
talking.
Eagles. Blood Eagles have the advantage 2-1, and they're stopping the fight.
Yeah, they possibly will down him. Yeah, it looked like that fighter after that throw just had a little bit too much oomph in that throw, and so they went ahead and accidentally downed himself.
Agreed.
It is important. It is important when you're doing those throws called clearing grips. It's important that as you're going down, I mean, there's so many little parts on your armor that gets caught, right? Cops or knee cops, elbow cops, just little pieces hanging because it's metal on metal, right? It drags you down. So you got to make sure that as you do those throws, you're getting clear of that throw so that doesn't happen.
You're definitely trying to not hold on to 300 pounds as it goes onto the ground.
Oh, absolutely.
Metal and men.
Yes.
Absolutely not.
Let him go. Just let him go. Let him fall. But they will reset him, and there you go.
Blood Eagles take the round, 1-0. War Pigs and Northern Blood setting up for their 4th round. They draw again. They could possibly go into a 5th. Blood Eagles resetting, Florida Man resetting.
Marshals doing their checks, making sure every fighter that comes in is equipped appropriately. That means a check on the strap at the bottom underneath the chin of the helmet, the Simon strap at the back of the helmet that attaches the helmet to the brig. Make sure both of those are on. Make sure the armor looks like it is still attached.
Now that is not a requirement, however, to have the Simon strap in the back.
Okay.
But it is just a secondary caution to have. Some fighters do prefer.
For sure, yeah.
And in other leagues, it is required. So that's why you see a lot of fighters with it. All right.
I always keep it on. There's no way I want my helmet flying off. And in the red and blue list, the marshals doing their final checks. Final fighters ready.
4th round, War Pigs versus Northern Blood. Looks like War Pigs have plenty of two-handers on their side.
Oh yeah, as they always do. War Pigs
they
are
all have
notorious for two-handers.
They do. They are a mobile. They like to strike fast, strike hard, and get out of dodge before they get tied up.
Yeah, absolutely have to make sure that you are mobile when doing that.
Yep. Northblood, see if they match them or if they try to do a more grindy style of fighting.
Yeah, and a lot of times it's harder for axe fighters to
tug of war there with the axes in the middle.
to make sure they are able to grapple effectively.
Yeah.
But we have a news at the start of the next round for the purple and yellow list with the Blood Eagles and the Florida Men.
Stalling there a little bit between Northblood and Warpigs. I think the Northblood is trying to get the grapple game in more with the Warpigs than trying to do the strikes.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to see like where's an opening and can we explicitly exploit it, right? Where's the opening, we can exploit it. Let the other team make the mistakes.
Yeah, exactly. Good on the Northblood there, protecting his teammates from that guy in the middle.
Also, that's good trust in the teammate.
Beautiful
And
open
unfortunately,
throw. Using your
tripping up on the side.
Beautiful throw from Andrew Barron there. Big strike coming into the head there of that Northblood on the bottom rail.
Oh, a big hit! You heard that.
Good job on that Warpig picking up that Northblood coming across the list. See, there's another big shot. Oh, shots to the head.
Making sure those aren't illegal strikes. The marshal checking on him.
Northblood out of the list. It is a 4-2 advantage to Northblood.
On the top
and
list.
it's a 3-1.
Oh, we got it with the Warpigs.
Beautiful, beautiful.
The Warpigs will take it in 4 rounds. And looks like there is a fighter that is down. The marshals are calling over a medic to check on him.
I do believe the Blood Eagles took that second round.
They did. Blood Eagles taking it in the second round over the over the Florida Men.
Yep. Next up is in the purple and yellow is the Atlanta Vanguard and the Order of Gauntlets and Rose. Order of Gauntlet Rose in green and white, and Vanguard in purple and black.
So I did say, like, Sim and I were talking about, what are our favorite names?
Yeah.
And I was saying New Order went up there, but I think actually Order of the Gauntlet and Rose it's creeping back up on me. I like it.
A little bit of a mouthful, but definitely.
Yeah, I like the Tidewater Dogs of War. I like the name, rest of name. I like that.
Very surly names.
Yeah. We don't have a name, but we have a title. We have a phrase.
You have to spend more than 3 syllables saying it.
Our skill and glory can't fit into one word. Are you crazy?
Exactly. Warpigs having a discussion with the marshals. I'm not sure what they could be discussing. Maybe it's some of the throws or punches, perhaps.
Yeah, actually, we might have called it early. This round might not have been over yet.
Nope,
they're standing them up.
The stand.
And they're hugging, so that might be the end of it.
Yep, Warpigs take it. 4 rounds. Coming back up that first loss, a draw, and then 2 wins back to back.
Absolutely, yeah.
I'm wondering
it's not over till it's over.
Yeah, I'm wondering how that's going to affect them later with doing 4 rounds. If you look at it, it's essentially doing 2 fights back to back.
Absolutely. With a lot, and as we've gotten later in the day, a lot of these fighters and all these teams who didn't fight early in the day, now they're fighting a little more back to back to back, and so there's a lot less rest going in, and that's actually going to take a much more of a toll on them.
All right, up in the red and purple, you got Gauntlet Rose versus Vanguard. Both still pretty even. Big shots from Vanguard going into those Gauntlet Rose fighters. Trade still 4-4.
Unfortunately, will be sat by the marshal.
Marshall will call that down. Good call on the marshal.
Absolutely, yeah.
Another
down.
Vanguard wrapping up Gauntlet Rose. Looks like he lost a weapon, headed back.
It is important that as you're going down, you got to make sure you do stand up because you're not down until the marshal calls you down.
Gauntlet Rose picking up that fighter that was trying to retrieve a weapon, and
we'll be able to stand.
Beautiful, he was able to.
Tripped up at the very end. It was almost able to get clear of it.
The marshals might set him back up because.
Unfortunately, if the fighter on the ground did grab him and trip him, but he is slow to get up. The marshal's checking on him.
Meanwhile, in the bottom right corner, they are starting to fight.
Yeah, they're gonna not. It's not a local stop. They're gonna do a full stop on the fight and see
what happens.
Oh, and actually, the fighter of Northblood that they call the medic for, looks like he is able to walk on his own.
That's good.
That is great. He's walking off. He's limping off, but he's doing it. Yeah, we don't like seeing injuries here. Unfortunately, it happens.
They are calling a medic to the purple and yellow list. Hopefully that fighter is okay. We'll get him checked out and see what happens.
In any physically taxing sport like this and combat sport, injuries, it's a part of it. It happens, and the sport does really well about trying to mitigate as much as possible. Yep. Not just with the armor, but with the tactics and what is and isn't a legal strike zone.
Yeah, exactly.
And stopping the fights when it actually is a disadvantageous number and you're not able to defend yourself.
Mm-hmm.
What we saw, with the Outrance fights last night. If you're not able to defend yourself after 5 seconds to stop the fight, like we've said earlier, with the nuance between hurt and injured, right? Like, it's okay to hurt each other. We're trying to hurt each other, but we're not trying to injure each other, right? We're going to hurt each other and then hug at the end.
It gets very dangerous when you start getting those spinning and knees and all that armor. Armor is not
absolutely.
very, it doesn't bend like that, and it's very stiff, and sometimes you get, not uncommon for tears and strains that happen.
Yeah, because unfortunately knees don't bend like that either.
No, they don't.
And so what it looks like is the challenge between Ordo and Jacinto a couple of fights ago was reversed, and they might be going to another round.
I do believe so. That is. It looks like they're doing a 3 versus 3. Perhaps in the video we could review it later. That's how many fighters were up when that incident happened, and so that's how many fighters they're coming into the ring with now. So very interesting, and we'll have a refight between Ordo and the San Jose Knights. Again, if you're just tuning in, the purple and yellow list is being streamed to Facebook, and YouTube is the red and blue list.
And the red and blue lists are on its way.
Ordo against the Knights.
Taking it a little bit slower. Now, effectively, this is similar to a 5-on-5, just 3-on-3.
Yeah, with 2 less people. Well, Ordo
trying to trade a couple strikes. Let's see at the top.
2 at the top
Taylor.
here. Both trying to find the advantage.
Oh, big knee. Big knee to the side.
Ordo trying to make a run for it. See if he... Oh! San Jose throws himself with so much power.
Oh, gosh. He might have actually twisted something.
Ordo now has the advantage, 3-2. This is exactly where you want to be at. Hold your partner.
Absolutely, yeah.
And let your buddy go to town.
Yeah, if you're able to kind of isolate a limb, and the fighter's not able to move, you kind of put him in a defenseless position.
Yeah. And as you see, aiming for hands, it's completely legal shots.
Yep. And so what you want to make sure as a striker that you're not actually hitting your own teammates' hands as they're wrapped around.
Like
it's good for that fighter who's in that defensive position to try to turn back around. And they might they're going to call it a fight because it is a 3-on-1.
Ordo takes the round 3-1.
And so I believe that will sustain the call that was made earlier.
Yep. Ordo did take the rounds.
Is that a non-broken axe?
It looks like.
Is that number 9? What the heck? Whoever's hafting these axes, figure it out. Come on, these poor axes, broken left and right. Will no one think of the axe? Please.
It just goes to show how hard some of these fighters are hitting this.
Yeah.
The force to actually snap these shafts. And next up we have Executioners versus
the Northern Wolves.
Northern Wolves.
Not to be confused with the Northblood.
No. Not at all.
But I believe the Northern Wolves coming out of England.
Yep. Northblood is from Canada. Mm-hmm. Plenty of international teams, and if you find yourself watching and you're an international team, by all means, we set aside a certain amount of slots each year for international teams.
Uh-huh.
So if you think you want to come out here and fight a bunch of Americans, we invite you to join us here, and we'd love to have you. So.
Absolutely. And I believe in South Carolina, you still get that good dose of Southern hospitality.
Of course,
that we're known for,
All right. Vanguard and Gauntlet resetting for their second round. Executioners and Northern Wolves setting up for their first.
Yeah, it looks like the Gauntlet fighter, the Order of the Gauntlet and Rose fighter who was on the ground earlier. I think they were able to get him out of the list, but from our perspective, it looks like they're still checking on him.
Yep.
So if we get any word about what's going on, we'll let you know who it is and if they're okay. It's been kind of nice. What we've seen so far is that everyone who was down and needed a little bit of medical assistance has been able to get up
and
walk on their own. which is exactly what you want to see,
Yep.
which is good.
Yep. All right.
And we're starting
first
off.
down into Executioners and
Ooh,
North
both rush up really quickly.
Both teams trying to make a quick, decisive action. Executioner's picking up on it quick, and it's broken down into 1v1s across the list.
Not really what you want to see on a team fight is that 5 1-on-1s, like very clearly 5 1-on-1s. You need to make sure you're helping the team out because a 2-on-1's much better than a 1-on-1.
Yeah. Good kick there from the Executioner, but he's got head control for the.
Might be punished for it, yeah.
Able to slip out.
Excellent way to pop down, slip out. Oh, and then one Northern Wolf down, but a helmet has fallen off. Referees are stopping the fight, making sure that the fighter's able to get out and be okay. It's a dangerous situation, and good heads up with the marshals stopping it immediately and making sure that nothing happens. And we do have resuming fights on the red and blue list, and as well as the purple and yellow list.
Yeah. Gauntlet Rose versus Vanguard in the yellow and purple. Looks like they're all bunched up there in the corner. Not sure who has the advantage. I think it's still 5 versus 5.
Just a cacophony of metal and sweat and anger.
Meanwhile, it still looks like to be even. Executioners versus the Wolves.
4-on-4.
4-on-4. No one has quite the advantage. And broken down again into 4 1-on-1s for grappling.
Yeah, you see one of the Executioners possibly looking to see where they can help out, seeing what they can do.
Looks like Vanguard took that round in the purple and yellow list. Ooh, good kick there. You got to be careful with those strikes to the knee. Very dangerous location to be striking at.
Yeah, if you're not an accurate striker and a good striker, it's hard to go like, well, can I hit in the shin? Because the shin is legal, but it is surrounded by 2 illegal zones of the foot and of the knee. So you got to make sure that you're hitting and striking accurately.
Yeah, exactly.
Because you don't want to. That's a terrible way to get set. Terrible way to get carded and dragged down through the list. And the Northern Wolf helping out his friend, trying to release his grip by just smashing him in the arm. And hopefully doesn't take down both fighters at once, because that's not what you want to do.
Could be a trade there with North Blood. That's still giving the advantage. Oh, there we go. And trade.
Okay, and another trade.
So it's a
1, 2, 3. Humor comes in 3. No, okay.
I do believe that's Dustin from the Executioners.
Okay. Yeah, it's good use of making sure, put both fighters in front of him, see where it's going. Now
he's also can use the bodies again as a kind of a defensive measure.
Yeah, but putting those obstacles on the side, the opposite fighter between him and the obstacles. Possibly trip over, but Mike. It worked out one time. It worked out one time. Can you do it again? Do it again. Uno más. Por favor.
Weapon free.
But it might work against him. Unfortunately, it works against him. Goodness. The ground has no team. The ground needs no team. The ground only takes.
Never
gives. It takes fighter after fighter.
Northern Wolves take that first round versus Executioners. Up next in the purple and yellow, we have the Lycans versus New Order. The Lexington Lycans.
Lexington Lycans.
I'm not sure where they out of. Lexington?
I liken the Lycans.
They are they in the green and blue?
Yeah, Lycans are, and I like to think of it like, I'm remembering it as like Lycans. It reminds me a lot of lychee. That's always green in my mind. So
fair enough. It's a good way to remember.
Yeah.
So many teams. We have over 40 teams registered for this competition this year, which is a record-breaking number.
And you gotta do what you gotta do.
Largest tournament so far in the United States. Over 400 competitors here today. So it's great to see how large the sport has grown and how many people want to come here and fight. It's amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we're in this new golden age of the sport, and it's a love seeing it grow from where it once was.
Absolutely.
And we're starting off for round 2 with the Executioners on the red side of the list and the Northern Wolves in the blue. Ringo trying for a kick. It looks like the sidearm possibly came out and is on the ground. It's all right if the sidearm falls, but you have to have a possession of a weapon.
Yep. North Blood picking up on that runner from Executioners.
Ringo
again, it's split up into 1v1s here.
Ringo going in to help his Executioner brother.
Not able to get it.
unable to execute on that attempt. Oh, one Northern Wolf down.
One still trying to catch a weapon, and
Oh, good.
down.
Yes, excellent. Very great. Seize the opportunity. If you don't have a weapon, seize the opportunity of the fighter without a weapon. Oh, and under the armpit.
Good
That
shot
is a
on the
not.
armpit, yeah.
Oh, under the armpit is not. Oh, the Marshals may have preemptively stopped the fight. Well, it's not the fight anyways.
Now it's a 3 versus 1.
Okay, well.
I think they're reviewing potentially
might
what they
still
saw.
work out. I'm not sure if that fight stoppage on the right side, the blue side of the list, is really going to affect the rest of the match. But on the purple and yellow,
We've got 2v2. Still trying.
two
Mike
heroic
and Fighter
bouts.
fighting over bodies again.
That's a big looking axe. That's a big blade. I like that.
This year it's been quite surprising. I've never seen so many down fighters in so many matches be so close.
Yeah,
any
absolutely.
year fighting here. So
And we're doing it again for this the purple and yellow fight because now we're at 2v1.
Oh, big
Hopefully
shot
get a big
comes in
shot
there.
in. And Marshals might be
did
checking
not
to
like
see.
that hit.
Yeah, Marshals might be checking to see if that was a legal hit or not. Maybe give him a verbal warning. He's like, all right,
Thank
I'll
you,
hit him in
Gary,
that
from
then.
Las Vegas, checking in.
Yeah, it's like if the legs are gonna be tough, that's all right. Well, there's a whole rest of the body I can smash him with.
Right. Marshall's again calling that. Doesn't like. Oh, maybe.
Yeah, they're sitting them. That's exactly. So that's what,
So
that's
that
what
armor,
happens.
that piece of armor, since it came from the top, broken
Uh-huh.
down, it was no longer serving its purpose, and that's
Right.
why they stopped the fighter. Where previously you might have seen a fighter that had the bottom.
Yeah, had the strap unbuckled, but was still having effective coverage of the armor.
Yep. Executioner is able to pull out a win, and now they take that to a 3rd round. See which one's able to keep the gas going and the pedal on the metal.
Or the pedal on titanium, for
yeah.
some of the fighters who have the titanium armor.
I do have a titanium kit myself
there you go.
for dueling. It's feels very nice.
Very light.
You don't have to clean it so much. You don't worry about as much rust.
And we're finishing up the fight on the purple and yellow list.
Looks like a 1v1. Looks like that Gauntlet Rose fighter, as I heard earlier, is walking in there most of his own weight. That's good to see.
Vanguard and the Lycans. And they're making sure that, they're not gripping behind the neck.
Yeah.
You can grip the haft of your axe, but it can be on the helmet, on the back, the shoulder, but it cannot be, within the
Directly
haft on the
under-
neck. Yeah. Another
Doing a little
testament
bit
of
of dance
where,
there.
another testament where we want to make sure we're keeping everyone safe next to the sensitive area. We
Yeah,
make sure
exactly.
that's protective.
All right. Executioners versus Northern Wolves getting ready to set up again.
Looks like there's a little bit of deliberation between the Northern Wolves and the Marshals. I think for that last, the end of the last round.
Exactly what happens.
So there's some clarification going on. But what an end to the fight here in the purple and yellow.
Yeah, they're still going at it over a minute now.
Yeah, and if there's inactivity for 10 seconds, I mean
will
there's
break
currently
it up.
activity, but if there's inactivity, the fighters have just stopped. They will break it up and reset the fighters.
Yeah, exactly. Oh.
But they're trying to bend them
You
over.
got to be careful with those throws because sometimes end up as a.
Just like that.
Again, the ground has no friends.
Yeah, the ground has no friend. The ground needs no friend. But the Vanguard fighter, unaware of the downed teammate right behind him. And once you lose your footing, just even a little bit, it's really hard to regain it.
And the Lycans take that first round. Next up, North Wolves versus Executioners. Looks like they're ready to. They got everything squared away with the Marshals and ready to go at it one more time. Again, if you're just tuning in for the first time, we've got the yellow and purple list streaming on Facebook and the red and blue list streaming on YouTube. If you want to check out which teams are fighting where, you can visit PalmettoKnights.com and find the schedule posted under the Carolina Carnage tab.
Absolutely.
You can also see past scores and somewhat of the schedule there as well.
And for what it's been today, it looks like we've been, if not ahead, just pretty much on time. With we were a little bit behind, but I know the purple and yellow list has been going a little bit faster, but the red and blues
Yeah, we're still not too far
It's on
off.
time, not too bad at all.
Our schedule currently has it at 16:30. We're almost at 5 o'clock. So
Yeah, actually, technically, I think we're only about 3 minutes behind. Oh, sorry, about 10 minutes behind, which is not bad at all.
no, not at all.
And we have the next
And-
round for Lycans and the Vanguard.
That's New Order.
New Order, excuse me.
The New Order or Reorder. Oh, good open throw almost in the middle there. Oh, and he's able
And able to clear the
execute
grips.
it.
Oh, there you go. Able to pop back up.
That New Order fighter going to engage the one that just tripped his buddy. Trying to get a throw there. Not able to get the leg all the way around.
3 strong grinds. Trying to throw him down the rail
Good
and able to
push
do
into
so.
the list. It's like 3-on-3.
These lists have been taking so much damage today.
I've been seeing splinters go left and right as people,
Yeah, I saw a
as
huge,
come down.
huge chunk just be taken out by an axe shot that whiffed. One of the fighters just took a massive chunk of that list.
Now Lycan started dropping bombs on that New Order fighter.
And if he's
Aiming
able
for the leg.
and if he's able to get behind that thigh, there's not a whole lot of armor there. And if he's able to get a little bit of that cushion.
Shots to the face. Is it? Oh. Not paying attention.
A check!
New Order checks him. Field awareness is so important. Still, looks like
Yeah, New
that
Order
Lycan
saying,
fighter was able to take one out. Still 2v2.
New Order going, check me out, I'm gonna check this guy. Both trying to
Wrapping
get
up, yeah.
overhead grips and get leverage to turn him around and flip him over.
Not sure what's going on in red and blue. There's still some deliberation looks like it's happening.
I think the teams might be just clarifying to each other.
Maybe what happened or how's it going. Meanwhile, on the purple and yellow list, 2v2, both are squared up into the corner there. I think Marshall saw something they didn't like, but both teams trade. Marshall saw something and has stood up the New Order fighter, so now it is a 2-on-1 versus the Lycan. I'm not sure, Marshall must have saw something that Lycan was doing that they didn't like, so
He didn't like it, the
pissed
Lycan.
at him. Didn't like
He didn't
the
like it, the
Lycan.
Lycan.
Say that 3 times. Like, Lycan.
So if the Lycan gets a takedown, would that be a Lycan throw?
Lycan fighter staying hard to stay up.
Good use of a roll around. Yeah, keep both. That's what you want to do on a 1v2. You want to make sure you have
It's like
both
they're
fighters
calling
in
a
front of you.
Stop fight. And they saw something on the Lycan fighter, some sort of armor failure
Armor
perhaps.
failure possibly, yeah. As well,
Yep, and
they're
they're
downing
sitting him. Victory to the New Order. So that's
New victory for New Order.
1-1. Looks like they'll go to a 3rd round.
And on the red and blue lists, looks like the fighters kind of getting reset in position. They might possibly be starting here in a minute or two.
Maybe. Still some deliberation. I'm not sure what happened in that last round that perhaps got them talking like so, but so the Marshals, they're a keen eye and they're the ultimate deciders on what happens in the match.
Yep.
So if they see something, and it is every right of a fighter and team to appeal a decision or
Absolutely,
a call.
yeah.
So that is exactly what's happening here.
And for those of us who are new to the sport and don't know, when we say marshals, if you look around the field, you'll see in both lists and kind of in between, you'll see people in yellow. People in yellow and black or yellow colored. And they are marshals, and for all intents and purposes, they are the referees of the sport.
Yep.
And they're the ones, making sure that everything's running smoothly, no injuries. Down fighters, who's down, who's up, and they have the you'll see the flags, the yellow flags on the stick, and that's mostly just to make sure that they're not in the scuffle. It actually happened last night. There was one of the marshals got a little bit too close to one of the options fights and got hit right in the hand.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
Ouch.
and then right after that, she came right back in with a little
Little gauntlet on her.
yeah, with the shield right there, with a little buckler just covering that hand. I've seen in other tournaments the marshals wear gauntlets,
Yeah.
even wear helmets.
I've seen it. It's all the safety of the marshal and how safe they want to be out there on the field as well.
Absolutely.
But it does make them more nimble, more aware, less on there so they can get out of the way. Looks like the Lycans and New Order are gearing up for their 3rd and final round. potentially. Depends if they go to a tie. Both been very evenly matched.
Actually, what's happening is they're resetting the position from the previous round. We have 2 fighters there in the top left on the red side of the list, and we have, because I'm assuming the 3 fighters in the back corner. Yep. So right before the takedown, which would have been stopped, right in the last one, right there. So this is where they were going to stop the fight because they assumed it was a 3-on-1.
Yep.
And they will resume the fight because there's another
fighter still on.
Another confrontation there on the left side of the list. So they're resetting the fight as close as they possibly could with the same fighters, fighters in the same positions.
So you see it's going to be 2-on-4 for the North Wolves, and they've North Wolf taking the chance to get over there and help his buddy. So that's a rough.
Sparks flying! Sparks flying!
Smell some ozone.
Business is happening. Woo! So you love seeing it. Oh, and Ringo with a great takedown.
And that's it.
Good job, Ringo.
We have a 2-on-1 for the New Order and Lycan in top. Action happened very fast up there. Looks like a pile of bodies on the ground on the top. Missed that there. And it looks like they called it. I'm not sure who I think they called it for favor of New Order.
That's what it looks like. I believe they were going to down that last fighter of Lycan, and so instead of him just taking that knee, they called the fight right there. That's what was going to happen anyways. And so for the first fight, still technically the first round, the Executioners and the Northern Wolves. Executioners maintained that round victory.
Was that the first round still, technically?
Yeah.
That was.
Because they reset it.
You're right,
and as Sam and I were talking about earlier, we like to be, if we're going to be correct, let's try to be technically correct, right? So we're now going to be moving into round 2. Northern Wolves down a round.
Excellent. Next in the purple and yellow is going to be the Iron Lions versus Kenya's Fire.
All right.
Kenya's out of Michigan, Iron Lions out of Virginia.
And those who are watching the purple and yellow list, count how many times the Iron Lions kick people, because they've been doing it tons of times. Love seeing it. And round 2 on its way, the red and blue list.
Executioner trying to push in.
A cross check bouncing around. This was a tactic that was happening in Kansas City, bouncing around. Oh, and one Northern Wolves fighter down.
Wolves doing a good job of picking up those traveling fighters. Advantage to the Executioners. 4-5 to the Executioners.
Oh, excuse me.
2-on-1. Looks like they might push him out of the list. They can get that.
I stand corrected. Just for clarification, thank you for correcting me. Comments in the chat. We were one round behind. It was a 1-on-1. It's a 1-on-1. They will stop the fight as the helmet went off. As a side note. Yeah, sorry, I was one round behind. So it is a 1-on-1, and this third round will be the deciding factor. Thank you for correcting me.
Looks like it's 2-4 in favor of the Executioners. Oh.
Because as I've said before, I'm an idiot, and I will get things wrong. So please bear with us. And thank you for correcting us.
We'll tar and feather him later.
They'll throw me in the ring, and everyone gets an action.
Big shots coming into those fighters. Just being swarmed by Executioners. 2-4 in favor of Executioners.
This is still doable.
Big shots.
But having those shots in the side of the
side of Northern Wolf trying to go down, being held up almost. Oh, he's able to stand back up. Another.
Okay.
Big shots coming into him, though. Looks like those are painful. Oh! Beautiful kick.
A big kick to the back of the leg just immediately drops him.
We'll move straight into the action of the purple and yellow.
Now he's getting tar and feathered. Yeah, right. There you go. Doesn't feel so good, does it?
Just leave the hat.
Yeah, take me, leave the hat.
Iron Lions moving in, pushing in on Kenya's. Still holding ground.
Executioners taking the victory.
Trade there for Kenya's and Iron Lions. Beautiful throw from
yeah,
Iron
absolutely,
Lions.
In the open field.
Iron Lions now have the advantage, 4-3.
Iron Lions trying to get a cross check.
able to get one down. even the odds. So it's now 3-3.
3-3.
Good grappling there in the corner. Fighters breaking up.
Oh, good with it down. Oh, just
beautiful
throwing
throw
him
from the
down.
Kenyans. Set
That
up
is a
perfectly
size
up for
difference
that.
in effect. I mean, it was a messy throw,
Another-
but the force of that push is onto the ground. And that last man standing for the Kenyans
Iron
taking the
Lions, that
round.
last throw wasn't quite able to disengage enough for them to fly on his own. So Kenyans takes the round 1-0.
Now in the red and blue list, and hopefully this won't be confusing for those who are watching, because in the red and blue list we have the Dallas Warlords versus the other Kenyas team, Kenyas USA. So it will be a Kenyas and probably more Kenyas and Kenyas. So bear with us, and we'll try to make the distinction clear. But the Kenyas in the purple and yellow list were the ones who took the victory from the first
Yeah,
round.
Kenya's Fire.
Kenya's Fire.
So we're going to call him Fire for this round.
Yeah, let's call it. Perfect. There you go.
Easy day.
Fire and Kenya. So when we refer to Kenyas in this next round, we will be talking about the Kenyas in the red and blue list. And when we say Fire, it will be the ones in the yellow and purple list on
Excellent.
specifically the yellow side of the
See if they can
list.
keep their flame lit in this next round.
Flame of Fire. Now,
See
the
if
Dallas Warlords coming off of their last fight against Dominus.
Now, both these teams have also fought each other multiple times.
Oh,
Very
yes.
familiar with each other.
Oh, yes.
It'll be definitely a good round. Both winning this event in previous years.
Yeah.
So it'll be a good fight, clash of champions.
Both teams for sure bringing their A games to this fight.
Exactly. Iron Lions versus Fire up there in the purple and yellow. Good shots coming back from both of them. No one has an advantage yet.
Everyone collected against the near side of the list. And we have a start fight on the red and blue. Dallas Warlords in the red, white, and blue. Kenyas USA, sporting the same tabard as Kenyas Fire. But they're the ones in the American flag on their right shoulder.
Big shot coming into Warlords there. As they try to...
One of Kenyas
overtake
Fighters
the
taking the
list.
background.
Ooh,
A big axe
there.
shot. Almost as successful as Chip.
Kenyas.
Oh, Adam Harrington able to maintain
Able to
balance.
stay on his feet. Beautiful footwork there.
Quick feet by a quick guy. trying to tangle up with Andrew McCabe. Oh, and a big shot to the hip on Brennan. Brennan, a mountain of a man.
Iron
was
Lions
a
and Fire
beast.
having a trade.
And another kick from the Iron Lions.
Looks like advantage to Iron Lions.
A shot to the back. Oh, Cyrus with a big throwdown. Having to go
Iron
back and
Lions
get a
now.
new weapon.
Kenya is now down 2 fighters. Looks like a 3-5 scenario.
And on the purple and yellow list, the
Iron
the Iron Lions taking the victory over Kenyas Fire. And Cyrus cut unawares.
Shots coming
Actually,
in.
that was BJ cut unawares.
That Warlord Fire had his axe stuck in his front.
Dallas Warlords, Cyrus coming in,
2-5.
coming in to see where they can work. Yeah, 2-5. Dallas Warlords working together.
Little confusion there from the
little
Warlords.
confusion.
Thinking
A
that's enemy.
little bit of a tunnel vision.
It's all right.
That happens.
Both those fighters are definitely, from Kenya's, are deadly in the open field. So
All
they're trying to...
all he was doing, he was just giving him a hug.
Yeah,
He was just saying, hey,
Good
here's
job,
a
buddy.
yeah, good job, buddy. Yeah, here you go.
Here I am. And
5 versus 2. Very hard to come back from such a lopsided.
oh,
but
yeah.
I'm-
Especially against a team like the Dallas Warlords,
they're
as they just trying to
unforgiving.
close the grip
yeah.
on him.
Trying to still keep that open
Oh,
field. They're
loss of a
trying to-
weapon.
Trying to avoid getting caught up on the list.
Andrew McCabe tossed his two-handed axe down to switch his one hand, then lost the one hand without another weapon to use.
Still trying to figure out how they want to take down these two. Oh, trip coming from behind.
Hey,
oh,
out of
beautiful
nowhere!
check.
Excellent check.
Field awareness.
Good
is
job,
key.
Cyrus, my
Meanwhile,
man.
Iron Lions taking it to Kenya's Fire. There's a trade there. Still 4-4.
Oh, big shot by Kenyas Fire.
Another trade for Kenya's
Fighter
Fire.
down
3 on
and
3.
rolled out of the list.
They're going to
Oh,
stop a fight.
ah.
And it looks like
Fighter lost the helmet on Kenyas Fire. In the yellow and purple list, the fighter lost the helmet, so he was able to quickly roll out. The marshal stopped the fight just in case. The fighter's now outside of the list.
still looks like it's a 2-3 in favor of Kenya's.
But there is
Fire.
another fighter who is slow. And they've resumed the fight. All right.
And down. Kenya's Fire for the 3rd round and the victory.
Kenya's Fire taking it 2 rounds over 1 for the Iron Lions.
Again, for any of those just tuning in, we appreciate you watching. Give us a shout out where you're watching from and who you're rooting for. Gladly appreciate it. Don't forget to also like, share, and subscribe for more awesome content like you're seeing here today.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
The more support, the more we can hold these size of events and bring the sport of Boohurt to all of you.
Yeah. Boohurt's love, and we want to share the love. Join and get your wax in.
Also, if you're just tuning in, yellow and purple list is being filmed via Facebook, and the blue and red is via YouTube. You can find both of those on the Palmetto Knights website for the link there. Big shot coming into that Warlord fighter there.
Yeah, seeing his back to the list, he's still able to stay up with a huge bridge.
He should be.
And using the weight of the other Kenya's fighter, the Dallas Warlords able to stay up as much as possible. I have never seen that.
No, that Kenya's fighter should definitely be stood back up. That was too much of an intentional hold by the Warlords fighter to keep him.
Maybe I'm biased, but if he wasn't down just yet, it wasn't called down. It might be under review later on, but
yeah, you might see an appeal from Kenya.
Possibly.
On that throw.
Another Warlord fighter down.
Kenya takes another Warlord.
Kenya's coming into this round. Ferocious. We have a 3-on-3.
3-on-3. Warlords.
Oh, and a possible quick takedown. Not successful.
Kenya's able to get his head back out.
And we came to take another quick shot.
Up in the purple and yellow, we have the Blood Eagles versus the Plague Rats. Plague Rats in red and black, and also the Blood Eagles in red and black. So watch that one closely. See.
Warlords in. Sorry, good job. Warlords and Kenya's trading shots, and the Kenya's getting a takedown.
Now a 2-on-1.
2-on-1. Last man standing for the Dallas Warlords, trying to get away and close the distance to the Axe Fighter. I think that's Andrew McCabe.
Plague Rats and Blood Eagles trading strikes at the top of the wall. Oh, big shot.
Glancing blow.
Big shot, glancing blow. That Warlord fighter.
Up at the top, Plague Rats and
Blood Eagles.
And the Blood Eagles are underway.
Big shots coming in that Warlord fighter from. Is that Andrew?
I believe Andrew McCabe and the Axe, I believe that is also Cyrus there in the for the Dallas Warlords.
Right.
A little tough to tell who is who on the purple and yellow list because they're both red and black.
Yeah, the all black tabards are Plague Rats. The mostly red tabards are Blood Eagles.
Hopefully the fighters can also tell the difference.
Yeah. Watch out for that friendly fire.
Yeah, watch out for that friendly fire.
Oh,
and a trade taken down. Kenya's takes round 2. Yeah.
Again, another 1-0.
1-0, yeah, absolutely.
Fairly, very, very fair match.
So we're going into round 3.
We do go to a round 3 between the Warlords and Kenya's.
Warlords taking round 1. Kenya's USA taking round 2. Going into round 3.
The Blood Eagles taking the first round against the Plague Rats. See if what kind of adjustments both the Warlords and Kenya's make. Like we said before, both these teams have fought each other multiple times, and both have actually won this event. So this is a very good contest between top fighters across the U.S.
Yeah, no, after coming off the last fight against Dominus, I looked over and saw the Warlords, they were talking, getting up a new game plan on what's coming to the rest of the fights this evening.
And again, I can only imagine the fatigue of fighting and still waiting those long times in between fights.
Absolutely,
as well.
Yeah.
Just wearing the armor, drains energy.
Absolutely.
Having, anywhere between 65 to 75 pounds of armor just hanging on you, even sitting down.
Oh yeah. For those who have fought, they know how tough it is just fighting. Then add just 70 to 100 pounds of metal on top of that, right? And just think of the exhaustion that you'll have then. 100 pounds of a weighted vest does a lot.
Yeah. Warlords, Kenya's in the red and blue list, streaming on YouTube. Both taking strikes there. Ooh, good shot coming in Warlord on top.
Yeah, as soon as he lifted that leg, he got a shot right to the inside of that thigh. He will be feeling that later on, and I'm sure I'll be here tonight.
You can see 2-on-2 and 3 on the bottom.
This is where teamwork really needs to come to effect. Number 2 really needs to make sure that he's not allowing those axe shots against their number 1.
Those shots are really like just trying to open shots to get the Warlords.
Absolutely, yeah.
Just that small fraction of off balance or a little bit of opportunity opening.
The number 2 really wants to hit that number 1 so that their own team 1 can increase grips.
Oh, and
a few trades. And 1 fighter down on the Warlords.
Advantage to Kenya's 3-5.
And a head rip possibly going down.
Trying to make a...
They're able to kick that leg out.
Oh, another Warlord down at the bottom of the list. Kenya's now up 5-3. That's exactly where Kenya's wants to be, having the advantage.
A shield on the ground.
It's like another Warlord down.
Another Warlord down, 5-on-2.
And push that Warlord out.
And the Warlord is out of the list.
5-1 Kenya. It's a decisive victory.
Decisively, yeah. Can't say I like to see it. See my own team, but an excellent effort. And while that fighter at the end wasn't on the ground, he was out of the list and mostly out, so it will still count as an out.
Yep. Saw Sam. He was hanging around here and creeping on us.
You go right back in a second. Is that good?
Next up, the Blood Eagles took that in 2 rounds. Next up, you have Awesome Possum and Detroit Fight Club. Both these teams are very familiar with each other as well. Some of the oldest teams in the U.S. as well, battling each other. A little bit of a rivalry between them as well. They meet each other often, even being so far apart. Detroit and the Awesome Possum being our local Palmetto Knights.
A little rivalry really helps helps the competition.
Yeah, absolutely.
And as we move into the next fight in the red and blue list,
Streaming on YouTube,
we have the Berserkers on the red side, donning their yellow and green, and we have Dominus in their blue with the black and yellow cross.
It's been a while since Dominus fight. We'll see how warmed up they are.
Yeah, it's been a little bit of time since the last one. Might give them around to get back in the swing of things.
Yeah. And a crisp 50 degrees here in the auditorium definitely does help.
Yeah, absolutely. For those of us who aren't fighting in armor, it's always a little chilly. But I think now I will relinquish my spot to Sam, and he'll be back in and talking you through this next fight.
Excellent.
Be back in a bit, folks. Enjoy.
Thanks. Berserkers moving in quick, getting a compromising position there with Dominus at the top of the rail. Still a 5 versus 5 as that Australian fighter tries to stay on his feet. Dominus moving back, taking those big shots on the back of that fighter there.
Dominus working on Australia in the near list.
Awesome Possum versus Detroit Fight Club in the yellow and purple.
1 Aussie down, Dominus up 5-4.
Another Aussie down, 3-5. Ooh, big shots coming in from the Aussie fighter on the back. Another Aussie going down. 5-2 in favor of Dominus.
Hard polearm shots raining in on the right arm. That Australian fighter before he goes to the ground, and that's a dominant round.
Great shot there from Detroit. Didn't lose his weapon though. He's on Possum trying to stop them from getting a weapon. Now that fighter is not allowed to do any offensive techniques until he does have a weapon in his hand.
And it looks like a takedown.
He's able to take him down. Still looks like a 2 versus 2 from Detroit and Awesome Possum. That Possum holding up to the Detroit Fight Club guys. They're trying to work their teammates, get them down. Meanwhile, the Berserkers and Dominus reset the fight.
A quick reset for these two teams in the red and blue list.
Good shots coming in there to that Detroit Fight Club. See if you can get him around and get him on the ground. All right, Dominus moving quick. up the list. Berserkers showing up to meet him.
Quick movement by the runners.
Berserker tries to take the backfield. Not much anywhere to go to, and another Berserker down.
We've got a trade in the blue and purple, the purple and yellow list, and it's 1-1. Detroit Fight Club and Awesome Possums.
Aussie Fight. Oh,
a great kick.
Beautiful takedown from Dominus there. Caught him in the open. It's 5 versus 1 in favor of Dominus.
And that's the round and the fight.
Looks like there's a 1 versus 1 versus the Possums and Detroit Fight Club. They're fighting in the corner. Trying to get the advantage there. Get him to wait, see if he can turn him around. You have to be careful against those bodies on the ground. Easy trip hazard, and
it looks like maybe a double.
All right.
Looked like he was able to shake him off.
We'll see what the marshals call. And they call it in favor of Detroit.
Fight Club takes the round.
Fight Club takes that first one.
Let's see, up next in the red and blue list, we have the Executioners coming from the red side and War Pigs from the blue.
Executioners should still be pretty warmed up. They were only a couple fights back. War Pigs, we'll see how they handle the cold since they've been sitting for a while.
Looks like the Possums are substituting a couple of folks. If you've been with us all day today, huge thank you for that. Since 10 o'clock Eastern time this morning, we've been going on 6 hours now, and we're still going strong. We're glad you're here with us.
Give us a like, share, and a shout out where you're from and who you're rooting for.
And as a reminder, the purple and yellow list is streaming on the Palmetto Knights Facebook page, the red and blue list on the Palmetto Knights YouTube page, and there are links to both in each and on the Palmetto Knights website.
You can also find the schedule and any past matches, or if you want to know who's coming up next and where to find them. All right, Awesome Possum and Detroit Fight Club setting up for their second round. And it's a go. Nope, maybe not. All right, now it's on. Awesome Possum rolling in the middle. Playing a little defensive. Detroit Fight Club eager to engage. Detroit taking the backfield there. See if he can make advantage on it. Palmetto Knight picking him up and then doing a grapple. Oh, one of the Palmetto Knights looked like they tripped over themselves. Fell down. 2-on-1 at the top of the list.
4-on-1. That round going to Detroit Fight Club. We're getting ready to begin the first round between the Executioners in black and white at the red gate and the War Pigs in black with teal at the blue gate.
War Pigs all rocking two-handers at one fighter. Been very mobile, very quick. We'll see how the Executioners handle that mobility, see if they match it or if they try to do a little bit hunker down and just go with the grind. Next up in the purple and yellow will be Kenya's Fire and Order of the Gauntlet and Rose. Kenya's Fire in black and orange, and Gauntlet Rose in green and white.
The YouTube chat is doing what they can to try to help us with some pronunciation up here, and Kenyas. Have, there, as many varieties as we may be saying, there's many varieties of accenting it as well.
Nice shot. Looks like the War Pigs are taking a little bit conservative. Executioner shooting the gap. War Pigs picking them up. almost able, lost his weapon, headed back, see if the Warpigs take advantage. Oh, good block from the Warpigs. Big shots coming
Pole-on
in.
shots, swimming left, right with that poleaxe. Spinning.
Oh,
Working
good
back.
pickup. Oh, trade there.
And we have another fighter down in the corner. I can't see.
It looks like it is.
Looks like an executioner
Looks
now.
like an executioner.
Another trade in the
big
far
shots
side.
coming into
3-2 in favor of the Warpigs.
both fighters. Oh, big shot coming down. Good field awareness there. Just chopping him with that two-handed falchion. Looking for his opening. Big shots raining down on his shoulder. That's gotta hurt. And it is 3-on-1 in favor of Warpigs.
Great round.
Good round on the Warpigs there. They've definitely been a surprise to watch of how well they're doing. As definitely as established as the Executioners are, it's surprising to see the Warpigs take that round. So nice to see. There's a little bit of a rivalry between East Coast and West Coast teams as well. As they like to say, West Coast is the best coast. So
Well, and they are welcome to be wrong about that.
Next up, Kenya's Fire versus Order of Gauntlet and Rose. And the purple and yellow streaming on Facebook.
There's a concerning moment earlier for one of the Order of the Gauntlet and Rose fighters on the field, but I see him standing on his own power now. Glad to see it.
All right, let's see. Looks like the Executioners having a word with the Marshals. Maybe it's something they saw or happened that they didn't like. But it looks like we'll get into round 2 of Warpigs out of Sacramento versus the Executioners out of New Hampshire. Some of those fighters drove over 18 hours just to get here. Driving in on Thursday night, getting here Friday morning.
And I really know the feeling of that. I traveled 20 whole minutes and almost 21
man,
to get here this morning and yesterday.
Did you have to fill up on gas on the way or what?
Not today. Not today.
I had myself a 6-hour drive from Jacksonville, North Carolina.
Well, glad to have you here, of course.
Alrighty.
And while we have just a slight lull right before this begins, I want to thank the Marshals for all their hard work. They've been going at this for 2 days strong. They have another day left. Constantly working.
They've been on their feet just as long as we've been sitting here running our suck. So thank you to the Marshals and all the volunteers as well, filling up the Gatorade and the water across the arena. Ooh, a nice shot there from, almost got a good throw. But he found himself.
We've got someone dropped their axe.
But he's
looks like a Warpig down.
Gaining his weapon from the belt. Oh, another trade there.
Oh, 3 Warpigs.
It's like 3 versus 4.
Nope. 2 Warpigs down.
Oh, brutal kill from the Executioners. Answering that last round.
2-4.
2-4.
The Executioners have the advantage, and that's 3-1. Executioners taking the second round, forcing this to a third.
And outstanding. Looks like Kenya's Fires giving it to the Gauntlet of Rose. 4-1 in favor of Kenya's in the purple and yellow.
It's always interesting to see the crowd not only just getting into the fighting, but kind of learning the sport.
As
because now I have seen some of our spectators here that I've seen multiple years always returning to Carolina Carnage for the great entertainment and great competition here. But we've got a lot of folks, this is their first exposure to our sport. And it takes a little while to get used to what's happening, to know what you're seeing.
Yeah.
And I think the crowd is really
starting to pick that up.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think the Warpigs kind of played into the Executioner's game plan there on that last one and was able to get the victory pulled out.
And the Warpigs are fielding axes across the board, I believe.
Yep, looks like it. That's their favorite weapon. Definitely a very mobile striking team. Not so much on the grappling if they can avoid it. So if they can get the Executioners in the open field with those trips, I think they'll be successful. But if Executioners are able to lock them down, keep them on the man, and their backs to the list, I think the Executioners will be able to overpower them in the long game with grappling. Kenya's and Ordo the Gauntlet Rhodes in the purple and yellow, going for a second round. Oh, good shot to the helmet. Another one, too.
And a
Fighter
dropped
dropped
axe.
his weapon.
Thought it was a broken axe there.
Oh!
Oh, fighter
Dang.
taking down a good, solid strike from behind.
Warpig's down. One fighter got caught in the open. Looks like another one might. Oh, another Warp. It is now 4-4. Oh,
Looks like an executioner down. A Warpig down. 4-3.
They're both going down so quick, it's hard to tell.
Executioners with the edge for the moment. We're going to need a marshal's call here.
Oh.
It looks like the executioners have gotten it
Advantage.
4-2 advantage.
4-2 advantage, yeah. Just like I was saying, they're able to bunch them up, take the grapple to them, and
If any team on the field can come back from this, it's the Warpigs. But against the executioners, it is such a task.
they're such a technical fighters when it comes to grappling.
And that's the fight. 4-1 for the executioners in 3 rounds.
I've seen more rounds go to 3 here today than I've ever seen in the time we've been doing Carolina Carnage. Most of the time it's a lot of 2-0s, and it just goes to show the dedication and the skill that just keeps rising every year.
Absolutely.
The quality of competitors just keeps going up and up and up, and it's awesome to see.
Up next, we have in the red and blue list, Kenya's USA and the Australian Berserkers.
And in the purple and yellow, we have the New York Plague Rats versus the New Order. New Order in the teal and black. The Plague Rats in the black and red.
And while we have just a moment, I'd like to thank again our sponsors for today's event. We have Alba Booherd Company, Booherd Tech, Vance Fitness and Innovations, Tennessee Booherd, Mad Axe, Get Wrecked Designs, Medieval Extreme and Age of Craft. Thank you so much for helping to provide prizes and other support for this event.
I know Alba's here in person and have been selling gambesons and belts for fighters getting measured. I actually got myself measured by them today, and looking to get a set of gambesons from them. Pretty exciting stuff. All right. The Berserkers versus Kenya's USA in the red and blue list. Kenya's fresh off a fight not 2 fights ago. Berserkers kind of in the same boat. So I imagine both these teams are actually pretty warmed up, and it should be a very active fight. Meanwhile, in the purple and yellow, it looks like New Order has the advantage. Another trade there at the top of the list. Good shot coming in from that New Order fighter. See if he can use those bodies to his advantage.
Where is New Order fighting out of?
I am not sure, to be honest. I didn't get a chance to go ask him. Perhaps maybe someone in the chat could help us out with such a question.
It looks like they're up 3-2 right now in the purple and yellow list. In the red and blue, we have first contact at the near side list.
Kenya's kind of trying to lure them into shooting the gap there, looking for an opening. You got to keep a bead on Andrew McCabe. If he gets away with you, I think it's behind you. Ooh, big shot to the helmet. Definitely let that bell ring. There he goes.
He's in the backfield.
Doesn't look like anybody picked him up, but not around anybody really to do any damage. Move it in. Good job on that Berserker bringing that shots in. Both teams trying to play very smart. Don't quite has the advantage yet. Good job on that center, keeping Andrew from striking.
Some hard axe shots on the
Big
arm
shot
of the
coming
Aussie
in there.
fighter. Turning the
Doesn't
list.
seem to affect the Berserker fighter.
Both looking to sweep and a trade.
Andrew moving back to his side of the list, trying to help out his fighter there. Good field awareness on that Aussie fighter, seeing him come in and start turning out of it. Nice little clunk to the dome piece there on the top of the list.
4-on-4.
4-on-4, both still eyeing each other down.
Kenya is looking for axe shots to the hand of that Aussie fighter.
Looks like the Berserkers are both trying to position for the down fighters, trying to see if they can get advantage maybe from there, but being well aware that they could also get tripped up on it. Meanwhile, the Plague Rats and New Order getting ready to start their second round in the purple and yellow list.
It's interesting to see such a technical fight between two physical teams.
Oh, yeah. I say that these fights in the Tier 1 and the Tier 2 have all been super close every time. Really just coming down to a matter of 1 or 2 fighters per side.
Absolutely.
Watch. Oz fighter picking up on the runner there for Kenyas.
Solid axe shot there.
Trying to get him to run in and maybe get a trip in the open, but the Aussie doesn't take the bait.
And a miss.
You can see it. He tries to throw those to try to get the Aussie to rush in and then do a trip in the middle, but looks like one of the Kenyas fighters lost the weapon.
But he's recovered now, and he's about to hit an Aussie from behind.
Field awareness there.
4-3 Kenyas.
Looks like there might be another takedown there with the Kenyas fighter. If that Aussie could just get him a little bit further there. Oh, that looks a little bit like friendly fire there, if you ask me.
Oh, right to the side of the helmet.
Those shots come in, you know they can't feel great. Having Andrew out there in the open, dropping bombs like that is a dangerous situation for any team. Aussies are tough guys and think they can take it. Big shot. Oh, this is going to hurt. Oh, drops him in one shot. Timber.
And a trade in the corner. It's 3-on-1.
Looks like they're calling a medic for that fighter. Brutal shot right there in the open. That's dangerous. But every fighter going into that list knows the risks, and everybody understands it. Meanwhile, in the purple and the yellow, New Order versus the Plague Rats. Looks like a 4-on-4. Fighter, I do see his feet moving, so that's a good sign.
We've got a great team down there checking on him.
Meanwhile, New Order looks like they have, nope, looks like a 3 versus 3 New Orders versus Plague Rats.
Always happy to see the Plague Rats back at Carolina Carnage. They've been coming since the beginning.
That Aussie fighter standing up on his own, great to see. I think the medical will still check him out a little bit afterwards just to make sure he's okay.
And a good embrace there. Just to show no hard feelings, just hard strikes.
Yeah. New Order, maybe getting that push over on the Plague Rats there over some bodies.
Plague Rat holding on, hoping to get a double.
On for dear life, but I don't think it's a matter of time before the marshals call that Plague Rat down. We're double checking to see if he's made 3 points of contact yet. Doesn't look. Oh, there he goes. Finally over. Just needed that little extra push.
That's 2-1. New Order up.
Let's see if they'll be eating some rats later today. Shot coming in. Oh, Marshall's in.
Oh, I hope that
watching those shots carefully. Ooh, big shots coming in that player. Trying to roll out of it. Not able to get away. Still just punishment coming from the New Order.
And Plague Rat's an extremely durable team.
Yeah.
A happy team, too. I'm always happy to see them here.
They've also been one of the older teams in the U.S. and definitely one of the older teams coming to the Carnage themselves.
And that round goes to New Order, 2-0.
Next up in the purple and yellow is Atlanta Vanguard versus Detroit Fight Club. Looks like we're starting the second round there for Kenya versus the Berserkers. See if Berserkers are able to rebound and take a round from Kenya's. Both these teams are very, very skilled. And I'd say Kenya's is very versatile. Oh, looks like the centers there switching it up on trying to take the backfield to both sides.
For a moment, I thought Andrew was going to take out a Marshall.
He must have saw yellow. Yellow and green from the Berserkers. Big shots coming in from the Kenya's fighter at the top of the list.
Good shield punch.
Aussie fighter trying to decide in the middle where he wants to go, who he wants to help out. Taking advantage of a 2-on-1. That Kenya's fighter circled by Berserkers there at the bottom of the list.
I'm noticing a lot more grabbing the haft of the weapons than I'm used to seeing.
Yeah.
Oh, a
good
wonderful takedown.
But it looks like he's trying to get out of the list. And Andrew, I guess, helping him. I did look like that fighter was trying to get out on his own.
I believe he may have lost his gauntlet and shield in that takedown.
Oh, yeah, I think that may be.
The face-off, you see legend Vanguard.
Berserkers still 4-4. Ooh, big shot there from the.
Don't need to watch
fighter.
out for that down fighter
Ooh,
and not trip over him.
that's clacking. Love hearing it. You gotta listen for the thuds. Those are the painful ones. Ozzy trying to get it fired. Watch out from behind. Oh! Anti-able still.
Well, you know,
He was.
it looked like he had some weight down on
Yeah,
that.
definitely.
Or another wrist repair.
Berserker going down. Now it's a 4-on-2 scenario here.
The Aussies aren't out.
Meanwhile, Vanguard and Detroit Fight Club are lining up for their first round. Aussie fighter trying to get to his teammate there, to provide a little bit of support. Kenya's fighter grabbing the weapon, completely legal as long as he's not grabbing the blade. He tried to disarm him. Big shot from Axe. Ooh.
Oh, shoulder. Hit shoulder. Hit shoulder. Oh,
What's going on?
I thought we were going to see our first fireman's carry.
Got
the
him by
day.
his head though. Big shots coming in. Now he's fighting.
And that's 4-1.
4-1. Kenya is taking the round. 2-0. Big shots coming down from that Vanguard fighter into the back of Detroit at the top of this. Looks like their runner's free, dropping bombs.
Vanguard crossing over, taking some axe shots into Detroit.
Oh, another great shot from Vanguard on Detroit. Shield punch to the back.
And the fight's over. Marshall's not
yeah.
quite able to step in time.
Looks like the Vanguard took that round.
Let's see, where are we at on the schedule? We are just a skosh behind schedule. Not too bad.
Yeah, not at all. And that's a testament to these marshals and all the volunteers down there, keeping the fighters informed on when they're supposed to be fighting next and keeping these matches fighting and fair throughout the whole day. So thank you again to our marshals.
Absolutely. And the fighters are doing a supreme job at being ready to go. Even after such a long day of fighting, including many of the fighters competing yesterday, they've got their helmets on, they've got their weapons ready, their alternates are ready, and that keeps the action moving.
All right, next up we have Ordo II versus Dominus.
On the far list, we've got round 2 of Vanguard versus Detroit Fight Club. While we have a moment before the fighting starts, take a second and share that link out with your friends to either live stream or both. Open up 2 tabs, turn the audio off on one, and enjoy both lists throughout the day.
Ordo and Dominus getting checked out. Really interesting to see what kind of strategy Ordo decides to take against Dominus. Dominus being can be a very mobile team as well as very skilled and in grappling. So I imagine Ordo is going to try to use their mobility to stay not engaged on the list and try to overpower them with some side shots or checks.
Round 2 starting up, Vanguard and Detroit Fight Club in purple and yellow. First contact from Vanguard with a shield punch.
Good takedown there.
One Detroit down. One Vanguard down. One Detroit down. A Vanguard down. 3 and 3.
Oh, big shot coming in from Vanguard there. Detroit looks like they almost tripped over somebody. like they may have lost.
Another Detroit down, 3-2 Vanguard.
Vanguard
Another,
making quick
that's
work,
the fight.
and that's the fight. 3-1 in favor of Vanguard. 2-0 on those rounds. Way to go, Vanguard, coming out of Atlanta.
Here we go, Ordo Draconis and Dominus. First contact with that Great Falchion.
Taking the back list there, trying to sneak behind and pick up the fighter, but he finds himself a little in the middle there.
Fast movement.
Not able to find anyone not paying attention. That just shows the skill of how well Dominus is when it comes to field awareness. 2 Ordo down. Looks like it's a 3-5.
And another Ordo down.
2-5. So once you get Ordo kind of...
And that's the fight.
And that's the fight.
5-1 Dominus.
5-1 Dominus. Dominus doing exactly what they know how to do. Keeping those runners in check as well as just slowly grinding them down with grappling. It's hard to match their skill.
I think we may have missed a round here. They may have been giving somebody a break.
Which round is that?
We missed Northern Wolves versus Warlords.
No, I think that happened.
Maybe it's swapped over. On the purple and yellow, we've got the Awesome Possums and the Order of the Gauntlet and Rose.
Ordo switching out some fighters, bringing in some I believe the 2 up on the top of the list there for Dominus are the White Company fighters. Josh Brandt, I think that's Johnny in the middle there. And I'm not sure who's on the bottom for Dominus. That might be Dan.
We've seen some broken weapons, some slightly broken fighters. I don't think anything too serious so far. Seen some mild lacerations, some sprains, some strains, but I think everybody's walking around right now. We're capable of it at least.
Ordo versus Dominus in the second round.
First contact on the near side.
Alex there taking the center. Getting picked up there by Johnny. Ooh, another Ordo down. It's now 4-5 in favor of Dominus. The Ordo fighter in the top was just trying to escape, but eventually just sat down.
Another Ordo down. 5-3, 5-2.
5-2 in favor of Dominus. And they're so good at getting those 2-on-1 advantages and just tearing fighters down piece by piece.
That's the fight.
That's the fight.
5-1 for Dominus. 2 rounds. Up next in red and blue, we have Northblood and SJK.
Awesome Possums and Ordo going at it. Looks like they're doing a stop fight up there at the top. Perhaps there was a down fighter of a loss of a helmet. Yep, loss of a helmet there from Awesome Possum. Quickly getting him out of there for safety, obviously. And they're starting the next round. It still looks like a 3-2 advantage to Possums. No, 4-2 advantage to the Possums. That fighter being careful, trying to grab his leg, and is taking. Oh, maybe he didn't go down.
Looked like that lower rail
saved him there again. Yeah.
Tidewater Dogs of War bringing their lists down for the purple and yellow side, and you can notice a slightly different barrier down there with a lower rung, making it a little bit harder to push folks through.
3-1 advantage of Possums. They take the round.
Outstanding. The Awesome Possums, Palmetto Knights home team.
Sporting their blue and white surcoats as they usually do. Next up in blue, or in the blue and red, is Northblood versus the SJKs.
Northblood coming to us from Canada.
Yeah, I know how they had a long drive to get here. But I know every mile's worth it for them. have the opportunity to fight as much as they have and as many awesome teams as they have. So it's good to see them out here.
Absolutely. And where is San Jacinto?
They are Texas.
Okay.
I'm not exactly sure. Texas is a big state. I'm not sure exactly which location they're at. Maybe somebody in the chat would be willing to let us know.
I will confer with Google Maps.
Yeah, the Google Maps is a good place to look as well.
Or I could check Fighter Finder.
That'd be a great. Yeah, Fighter Finder. If anyone out there watching wants to get involved, is a great resource to find a local team near you. Get involved. You don't just have to be a fighter. You can become a marshal, volunteer with teams any way that you want to be involved with, as much as you want. That's it's up to you. But if you want to get involved, go to Night Finder and find a local team near you. Next up, we're going to the second round in the purple and yellow. Gauntlet arose in the green and white versus Palmetto Knights in the blue and white. And in the red and blue, first round of Northern Blood versus SJK. Both teams, I don't think have actually fought previously, so they're both being a little standoffish in the beginning.
If you'd like to take a look at the map of the different teams, you can go to palmettoknights.com/community. That's where I'm at right now, trying to find the location of SJK.
Good. Everyone breaking down into grapples there in the purple and yellow. Good shots coming in from Austin. Looks like a 2-for-1 trade there at the top of the list. Advantage to the Possums. That's 2-on-1. And they're stopping the fight. Oh, 3-on-1 in favor of the Possums. Quick round there for the Possums. Good fighting. I know they'll definitely be appreciative of that. Meanwhile, in the red and blue, both teams are still a little bit of a standstill, looking for the advantage, or looking for an opportunity to spring. The Knights slowly pushing the Northblood further and further into their list, giving them less and less room to operate.
Jacob on YouTube tells us that SJK is from Houston.
Oh, okay, nice. There you go. Good shots coming in.
Thank you, Jacob.
Big shot from that.
Oh, a good strike to the half, causing the weapon to pivot out of his hand.
There we go. Just pushing in, trying to. Now we have everybody engaged. Big shot from the back of that Northern Blood.
And again.
From that great helm fighter. Not too many of those. Oh, big shot.
Shoulder. He's got to pivot out.
Northblood taking advantage of that. Oh, it looks like he dropped the weapon. And they were trying to bring him down.
5-4. Northblood.
Oh, another good strike.
4-3 Northblood.
We got a 2-on-1 on the far right list. Two single grapples there at the Northblood.
And a trade, making it 3-2, but it looks like we're about to have another one in the corner.
Maybe go down, or
gotta watch those knee strikes.
Let's see what happens when the marshals might call that one for safety issues.
That's a trade.
Shots coming down. There you go. And a kick. Put him on the ground. Northblood takes it around 2-0.
It looked like that leg got kicked out, hopefully kind of nicely.
That fighter's slow to get
got
up.
His arm out for some reason. That's not wonderful.
I'm not sure. Marshall's checking on him.
Oh, maybe just waiting for the all clear to stand. Rolling and standing.
They are trained to, like, once you fall on the ground, to stay where you're at. So he was definitely maybe playing possum there. Next up in the purple and yellow list, we have the Florida men in the orange and red versus the New Order in the black and teal.
It's interesting to see the designs of each team. Both of these bringing out some checky, I believe. No,
yeah,
checky and
checkers.
stripe.
Yeah.
Checky on one side and stripe on the other.
Both teams gauging each other pretty quickly, hemmed up in the corner there. New Order trying to get that head rip, but not quite able to get his footing right. Meanwhile, North Blood versus SJK Knights.
Just
lining up for their second round.
Just a pile of hardware and flesh in that corner.
Oh, big shots from the head. Oh, nice throw from the Florida man. Maybe get a second one. He does. Beautiful. Taking out two, and it's a 3-on-1. Nicely done by that Florida man.
And quick action up there by the marshals.
Put him in the newspaper. He deserves it. All right, North Blood going in the second round. SJK, huge fighter at the bottom of the list. That guy. Shots coming in, he's still pushing forward. Again, pushing SJK Knights, pushing them further and further into the list. North Blood waiting for an opportunity to engage. Ooh, swing and a miss from SJK, but able to recover quickly. Oh, big shot coming in, but now his axe is stuck. That's the second time that's happened to that.
That massive San Jacinto fighter.
Not quite able to. Oh. Trying to give him a trip. That SJK fighter able to.
2 SJK down.
3 down. Looks like it's 5-2. And that last fighter going over to help him in the corner on the right. Shots coming into the hip shots. Ooh, that's gotta hurt.
And
shot just flying in, wailing into his leg.
The knight in the left corner looks like his weapon is trapped. Can't defend himself with that other hand.
Looks like they're just holding on to the big guy while he can get the littler fighter down, and it looks like that might be the case. Oh, and the big fighter.
And that's the fight.
Down. 5-1 in favor of Blood Knights. Looks like there might be another injury there on the far side of the list, on the purple and yellow. Medics checking them out.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what happened there. Clearing the space, looks like they're getting him up. It's a new order fighter. It looks like he's at least walking under his own power, so that's a good sign.
That new order fighter. New team.
They'll take him off the side, take a check at him, and make sure he's good to go.
Our great medic staff here.
North Blood takes that round into. Who do we have next up on blue and red?
Next up on blue and red, we have the Northern Wolves at the red gate and the Australian Berserkers at blue.
All right. Good international fight coming up with two teams that traveled great distances to be here, and we greatly appreciate that. Shout out again to Australia and the UK for sending fighters. We're happy to have you. And if you're an international team and you want to come across the sea, we'll gladly have you here at Carnage. We tend to give a little bit of funds to help actually with that with those travel costs. So if you're interested in coming, look it up, sign up, and we'll hope to see you next year.
Absolutely. Looks like we've got another round between the Florida men and the New Order.
Both been fighting very well today. New Order engages quickly. Florida man moving him back. Grab that fighter not paying attention. And rips him down for a good head pull.
One order.
Florida man has the advantage. 5-4. Big shots coming in that top of the ring. Two. Both just laying into that New Order fighter. Another trade it looks like there is. 4-3 in favor of Florida man. Another one down, and it's a 4-1
Florida man.
Florida man.
Outstanding. And it looks like we're about to do the award ceremony for the women's division.
Outstanding. Ordo Obelus out there, Pegasus, and the Mystics. It's like one of their Mystic fighters had a little bit of injury, is slow to walk out to the field. He's out there nonetheless. Again, just a reminder, this is definitely not just a man sport. Women come out here and train and fight just as hard as the men. I love watching them, and they've been growing, getting more and more women's teams, and it's just been great to see.
Let's see.
Coming up, at the list, the women's fighting award ceremony.
Next up on the purple and yellow, we have the Atlanta Vanguard versus Kenya's Fire, shortly after the women's award ceremony. All of our beautiful competitors out there fighting their heart out.
I'm looking for the results printed, but I'm not, or posted on the live update. I'm not seeing it just yet, so I guess we'll hear it live right now.
We'll do it live. Cincinnati Barbarians in the blue and red. You've got Ordo the Pegasus in the maroon. Ordo Obelus in the purple. What else we got? Dallas Mystics in the black and red, orange. The Banshees out of New Hampshire in the Knights Hall out there in the white and black.
And these, you see some of the teams with these beautiful cloaks.
Yep.
I believe that was a gift from Palmetto Knights.
Yep, that is nice. Great. Each team received a cloak with their symbol on it.
Each team that provided their high-quality image.
That's correct.
Yes.
That is correct.
I believe there were some that were not supplied, and that's unfortunate because they missed out on a really nice gift.
Very cool.
I can't say for sure, but someone at the table might also have a Palmetto Knights cloak floating around.
Oh,
somewhere.
yeah.
We'll see. We'll see. Fingers crossed.
Nice.
All right, Carolina Carnage 2024 as the largest women's tournament ever in the States.
And that's Larry out there in the red and blue and yellow. He's the tournament organizer and the one that's been setting this up year after year, making it super successful.
With that in mind, first let's bring out the biggest prizes being offered at this event. Taking time. Come on, man. Come on. Sit on.
It's got a baby.
Don't worry, we'll tar and feather him later as well.
Where? I have no idea. If Larry's out in the crowd, you never know.
Sorry about the delay, but we got to thank our huge sponsor. It's huge.
I'm not sure who that is.
So, Advanced Fitness, which is one of my favorite competitors, also sells fitness industry gear, all that kind of fun stuff. The three products brought to that target a rack, barbell, or so.
Oh, I do believe that's fitness.
Advanced Fitness and Innovations.
Fitness and innovation. Dumbbell set, bench set, or some other piece of equipment for the winners of the tournament.
That's great.
And that'll be given to the team and delivered at a later date, I believe.
Bronze medals. Bronze medals go to the Banshees out of the Northeast.
The Banshees taking third out of New Hampshire in the Knights Hall.
They had so many hard fights today and represented themselves great. I can't see their tabards without thinking, in a red right hand.
With outstanding work. Definitely all day. testament to their hard work.
And we also are getting an accent from Booher Tech.
And they're getting an accent from Booher Tech. Thank you again, Booher Tech, for sponsoring our event.
I remember the early days. This is the old showing through again. There were no sponsors. We sponsored ourselves.
All right, Grandpa, let's get you back to the house.
Thank you, ladies. In second place goes to Ordo of the Pegasus.
Ordo of the Pegasus taking second. A team out of Detroit with a couple of the Palomado Knights mercenary for him, working for him as well. So they're a sister team of Detroit Fight Club.
Yeah, I was expecting green, not burgundy and gold, but now that I pay attention to the fleur-de-lis, it all makes sense.
Yeah, you get it. It just clicks.
Like, well, the yarn is now connected.
Look at my board.
Let's see.
Wonderful. Looks like they're getting wonderful hand axe and presenting the medals there.
So, according to René d'Anjou's manual of the 14th century tournament, armor and weapons, particularly golden armor and weapons, were very common gifts for competitors. A little historical fact there for you.
Beautiful, that's why we do it.
Slightly older than my experience in fighting historical facts.
Oh, you weren't there? Sure.
There we go. The Dallas Mythics.
Outstanding. Asking them to come to her because of the injured fighter. Showing a lot of grit standing out there after an injury like that. So they get their pick of weapons as well. And again, they're out of Dallas Mystics.
It looks like they might be recruiting early.
It's never too early to do Berserker.
Well, I mean, at some point, we are going to have fighters that literally grew up in our sport.
Yeah, it is true. Outstanding. I can't wait to see them.
Could be looking at future champions right there. And I'm sure there will be some photos. Go on, Elise.
Congratulations to all our female fighters, everyone that came out to compete. And definitely look forward to them seeing them next year.
Outstanding.
Great fighting on. Really some of the toughest fighting I've seen from the female fighters, and it was awesome to watch. Just as much action in those rounds as any other fight.
And as the sport continues to grow, I know I've said that about a million times, but as the sport continues to grow, the availability of armor in the sizes and shapes needed for the different fighters and the options for those, you get more than just one option per size, is going to show up.
Celebrating each other.
Marshals are heading back to the purple and yellow list to pick up from there. Who do we have up next?
Up next for the purple and yellow is going to be, I believe, Atlanta Vanguard versus Kenya's Fire. It looks like we only have a handful more fights until the evening's done.
And trying to count up quickly, we already had Northern Wolves and Berserkers. Or did we?
Yeah, they just fought.
Okay. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 more matches in the red and blue list.
And same for the purple and yellow.
And it looks like we're running fairly close to on time.
Yeah, just a little. We're just a little.
And they didn't budget in time for the award ceremony, so when you add that in, I say that's a pretty fair allocation.
Yeah. And again, thank you to all of our all those that are watching on our Facebook and YouTube channel. We appreciate you guys being here all day, hanging out with us, interacting with us, telling us where you're from and who you're rooting for. And definitely give a like and share to us. That will help us greatly broaden the sport to all those that want to join.
So there's a question in the chat, and I may have missed this, about what happened to the Warlords. Score sheet showing that their upcoming losses. That usually means there's a withdrawal, but I'm not sure. I'll check the score sheet myself and see what I can find.
Yeah, we'll do a little bit of investigation. Oh no, my apologies. Northern Wolves and Berserkers are up now. That tracks.
Okay.
The next match coming up on the yellow and purple list.
I
It's
do believe Warlords are still fighting though.
So
versus
the Northern Wolves and the Warlords. That was a match I questioned earlier whether or not we'd seen it yet, and it seems like that scored 5-0, 5-0 in 2 rounds for the Wolves. So we may have had
a withdrawal from
Warlords may have withdrawn.
I do, looking down in the arena, I do see several of the Warlords out of armor already. So that very well could be the case.
And Vincent is from Texas. Maybe if he makes his way back up here, we can get some insider reporting on what's going on with the Warlords. Hopefully everybody's okay.
Yeah.
I hope you all want
Next up in the purple and yellow, streaming on Facebook, we've got the Atlanta Vanguard versus Kenya's Fire. First round just started for Northern Wolves versus the Berserkers. Northern Wolves out of UK and Berserkers out of Australia. 2 international teams that otherwise would probably not get to fight each other on any regular basis.
Do you think if the Australian team can avoid any yellow and red cards, the UK teams will let them come back home?
I don't know, maybe.
It's 4-4.
4-4 draw.
Oh,
Nice
flying knee.
Not quite connecting there. Australian fighter at the top of the list, looking like in trouble. Trying to get away from the Northern Wolf. Meanwhile, Vanguard and Kenya still tied 5-5. No one with the advantage up there either. Good grappling coming from all the fighters.
The 2 fighters in the north, or on the top end of the red and blue list, look to be grappling pretty hard, not waiting for backup.
Oh, looks like Vanguard, 2 Vanguard down against the Kenya's fighter, but one of the Kenya's fighters lost the gauntlet. Oh, Kenya's able to strip a weapon from a Vanguard. Looks like it's 2-4 in favor of Kenya's. Looks like they're headbutting over there. Big shots coming down to the shoulder of that Vanguard fighter.
Oh, there's some legs kicking.
Calling a stop fight. 3-1 victory to Kenya's.
Well, it looks like we're still 4-4 and now 3-3 in the red and blue list. Even numbers for Northern Wolves
another
and
trade.
the Berserkers from Australia.
When it comes down to these individual grapples going on here. Australian fighter trying to get the leg of that Northern Wolf there.
Good
Not
leg work
able
up
to
there.
do it. Wolf fighting, trying hard to get the advantage.
Good knees in the corner. Working to bend that fighter over.
Northern Wolf trying really hard to get that fighter down.
And that Aussie fighter.
And he goes
And
down.
sits. It's 2-1 for the UK team.
Wolves.
Aussies,
sneaking
cheer
out of
your
their
boys
prey.
on.
Aussie trying to keep that head control. Not able to do so. Both teams pushing hard. Maybe he can get that throw. Or he gets out of there.
And it's a trade.
But a 1-0 to the Northern Wolves. What a great fight.
Absolutely.
A lot of technical grappling and hard-fought battles there.
And it looks like Kenya's Fire and the Vanguard from Atlanta have reset and are ready for round 2.
Vanguard trying to get a shot into the back there. Kenya's fighter will pick him up and tangle him. Meanwhile, still bringing down his grab. Oh,
one Vanguard down,
and another
trade.
Kenya's has the advantage, 4-3.
There's a fighter down on the left side of the field. I can't tell who they're with.
It looks like potentially a 3-2 advantage Kenya's. 1 versus 1 there in the bottom of the list. 2 versus 1 on the top.
Vanguard trying to break away.
And a beautiful kick, tripping him, and it's a
and the Marshals in
3-1 to the 3-1 to Kenya. Winning those rounds 2-0. Starting the second round for Northern Wolves versus the Berserkers. Both fighting for the Queen's honor. And the Wolves take the center of the list quickly. Like somebody lost a belt flag.
Well,
he's looking for his weapon. It's not there.
Was it knocked out of his?
It was cut off. The belt was cut off. He lost his belt.
It looks like secondary. I can't tell, but it looks like maybe the head of that axe might have broken as well.
Potentially. Interesting. All right, a trade there. The Wolf and the Berserker there.
4-4, a hard hit coming in. Oh,
big shots coming into that fighter.
A dropped weapon by the Aussie.
I'm not sure.
He's got to get away.
That Wolf trying to push him into the list, but he's able to take the corner and just post up on that pole.
I'm not sure.
Wolf pushing hard.
He's going for it.
Able to get his head free and grab a weapon. Still a 4-4.
But at the loss of position.
From the Aussie.
4-3, Aussie's up.
Big shots raining down. Oh,
friendly fire.
No, he was aiming for the arm of the North Wolf.
I thought that was his bassinet.
It looked like it a little bit. I totally agree. All right. Having a fighter free like that, able to...
Hard shots to the shoulder of the Wolf. And going for the shoulder blade with a couple of swipes.
Freeing that Berserker fighter's head, and now he's able to re-engage with some grapples. Up in the purple and yellow, we have the Lycans versus the Plague Rats.
And we have a trade. Okay, yeah, Marshall's appropriately catching that, calling him down. 3-2 in favor of the Aussies.
See if that Aussie can rain in some shots into the Northern Wolf. Checking the back, make sure nobody's coming up behind him. He's hunting for his shot, see where he wants to take it. Wants to be careful, make sure that other fighter doesn't try to interrupt him. Meanwhile, the Plague Rats engage with the Lycans. Lycans pushing hard on the top of the ring. 2 on the bottom. Looks like a trade there. Lycans and the Plague Rats.
And which Lexington are the Lycans from?
I am not sure.
Oh,
the one that starts with L.
And that ends the fight in the red and blue list. Well, gravity finishes it, but that going to that'll take us to round 3 for the Northern Wolves and the Berserkers.
Looks like another trade there against the Lycans versus the Plague Rats. Looks like still pretty even, 3v3. Everyone tied up in that corner there. Blades and shields intertangling there.
And
can that Plague fighter? Oh, not quite able to get that throw off.
Vanguard
knees coming in.
Oh.
Lycans able to get a Plague Rat on the ground. It's 3-2 advantage to the Lycans. I'm trying to pull him out of that corner. Maybe gonna be able to get a throw on him. Oh, a Lycan down.
It's 2-2.
2-2. People, that's what happens when we get in a corner like that. Bodies flying everywhere. Excuse me. Yeah, I tend to be tripping up.
One of the longest competing teams in the Plague Rats won it against one of the newest teams in the Lycans.
Trying to grip, maybe another trade there.
Down to 1-1.
Now it's 1v1. Lycan versus Rats.
And we're getting ready for round 3 for the Berserkers versus the Northern Wolves.
Good fight. Northern Wolves moving up again. Both taking their time.
And
both got to be tired of this.
It looks like the Lycans took it 1-0.
Ozzy's blocking that shot with his buckler, protecting his friend.
The bucklers are certainly more popular this year here, but I'm seeing so much haft control of the opponents.
Yeah.
And we may have a good sweep here. Got to be careful of those blind shots to the back of a leg. You got to know where you're throwing.
Can you get him over? A little bit of help, and they both go over.
That's a trade.
Oh,
and a trip.
Ozzy. Another trade at the top of the list. 2 on 3 in favor of the Northern Wolves. Northern Wolves grabbing the axe and bringing them in. 2 on 1 on the left or the right side of the field.
Looks like they're
trying to get that, take his weapon out. Trying to open him up, push them down. He's able to escape. Watch out for that fighter on the ground.
That Aussie fighter trying to keep his feet so he can circle.
Trying to tangle him up in some bodies on the ground, maybe get a lucky shot.
Oh, pull out shot right to the forehead.
Right to the face. That cannot feel good. That Northern fighter trying to open him up so he can strike the Aussie fighter.
Well, it's a trade, but it's 2 on 1.
2 on 1.
They've got so much pressure on that Berserker.
And I think that will end it.
And he sat down. Great fight in the red and blue list. Going to the Northern Wolves. Up top, Plague Rats and Lycans at it again.
Looks like a 3-2 advantage to the Plague Rats. See if they can take that to a third round. 4-3 in favor of Plague Rats. Oh, nice. That Lycan able to get a fight, but quickly taken down by the Plague Rat. Looks like a 2v2, however. Lycans versus Plague Rats.
Lycans evening it up and about to sneak in behind.
Lycans green and blue, Plague Rats in the red and black. Streaming on our Palmetto Knights Facebook. Again, the red and blue is streaming in YouTube on the Palmetto Knights page.
In the red and blue list, we have Kenyaz USA facing Ordo Draconis.
2 very mobile, strike-heavy teams. We'll see how they match up.
Up top, it's a 1v1. Trying to settle Lycans versus Plague Rats.
Lycans have 1 round up, so they're able to take this round, and they'll win out. Otherwise, they'll go to a third.
In a situation like this, they still don't want to. The Lycans wouldn't want to trade.
No, not at all. Then they'll end up going to a tie in the third round, which is even more of a gut check for both teams.
But
and they do.
And that trade absolutely benefiting the Plague Rats.
Absolutely. See if the Plague Rats can win a round and maybe even take it to another round 4. Ordo and Kenyaz in the red and blue.
And Ordo's switching up their lineup or their formation all of a sudden.
Moving up there. Watch for both runners try to make a gap there. There you go.
Ooh.
Ordo moving in.
He almost blocked with the bottom of his foot.
Finding himself in a compromising position with a shot there to the gut. Ordo trying to move in, protect his friend. Ooh, big shot coming in.
Hard shot.
Oh,
but a rebound knocking down the Kenyaz fighter.
Goes down.
A trade in the near side.
They're trying to push. Nick Shank moving towards the middle there.
4-3 in favor of Ordo.
There we go.
We got a 2-on-1.
Bottom of the list.
Favoring Ordo in the right corner.
Kenyaz fighter trying to get over to help him, maybe catching one of the Ordo fighters off guard.
Look, and we have a trade on the left side.
3-2 in favor of Ordo. Big strikes coming in, shield punches into the head of the Kenyaz fighter there. Both those fighters working to take him down. That Ordo fighter trying to get his axe back. Ordo fighter. Both of them, it looks like that Kenyaz fighter has both of those Ordo fighters tied up pretty well with both their weapons.
The Lycans and the Plaguerats back at it again for round 3.
3-2 still in favor of Ordo, but both of them having trouble finishing off the Kenyas.
And a trade, it's 2-1. Ordo's up.
In favor of Ordo.
Kenya's fighter working to break free.
He's got a hold of Ordo's weapon and controlling him that way for the fight. See if Ordo can maybe get him down, get some shots, get head control, working, just putting his weight on the bottom there. There you go.
He's walking him forward, but he's able to turn his back.
You got to be careful putting their weight. He might try to do a trade and and trade there.
I believe that was a DDT.
So come down. WWE in the house. Meanwhile, Lycans and Plaguerats on their 3rd round after their tie. Lycan with a 3-2 advantage.
And a rat down. That's 3-1 in favor of the Lycans.
Lycans taking the victory there.
And the Lions take the round. Well done, fighter.
Next up will be Iron Lions versus Detroit Fight Club. Ordo fighter slow to get up after slamming that other fighter into the ground. Kenya's up and making adjustments as needed.
Well, we have a moment between rounds.
Yep.
We have some Australian fighters and support staff marshals here as well. Do you have an Australian accent that you can share with us?
Not that I'm going to do live.
Can I teach you one?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. So, speaking of the lights here, right? The lights.
Yeah.
I want you to say "Rise up, lights."
Rise up, lights.
And this is going to be fun. I'm not tricking you.
Yeah, okay.
So, "Rise up, lights."
Rise up, lights.
One more time. "Rise up, lights."
Rise up, lights.
And now say "razor blades" in an Australian accent.
Rise up, lights.
"Rise up, lights."
Nice.
There you go.
Very good. All right, looks like Iron Lions lining up with Detroit Fight Club in the purple and yellow. Streaming on the Paladin Knights Facebook page. Kenyas and Ordo going for their 2nd round in the red and blue list on YouTube.
Round 2 for Kenyas and Ordo.
Let's see if Ordo can put this away or if Kenyas can bring it to the 3rd round. Shots coming in. Kenyas.
Solid shot to the helmet from that great Falchion.
Has a strong fire, tying him up, trying to get his weapon away from him. He's holding on for dear life. Ooh, big shot into the head there as the runner tries to watch out for the
About to get hit from behind, and he's down.
Gets him every time.
That's 5-4 for Kenyas.
5-4 Kenyas. Oh, there's a trade there. Nope.
5-3 Kenyas.
5-3 Kenyas. Big shots coming in from both sides there at the bottom of the list.
Oh.
Lost the weapon there. Is able to strike it out. That fighter is struggling to get his axe out as he reaches for the weapon from the list. His weapon handler. Oh,
great
nice throw,
takedown.
but ended up trading there. 2 versus 4.
And that's the fight.
And that's a fight. 4-1 in favor of Kenya. Looks like a huge shot there at the bottom of the list, right at the end.
Up top, we have the Iron Lions still at it with Detroit Fight Club, 4-4 it seems. 4-5.
4-5 in favor of the Iron Lions. Big shots coming into the hip on the top of the list there.
Another Detroit fighter down.
Looks like 5-2 in favor of Lions. Big shots coming into that.
And that's the fight. That was a super axe shot to the back of that Detroit fighter.
Lions cleaning up fairly quickly, as they would like to see.
Up next on the red and blue list is Northblood and Dominus.
That'll be a good fight to see. All right, Ordo taking this to a 3rd round against Kenyas. That Ordo fighter up and on his own. Good to see. And right back into fighting, so we'll see how Ordo handles this next round. They've got to be, with going against Kenyas, you've definitely got to be aware of Andrew and his ability to circle the list and come up to you quickly. If you're not paying attention on field awareness, they will get you.
I'm going to check the scorecard, see what updates we have there.
All right. Iron Lions Detroit going to their second round. Looks like Iron Lions center sticking back a little bit, trying to see what the Detroit club is going to do before he engages. He's shooting the gap, trying to get Detroit off guard, but wasn't able to do so. Breaks down to a group of grappling there on the left and right side. Third round from Kenyez and Ordo in the red and green. Sorry, red and blue. Ordo in the black and green.
Kenyez lost the weapon.
See if Ordo can. They're gonna let him get that weapon unanswered.
With 4 teammates still up, he had time to safely retrieve without worrying much about the backfield.
And you're coming in for a good shot there. Good shots. Oh, Ordo gets one down. Advantage to them. And another one.
Ordo's up 5-3.
There's a trade there. Still 3-2.
Big trade, putting it 3-2.
There you go. Ordo taking him to the list. That big fighter tying up Kenyez in the left. 2-on-1 on the right. All they need to do is get one of these fighters down, and it'll be a victory to Ordo. They're almost there. Oh, that Kenyez fighter able to get out and retreating.
The breakaway's coming.
Trying to make sure he gets to his friend in time.
Oh, that was
he's trying to bench him, but is able to dodge that huge charge.
That was a very fortuitous pivot by the Ordo fighter. Otherwise, he'd have been taking a Kenyez fighter in the back of the skull.
Yeah, very good. Oh, beautiful.
What a takedown! Oh!
2-on-1 in favor of Ordo. You gotta be careful. Trying to trade might cause it to be a 1v1. Oh,
there it is.
And there it is.
Still anybody's fight.
1v1. And a good victory to Kenyez, 1-0 on the third round.
I know that may be disappointing as Ordo being your team, but
that's all right.
We can't be disappointed. It's such a good fight.
No, that was a great fight. Very athletic. Ordo had the chance to secure the victory, and they weren't able to do it. So,
looks like we have Kenyez Fire in the yellow gate, and the awesome Possums from Palmetto Knights at the purple gate.
Indeed. All right. Both Kenyez teams doing outstanding today, fighting.
If you're counting along, that's 43 matchups. Not individual rounds, but 43 matchups between teams in just the red and blue list.
We are up to 55.
Wow.
And we have the Possums versus Kenyez Fire.
Well, 45 and 55, well, not quite 45 yet, but that's basically 100 matches today.
Yeah, that's insane, and I love to see it.
And more to come.
Outstanding. Possums moving in on Kenyez in the bottom of the list there, see if they can break up those fights.
One Possum down.
Another. Down. Kenyez Fire taking the advantage, 5-3. Another trade there, so 4-2 in favor of Kenyez.
That Possum doing everything he can, but
and
he's down. That's the fight.
4-1 in favor of Kenyez Fire.
In the red corner, we've got North Blood. In the blue, Dominus for their first round.
All right, North Blood versus Dominus in the red and blue list. Very fitting. Red Blood trying to take the center there, pulling off their center of Dominus. Bunch of 1v1s have broken out. Both fighters try to have the advantage.
Dominus in the blue, black and gold.
Dominus trying to get a quick takedown there, and he gets it, but is tripped up.
It's 4-3.
4-3 in favor of Dominus.
4-2, Dominus up.
And they just swarm him,
finish him off. And that's the fight.
4-1 in favor of Dominus. Second round versus fire, Possums, purple and yellow, screaming on Facebook. Slow to engage, but throwing shots back and forth.
Round 2 for Kinyas and the Awesome Possums. Kinyas fire.
Possum down, and Torch in the next one. 2 down. 5-3 in favor of Kinyas. Looks like another one on the way. Yep.
And a trade.
It's going to be 4-1 in favor of Kinyas. Next up in the purple and yellow list is going to be the Florida Men versus the Plague Rats. Again, that's Florida Men versus Plague Rats in the purple and yellow. Now, if you're tuning in again just for the first time, we have the red and blue list being on the Palomino Knights YouTube, and the purple and yellow list is on Palomino Knights Facebook page. Dominus versus the Northern Blood in blue and red. Both teams engaging each other very quickly.
Pulling on the head.
Dominus putting their grappling skills to work. It's like a big pile of trade. I'd hate to be on the bottom of those piles.
And it looks like 4-2, 4-2 Dominus.
The Northern Blood. Rip down there, another trade.
That's going to be 3-1 Dominus.
I think that's the most fighters Dominus has lost.
I believe so.
All right, next up, Florida Men versus
Plague Rats.
Plague Rats in the yellow and purple.
And in the red corner, we've got the War Pigs coming in versus San Jacinto Knights in blue.
All right, Florida Men in the purple, or in the red and orange and black tabards. Plague Rats from New York City with the black and red tabards.
If you're following along with the schedule, or if you'd like to follow along with the schedule, you can find it at palmettonight's.com/Carolina-Carnage. Scroll down and look for the Saturday schedule. It's being live updated from the floor with the score. You'll have to refresh every now and then to see the updates and where we're at. If you scroll to the right side of that grid, you'll also see any penalty cards or appeals that have been filed.
All right, Florida Men pushing to the top of the list in the yellow and purple. Pushing the Plague Rats deep into their side of the list, pinning them there. Looks like it's broken down to a bunch of single grapples. Florida Men getting a takedown of the Plague Rats at the top of the list and working on the next one.
5-4 for Florida.
Otherwise, grapples happening throughout the corner.
Oh,
Florida Man goes down.
Looks like he may have tripped over a downed rat.
Yep. 4-on-4. Florida Men versus the Plague Rats. Trying to get an open trip, another trade. 3-on-3. See if they can get that open. Nope.
Another trade. It's 2-2.
2 versus 2.
And
Plague Rat goes down trying to throw the Florida Man. 2-on-1 in favor of Florida Man. Big axe shots coming onto that Plague Rat. Him able to block it with that shield, but you still feel the force behind those shots.
And that is a heavy shield. You can only raise it so many times.
And another trade.
And a trade.
Well,
Nate, are you a fan of horror movies?
not particularly.
Nightmare on Elm Street?
No.
Somewhere along the lines, they started marketing that every town has an Elm Street. I think every state has a Florida Man somewhere,
probably
lurking in the darkness.
All right, now we got War Pigs versus SJK and the blue and red on YouTube. Both teams slow to engage each other. I don't think they've met very many times.
Trade.
There.
4-4.
Big shots coming into those Knights at the bottom of the list there. As they slowly push them all into the corner. It looks like one of the San Jose had lost a weapon. As you can see there.
The War Pigs just knocking all of the Knights' weapons down.
Not necessarily illegal, but could be frowned upon. trying to do a trip there in the open with War Pig.
Oh!
Looks like he's lost his weapon, but he's picking up
A little bit
off
of
the belt.
A little bit of larceny occurring.
Oh, he doesn't have one on the belt, so he's
Juke and
nowhere to go.
jive and down.
Not enough. It's like a 2-on-1 in favor of the War Pigs.
That left-handed fighter with a mace and barbed butte.
Two-handers. It's never fun. Big shots coming down. Sparks flying. Second round for the Florida men and Plague Rats going on.
And that's War Pigs.
War
2-1.
Pigs take it 2-1. Looks like Florida men have the advantage, 4-3 in the upper one. Another trade. Oh no!
Oh, that's
takedown.
4-2.
4-2 in favor of Florida men.
Well, Florida II.
Oh, takedown of the Florida man.
3-2.
3-on-2.
The Rats trying to even it out. Now it's 2-1.
2-1 in favor of Florida. See if they're able to get him down. Got him pinned in the corner. Although Plague Rat putting his all of his might into it. It's trying to stay up, keeping them from getting head control. Oh!
I think that's a draw.
They all go down. It becomes a draw.
He was able to push those two down over the down fighters. Way to go, Plague Rats, pushing that action.
Pushing into a third round. Plague Rat's been doing that a lot lately.
Yes.
It's the second or third time they've actually done that, into a draw, into a third round.
We're getting ready for the second bout for War Pigs and SJK in the red and blue.
Remember, a lot of these fighters are going to be coming back tomorrow for the 12, so it's all day of fighting. He's got to be wearing on them.
Absolutely.
War Pigs squaring up, taking a few little shots out there.
We hope that the menu at Carolina Carnage offers a buffet of fighting, not only for the spectators, but for the competitors. We wouldn't want anyone to go away hungry.
Good job on the Knights picking up that runner. Although the Knights are in a rough spot. They're in the corner there.
There.
One pushed out.
Almost
Another one
recovered.
On the way down.
War
Now
Pigs
it's
up 5-3.
5-3. That fighter's got to be not looking forward to three fighters coming at him.
Wait. Yes, 5-3. Yeah.
2 versus 5. Big shots coming in. That big fighter unwilling to engage, just trying to keep his fighter behind him alive, taking those hits. Trying to block with his head, which is not always a great idea. Artillery raining in.
Those last few shots to the shoulder looked painful.
Definitely not a situation you want to be in, but you gotta try to do everything you can to stay in the fight. I understand that.
Florida men and the Rats back at it up top.
In the yellow and purple, streaming on Facebook. Looks like Florida men got a Rat down, advantage to the Florida men. See if they can. Looks like another one. Florida men trying to make quick work of the Plague Rats. Plague Rats got one. It looks like it's 3-4 in favor of Florida men. Plague Rats trying to bring it to him though. Almost got a throw there. 2-3 in favor of Florida men.
Looks like Florida has that large poleaxe. Expect him to back up and start throwing shots. There we go.
And he throws the last Rat down, and it's a 3-1 favor of Florida.
Up next, in the red corner, we've got the Executioners. Correction, that would have been Executioners and Warlords. Instead, it should be Kenyaz USA and Northblood.
Gotcha. And the next fights coming up in the purple and yellow are going to be Detroit Fight Club and the Order of Gauntlet and Rose.
An update from earlier today in the women's division, 5 versus 5. Gold medal went to the Dallas Mythics. Second place, silver, the Order of the Pegasus, and third to the Banshees.
Well fought, well earned, definitely.
And it looks like that SJK fighter moving his shoulder just fine, although that armor has a new shape.
It is looks a lot more flat than it started with, that's for sure.
Polyhedral, for sure.
Might have to go see our wonderful armorers outside the arena. Maybe they can pin it back in, fix it back into the shape it's supposed to be. I don't know, do they have any more fights left?
Yes, after Kenyas USA and Northblood, we have War Pigs and Dominus, Executioners and SJK, Northern Wolves and Ordo Draconis, and Kenyas and War Pigs.
All right, next up we have Detroit Fight Club versus the Order of Gauntlet and Rose in the yellow and purple list, streaming on Facebook. I apologize to any of our Facebook fans out there. I'm not able to view the comments. My phone has died, so.
What kind of charger do you use, my friend?
iPhone?
Alas.
I'm a filthy iPhone user, so.
Well, I don't discriminate between phone users, but unfortunately I can only supply a USB-C, my friend.
Next time. I have my charger on me. All right, Kenya's USA versus Northblood here in the blue and red list. Detroit Fight Club. Oh, thank you.
Give it up for Northblood.
So I'm taking a look at the fighting schedule for tomorrow, beginning at 10 a.m. Eastern Time, and it looks like we'll be kicking off with more fights in the Tier 1 division.
I don't believe, for my Facebook friends, I don't believe that the brackets have been posted yet on the website, but I do believe they will be posted either later tonight or first thing in the morning. So be sure to check that out to find out who's fighting in the brackets and where they're going to be fighting at. Gauntlet Rose looks like they take the advantage to Detroit, 3-1. That was a quick match. Kenyas versus Northblood in the red and blue. Both teams somewhat familiar with each other. Haven't fought on too many occasions, but looks like they're both probably tired, exhausted, and being a little bit more conservative with their energy as the fights get later and later into the day.
Kenyas USA, are they out of the Midwest somewhere?
They're out of Michigan.
Michigan, okay. And where in Canada, do you know?
I think they have the fighters are mixed, I do believe.
Okay.
Some are out of Quebec. I'd have to take a look. But
well, right now, still 10 men standing in the red and blue. Look,
Northblood shooting the gap, trying to get an advantage.
It looks as though one of the Northblood shields has torn loose a strap. So it's still in his hand. His hand's still protected by the gauntlet, but
North fighter in the top getting pummeled by 3 of Kenya's fighters. Well, down at the bottom, it's 2v2.
That shield goes flying, but his hand's still protected.
Oh. Good block. Oh, they're unable to stay up. Maybe? Nope. He's down.
One Northblood down.
So 5-4 advantage Kenyas.
Oh!
Order Gauntlet and Roses.
A sweep causing one Kenyas fighter to go down, one Northblood fighter to go down.
Oh, can I get that trip in the middle? No.
It's 4-3.
Another trade there.
3-2.
Looks like 2 versus 3. Man, that was hard to follow there for a second.
Fast action in the red and blue list.
Looks like Order of the Gauntlet of Rose is taking 2-5 in favor of Gauntlet. Hammering those opponents and taking the round.
Down in the red and blue list.
Order of Gauntlet Rose taking those in 2 rounds. Next up, we have Atlanta Vanguard out of Atlanta and the Iron Lions out of Virginia.
Northblood teamed up in the corner trying to protect one another from the 3 Kenyas fighters. They're going to pick a leg. Not successful yet. Going to sweep a leg.
Trying really hard to get that trip. Unable to do so. These Canadian fighters are just not going down.
hard shield shots. Looks like they're trying to snipe with the weapons from the outside. Some good knees in the corner.
Knees coming in.
And that sweep, and that's 3-1.
3-1 in favor of Kenyas. Nicely done. Good teamwork on Kenyas, bringing that fighter down.
Solid fight.
Next up in the purple and yellow list, we have the Iron Lions again. First in the black and white versus Atlanta Vanguard in the purple and black. And as you can see down there on the list, you can see those awesome cloaks provided to all the teams by the organizers, which is an awesome gift to them. Again, if you're just joining us, feel free to like, share, comment, and let us know where you're watching from and who you're rooting for. We'd love to hear from you. Mary cheering for Order of Gauntlet and Rose. Marshall's checking all the fighters, getting ready to line them up. Second round about to begin for Kenyas versus Northern Blood in the red and blue list. Streaming on YouTube.
I was looking to see if Vincent was around. Maybe he could give us an update on the Warlords. I still see a Warlords tabard on a fighter. He's not armored, but he's in the arena. And I see some others like packed up on their gear and handshaking. So
Which Vanguard wants this win more?
I hope nobody's hurt, but not sure the reason for the withdrawal.
Now, if you didn't know, the Iron Lions out of Virginia are a sister chapter to the home chapter in Germany. They're a sister team. They've actually flown over to Germany to fight. So they have a good following out there.
Round 2 for Kenyas USA and the North Blood.
First round for Vanguard and Iron Lions, on top of the list. Love watching them fight. Been fighting with those fighters several times before. Vanguard moving in. Iron Lions trying to take it to them.
Kenyas and North Blood taking their time.
Ooh, a fighter going down. Trying to get tripped up, but not able to do so. Advantage to Iron Lions.
I believe I recall Iron Lions from last year's tournament.
Yeah, they were here last year. Oh, beautiful throw from the Iron Lion to the top. I believe that's Kevin.
And
advantage to Iron Lions, 4-3. Gotta be careful of all those bodies on the ground. Another trade there. 3-2 in favor of Iron Lions. Both those pole arms at the top there going at each other.
Oh.
Beautiful throw from Vanguard.
One lion down.
Oh, but he trips himself and goes down.
And another fighter down.
And another trade.
Not sure.
2-0 Iron Lions, I do believe.
10 fighters still standing on red and blue.
And the round goes to the
Red
Iron
and blue
Lions.
still going on YouTube. Both of them being very conservative in their strikes this go around. Almost able to get a good push over there.
It's about to get hit from behind though.
Ooh. Big shots coming down. North Blood go to the intercept.
And it looks like North Blood may be about
Another
to...
big shot coming in. Not paying attention.
North Blood may be about to push one of the smaller Kenyas fighters out under the list.
Right. Both teams doing a great job of protecting their fighters. Almost get that throw.
Marshall's watching the action closely.
Still 5-5.
North Blood stays up.
Looks like it's broken up into a bunch of one-on-ones again. The blue and red list. Neither one having the advantage yet. These fighters have got to be tired. As long as they've been in armor. Oh, good throw from North Blood. Taking the advantage.
The Kenyas fighter putting everything he had into that throw.
Big shots going into that Kenyas fighter. Trying to circle out and try to avoid getting hits.
Big punch in the right side from Kenyas.
North Blood trying to take advantage of the top right list. Wailing on that Kenyas fighter bent over. Waiting for him to go down. Still 2v2 on the right side of the bottom list there, Kenyas.
Up top, the Iron Lions have the advantage over Vanguard.
Another good throw from Northblood. Taking
And another down.
Kenya's. Now it is 5 versus 2 in favor of Northblood. Kenya's realizing that they have incoming enemies, trying to readjust. I don't think it's going to be
Looks
enough.
like Northblood has lost a couple of weapons, but they've got plenty of time to recover.
That Northblood fighter looks so tired as he slowly meanders over to get a new weapon.
I'll be there in a minute, guys.
It's like, yeah, they got this.
I'm not running for this one.
Yeah, there's 4 versus 2. I think they've got this.
But the Kenyas fighter,
Still not getting up.
he needs to be careful about blocking with that open hand.
Yeah, it's very
Ouch.
dangerous. Kenya's trying
Well,
to...
there's a lot going on in there, a lot of martial flags. Someone, I think,
Kenya's was trying to... There's a rule that you can throw in a white flag. I don't think any of the teams have actually had those yet to basically withdraw from the round. If you do throw a white flag, it becomes an automatic 5-0.
Oh,
Yeah, so you don't see it very often. But in situations like that where you want to protect your fighters in a 5 versus 2, you do see it happen. And the Iron Lions taking those victories from Vanguard, I do believe.
so that second round going to Northblood over Kenya's USA. That'll take us to 3.
Alrighty, and for the last fight of the evening for the yellow and purple is going to be the Lycans versus the Blood Eagles. Again, this is the last fight on the Facebook feed for the Lycan versus the Blood Eagles. Thank you again, everyone, for that have tuned in and watched us and spent the whole day with us. We really appreciate your guys' love and support. We enjoyed interacting with you all day, and we look forward to having you guys back tomorrow, so tune in. We start bright and early again at 10 o'clock Eastern Standard Time for 12 vs. 12s and the quarterfinals.
So, taking a look at the YouTube feed, we've got 127 viewers watching, but we only have 60 upvotes, and one of them is mine. We've got to get that number up, folks. That's not even quite 50%. While you're watching, just take a moment between rounds to throw us a like on that video, please.
It'll make all the difference in the algorithm to get us out to more people, more exposure, more fighters, more engagement. We want the sport to grow. You gotta help us grow it. So please take that time to like and share and comment on the post. We'd greatly appreciate it.
Absolutely.
All right, next up, like I said, Lycans versus Blood Eagles in the purple and yellow. This is the last fight of the round for that feed.
And taking a look at the red and blue list, I don't know if they're going to try to move any remaining fights up to purple and yellow because of the schedule where people are expected to be. We'll see how that goes if that purple and yellow list assumingly wraps up early.
Yeah, I don't expect them to, but we'll wait and see. It's up to the tournament organizers. Meanwhile, the second round of Kenyas versus Northblood. See if Kenyas can bounce back. One-sided loss there in the first round.
Looks like one
Blood Eagle's down. Trade there. Blood Eagle trying to recover. Oh, no, did not.
It looks like there's another
Looks like
fighter on the ground.
Marshals are debating whether or not to keep him up. It looks like that was a clean throw, so they'll keep him engaged in the fight.
Looks like it may be 4-3 in favor of the Blood Eagles.
I think it's a 4-4.
4-4?
Yeah, I only see 2 fighters down. One Blood Eagle, one Lycan, so we'll see. Meanwhile, in the red and blue, we still have 10 fighters up. Both sides being very conservative.
Vincent.
If only Vincent would listen to us. I'm trying to get his attention, but he's
Maybe we can get an update on Warlords.
Yep. 2 Northern Bloods working that bottom fighter in the bottom of the list. Kenya's able to sneak out of that last one. We've got a 2-on-1 in the bottom. Kenya's Blood trying to come in and get taken down. Kenya's has the advantage. Another one goes down. 5-2 in or 4-2 in favor of Kenya's. In favor. Big shots coming down into that blood fighter, and a flying kick. Looks like, ooh, straight to the shin. And it's a 4-1. Marshall's finally stepping in to stop that fight. And we take it to a third round. Medic called into the... Medic called in the blue and red list. Take a look at those fighters, see what might have happened. And it looks like there's also a fighter down in the purple and yellow. Marshall's resetting that fight. Looks like it's a 2v2 Lycans versus Blood Eagles. Oh, Blood Eagles pushed one of the Lycans down and another one down. Able to combat that. It's a 2-on-1 versus the Lycans. Shots coming into the back of the leg there. Brutal shots. The Blood Eagles try to rip him down. He's able to escape and not trip over that big pile of bodies that are sitting there. He engages both the fighters. And is almost able to get one of the Blood Eagles down, pushing it to a 1v1. Still trying, gets him down, stays up himself. Lycan versus Blood Eagle, 1v1. Top of the list.
And after the purple and yellow list wraps up, we've got an update for the Warlords fans out there.
This is the final fight of this list today.
Final fight of this list. Doing a couple, ringing his bell a little bit. He's pushed up against the list. Both fighters trying to be very cautious with the amount of bodies that are surrounding them right now.
Lots of down fighters in that corner. Lots of debris to trip over.
Interesting to see who's able to take it.
Thank you, the extra folks who have liked the video on YouTube. We're getting those numbers above 50% now. That is incredible. That will get the stream out to more folks, more people suggested.
We have 61 watching on our Facebook feed right now. Appreciate all of you guys that have tuned in.
And looks like some leg work, working for
Lycan
a takedown.
And Blood Eagles pushing each other in, trying to hold on.
And it's
both down. It is a draw.
So
take it to a second round.
We've got an update from the Warlords. One of our live stream viewers noticed that the Warlords seemed to have withdrawn earlier. That's due to injury. Thankfully, nothing too serious, but now they're down to basically 5 fighters, and one of them somewhat injured as well. So rather than put themselves through the risk of further injury with being short in a competitive tournament, they decided to protect themselves, and I'm sure that some of them will be back. 3 fighters. Well, they'll be back from the 12s. Sorry, I counted 1 and 2, it's 3.
We can count. Up in the red and blue list, you have the War Pigs, who have done actually an outstanding job today, really bringing to some of these fighters. It's been awesome to watch them fight, coming up against Dominus, to see if they can give them a real run for their money. Meanwhile, the Blood Eagles and the Lycans are resetting for their next round.
And the gates are closing in red and blue, getting ready. Do you think the War Pigs will be able to accomplish the same task as North Blood and actually take down more than one of the Dominus fighters?
Well, I'll be interested to see. I think they can do it if they play smart, and they've been keeping to their game plan of being very active and striking and catching them off guard. However, Dominus is beautiful at field awareness, and they said they're just as dangerous with their strikes and grappling as any other team. So it'll be a hard fought for the War Pigs, but I think if they fight smart, they can do an upset here.
All right. And I'm going to tag out for our co-partner up here, Vincent. We're going to let him commentate the last few matches, then I'll come in to close this out.
All right, Dominus and War Pigs moving up.
Glad to be back, everybody. And what a fight coming back
Looks
for.
like a boxing match at the top, in the middle of the list here. A trade for Dominus and War Pigs at the bottom.
Yeah, that's center open field fight. I mean, it looks like some of the other fighters just gotta watch it. What happened?
They're just letting them go at it.
Yeah, I wonder if this is kind of an agreement prior to the fight.
Looks like one of the Dominus says, "Let them fight. Let them fight."
They're gonna see what happens. And there might have been maybe some talking prior to the fight. I don't know if this is in good faith or if this is just because they're two angry fighters.
And they're calling
they
that
will
Dominus
call
fire
that down.
All right, 2-on-3. That's
And
how
the
the
fight
fight
will
back up.
resume. You know, we've seen a couple matches this weekend where it's been a little bit unconventional, I guess. To say
And
the
there
least.
it is, a 3-versus-1.
And a quick hit to that fight. Something you only see, here, everybody.
Dominus being a good sport about that punchy match in the middle of the list.
Yeah. I mean, I guess right, if you call ISO, you gotta call ISO.
Alrighty.
So we're gonna call this is the last fight for the purple and yellow list.
Yep.
Last use of that for the day.
I apologize to the Facebook users. It looks like that the live stream ended a little bit early. We are now just focusing and streaming on the red and blue list on YouTube.
Within the red and blue list, you can still see in the background.
Yeah, you can definitely.
Yeah, catch
them
the
up.
rest of that in the purple and yellow.
Definitely a little bit harder to see, but doable.
And it looks like in for the Lexington Lycans, there is a fighter. Looks like getting checked on.
Yeah.
They stripped off his armor and it's looking at his leg. So
Yeah, leg injuries are very common in this sport, unfortunately.
yeah.
Sprains, extensions, tears, you name it, we have it.
Right, exactly. And unfortunately, most of them affecting the knee. It's like when you comparatively look at the data of where the injuries are, it's pretty unbelievable that it's always located in the knee.
Warpigs trying to make an early push into the backfield to Dominus. That fighter picking him up almost instantly.
Both teams. A big
Almost a
throw!
throw.
A big
But
throw!
It was a trade, unfortunately, for the War Dogs. It's 3 versus 4.
Dominus trying to work two people right there in the top corner.
Yep. Got a one-on-one going there, and he's down.
Quick takedown. Now Dominus
Another one,
will
and Dominus takes the round. 4-1.
And again, Dominus has just been sweeping the competition. A few teams have gotten pretty close, but I mean,
None of them quite made him work for it.
from what I can remember, I don't think Dominus has lost a round yet.
No, they have not.
This tournament.
No, they've lost a couple of fighters.
A few downs for sure, but no round actually
no round
lost.
Next up, we have the Executioners versus Ordo, I do believe. No, or maybe the
With
SJK.
the Warlords out, we're gonna figure out who is going to be filling in. And we'll see where the banner when they change the banners.
There shouldn't be. It should be on the next fight. Yeah, Executioners versus SJK. Out of Houston. Executioners
Yep.
out of New Hampshire.
I know the Executioners actually picked up a handful of fighters from across the country as well. That don't normally fight with them, but it's sometimes hard when you pick up different fighters from other regions. You don't typically train with them. You don't really know what they're specifically going to be doing, and you kind of have to develop a game plan. With short notice, right?
Yeah.
And teams that really train together and fight together all the time, it's like, oh, if a teammate's over there, I know that spot's going to be secure.
Yeah.
I don't need to think about that.
With the implicit communication, you can look over and see whether or not your buddy is in trouble, or
Absolutely, yeah.
Absolutely, despite a small glance, if he's in trouble or if he's got it.
I mean, and really, when it goes down to brass tacks, if nothing else, a lot of times you just have that closest where you go like, oh, my buddy's getting hit. Yeah, we're in the same tavern, but I know that guy. I like that guy. I want to save that guy. And sometimes when you mark and when you fight on different teams, sometimes you don't really have that type of thing, and you don't really think about it as much. But but that being said, the Executioners have been having great teamwork this tournament, and with a big push forward on the right side.
The Executioners, SJK, both these teams have got to be tired. spending all day in armor fighting.
Yeah, no, SJK's lost a couple of fighters
Due to
so
injury,
far due to
yeah.
injury. Yeah, and it's gonna be interesting to see how they pull out the rest of this day.
Big shots coming into that Executioner there at the bottom of the list there. Able to break free.
Oh, a possible head rip, unable to finish it.
Is it gonna be?
And SJK fighter able to stay up, almost spinning completely backwards,
Almost.
doing a
He's still-
limbo.
Oh, there you go.
Unfortunately, another one going down, and immediately turning to the fighter in front of him, getting a couple of whacks into the back.
Yeah. Brutal shots coming on that fighter at the top of the list, and he trips over the body. It is Executioners have the advantage 5-2-1.
And just a quick, decisive victory, 5-1. You know, when you look at when you lose a couple of fighters, and you know, I was talking to some of the SJK, and I don't think they feel like they brought their A game today.
Yeah.
I mean, tomorrow's a whole different day. You know, you got to take each fight as itself, and you sometimes you got to rally and bring it back. And you know, it's sometimes when you have that little bit of lapse of confidence, it can affect the remainder of the day and the remainder of the fights. And so,
Absolutely.
yeah, I mean, there's still room for them to come back, to rally. It's not over yet. I know exactly that, you know, fighting with them and against them, the SJK can pull amazing things out, and I'm hoping I can see that.
All of these fighters today have shown amazing grit, amazing endurance, amazing
Goodness
skill.
gracious, yeah. I mean,
it's truly wonderful to see the United States as a whole and the Boo Hurt community rising every year, higher and higher. The competition becomes harder and harder, and you've just seen it today with as many like 1 versus 2s or 3-on-1s. Like those are, it might not seem like it initially, but those 3 versus 1s are hard-fought wins.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. You know, that's just where you, at the beginning of the fight, you take advantage, you execute on that advantage, and then you go forward, and then it shows up at the end of that.
Trying to take the backfield. Big shot over the shoulder of that.
Got to turn around, guys. You got to see where those fighters are.
Trying to take advantage of that.
Trying to get his hand around the axe, unable to get over that top part of his helmet with that extra point.
Executioner coming in for assistance there. Another one coming in. One SK Knight down. Another one down.
Good assist with that leg kick. Now it's looking like a 5-on-3. One fighter going down.
Oh, another one down.
And this might be rolling the rest of
And
the
it's
day.
a 5-on-1. Executioners take the win.
Executioners taking it in 2.
The Blood Eagles are still fighting the Lycans at the top of the list there. Looks like a 4-on-4, 4-on-3 advantage to the Blood Eagles. Just to keep you guys informed. 4-on-2 now.
Blood Eagles really showing their mettle today, and giving everyone a very good performance. Oh, an excellent leg kick! Taking down his own fighter, who had grip so tight, he's right now with them.
And the Blood Eagles take the round.
So up next, so I believe that was the last.
That
the
was the
purple
last fight.
and the yellow list.
Yep, those fights are now 100% done. We are now only streaming on YouTube with the blue and red list. Next up, Ordo II versus Northern Wolves.
Northern Wolves.
Ordo II fighting really hard today, but coming out with few losses just by the grit of their teeth. We'll see if they can rally on this one and really bring it to the Northern Wolves. Northern Wolves in a similar boat. They're doing an outstanding job fighting. Appreciate anyone that is in the UK that's still up and watching with us. Thank you for tuning in. Give a shout out to the Northern Wolves.
Absolutely. Happy to have them here all the way. You know, it's nice that we've bridged that gap between the Revolutionary War and we've mended those relations.
Yeah, definitely. Shots coming in from the bottom there. The Northern Wolves pushing far into the Ordo's lines.
I'm just trying to figure out what they're trying to do.
Get a strike up there, but not able to capitalize and not getting pulled in on himself.
And a Congo line going down.
Down there. Shot coming in.
Oh, unable to finish that takedown with that shot in the thigh.
It looks like it's a 3-on-3, however. Broken down into 1-on-1 grapples.
Fighters really grinding to
another down
advantage,
fighter.
and they possibly will down the other one.
They're
Marshall's talking about it.
Still a 2-on-2 at the top of the list, and they do set that other fighter down.
And they've stood up the Ordo fighter. It's possibly because of an illegal takedown. We'll have to review and watch back for it. But that completely changes the rest of this fight. Like having that right there.
Dynamic, yeah.
Yeah, that dynamic switch through, and House fighter no less coming into this, just wallop on that shield arm.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see what on review of the tape later in the day to see what happened there.
Yeah.
Perhaps it was an illegal takedown or move done by the Northern Wolves.
I've seen this a handful of times today, and it's a thing. I really try to notice as a fighter myself, and the thing that I really try to work for is, when you see a scramble and you're loose and you run in, because it feels great to get the check. You want to get that check. You want to just body someone down, right?
Yeah.
That's a visceral feeling. But a lot of time, or jump and try to grab a head, right? Try to grab the head rip, pop him down, because to do that, you really need to be an explosive movement. It needs to be just like down. But a lot of times, it is better to go into that scramble, stop for a second, look what's going on, and really see like, hey, where can I be effective? Maybe by doing the thing I want to jump in and do isn't actually going to be helpful. It's actually going to be detrimental to my own teammate. And you've seen it a lot today with both lists, where you have someone taking them down and taking their own teammate down with it, because they weren't able to really calculate what was going on.
Yep.
A quick trip
for the Northern Wolves.
Oh, for the Northern Wolves, possibly changing the entire rest of this fight.
Ordo moving in the open field there, trying to get a good check, unable to do so. But it looks like another tie or draw down in the bottom there.
4-on-3, Ordo taking the current lead.
2 Ordo fighters working on that one Northern Wolf at the end of the list there, trying to get him down.
Everyone taking a check against
trying to be careful not to take his buddy down with him.
Absolutely, yeah. He's checking the field, see what's going on. 2 going down, and 3-on-1, and very quickly, that's the end of the round.
Ordo for 2, their first win of the day. Way to go, guys.
Is it the first win of the day?
That's our not from the actual rounds aspect.
Oh, sure, yeah. Yeah, I mean,
they've had a couple other rounds, but that's the first match that I believe they've taken them.
Hell, the day's not over, right?
Not yet.
And this is where we see at the end of the day who's got the gas tanks, who's been able to, to persevere throughout the day.
And I do believe they still have a couple more fights too. Ordo does, yeah. They still have Berserkers. Oh, that's Sunday. Yep.
Yeah, it's gonna be tomorrow. And on that note, tomorrow we will be doing the same thing. Tune back in. We're starting promptly at 10 o'clock. The stream will probably be between 9:30 and 10 o'clock. So tune in. We have another full day of fighting. We'll have more 5-on-5s, and then we'll be leading into the 12-on-12s.
Yep. Go ahead.
I would say, which is what we've seen today is all 5-on-5, 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 and it's when we come into the 12-on-12s, the entire dynamic of how the fight's structured, how they're moving, the pace of the fight, the layout of the fighters, completely different. Yeah, the whole dynamic is totally changed.
Yeah, you get almost like 2 small 6 versus 6 on both sides of the list until it busts open until mayhem, really.
Yeah, a lot of times it's really dependent on the size of the list, right? I've seen some fights where the list is so big, they're able to kind of isolate 2 different areas. But with something smaller like this, it could just be you kind of wait for like one person to grab someone with an axe, pull them in, and then just let it eat.
And then they just get swarmed. Yeah, so to our viewers, this is the last fight of the night, War Pigs versus Kenyas. Both these teams have been in armor since 10 o'clock this morning.
And this is going to be interesting to see because both teams heavy strikers.
Yeah, heavy strikers, heavy mobility. Let's see if they both slow it down, and we can probably win at the grapple game, really, unless someone can get an early takedown.
Yeah.
Which doesn't quite look like will happen here.
So pacing in, seeing that number, kind of curious to see that number 2 right there in the close side of the list. Like he's leaving his back a little open.
Yeah.
If that Kenya is number 2, pops in, like he might be able to catch him unawares.
Yeah. Oh, there goes a War Pig trying to shoot the gap. Meanwhile, Andrew takes the gap of the War Pigs. That War Pig scanning up on them.
Yes, sometimes you fight. You gotta see what's going on. There could have been a very quick 2-on-1 fight going on right there.
Oh,
and a fighter thrown down.
Kenya's, and then another takedown for Kenya's at the top. Still tied 4-4 until that War Pig at the bottom.
Oh, War Pig trying to hold on.
Are they going to call that?
It might not be set as he was dragged down with him. And will be set.
So it's still 3-on-3.
Oh, light up
Big
for a
shot
big
coming
shot.
in, but able to duck in and deflect it at the last minute.
3-on-3. It looks like that War Pig is.
There's
he
something
might be
going
fixing
on with his
knee.
armor there.
Yeah, it looks like he might be fixing his knee cop or just maybe a little bit exhausted.
I think that it looks a little like it's sticking out.
Oh yeah,
the way
it might
it's
be
not
just
supposed to.
like pinched on the inside of his greave. Yeah,
that's a terrible feeling.
It's really hard. It's really hard to walk. Based on the actual mechanics of a leg,
Yeah.
it is really hard to move in that.
They're looks like trying to get that last throw in there. Oh,
Might be sitting him down.
no, not yet.
You see him
Full
tapping
team.
it. He probably is grabbing the inside of the list. It's hard to kind of see what the what we're seeing versus what the marshals are seeing.
Exactly.
Oh,
War
just
Pig's
kind of just
down.
pushed down.
That was
That might have been the fighter with the armor. Now,
yeah.
sometimes when you get something like that, you kind of just got to
and
hit it,
it's,
and hopefully
three-
Fonzarelli's and just
Yeah.
pops right back into place.
3-1 in favor of Kenya's on that round.
Kenya's taking the first round. Kenya's has been showing just an incredibly strong performance this entire day.
Yeah, they're definitely one of the top fighters in this.
Yeah, absolutely. It's gonna be fun watching the full team because they have Kenya's has brought Kenya's USA. It's been in this list all day, and Kenya's Fire, which has been in the purple and yellow list all day, and seeing them come together in the 12s tomorrow and how they're gonna perform.
So just so all of our viewers are aware, red and blue are still in starting tomorrow. It's still a round robin type style of fighting for the gold tier. Everyone fights everyone. While the yellow and purple list is going to be semifinals for all of the silver. So we'll have certain individuals for the silver go into slots. We'll have those posted on our website either tonight or early tomorrow morning, so you can check on those and see who's fighting who.
Absolutely, yeah. So when you check in tomorrow, you'll see the updated schedule, updated list, and all the performances of today. If you're just kind of tuning in and weren't able to see the fights.
Yep. All right, War Pigs and Kenya's squaring off again.
Yeah, both of them kind of just starting off slow. Seeing where it's going because when you have these big striker-heavy teams, you gotta make sure there's space, not allowed them to grab onto you. So actually, that's good little teamwork right there. That's fun. Yeah, a little bit different from the last fight where the two guys just started fighting each other. Oh, loss of weapon.
Seeing if they can take a quick advantage of it.
Excellent heads-up play by that center, moving in, not allowing that 2v1 to happen.
Beautiful. That's Andrew Barron there in the center for War Pigs.
Great job. Yeah, that's a good center, being able to read the situation. That's one of the hardest parts about being a center, is being able to read situations and know what's going on. And a fighter fell for the War Pigs, thrown down by Kenya's.
Kenya's 5-4 in favor of them.
The War Pigs threatening a 2v1.
2 versus 1. Those Kenya's fighters.
Oh, and not aware of what's going on right in the boob.
Shot. War Pigs still putting up a hell of a fight, trying to keep Kenya's off him and those. Oh, beautiful check, not enough to get him on the ground.
Man, that is hard. You can check it from the back into the list. Sometimes you got to try to get a different angle on it.
Had to get a little bit higher and a little bit more force pushing him down. He would have had that big shot raining in on that War Pig on the left.
Oh, he might have actually just hit his. He goes down. That's a rough one.
That's a rough shot.
Hopefully that wasn't too low.
I don't think it was. It was right into his chest there. Yeah. And they sat down another War Pig for unknown reason. It's a 2-on-5 at this point.
War Pig trying to get a quick takedown right when the round restarts. You'll see that a lot. Right when the round restarts, you kind of caught unawares, but unfortunately not able to get that sidearm out.
All right, Kenya is taking the fight 5-1.
And Kenya is taking it 2 rounds. And I believe that is going to wrap up our fights for the day. Yes, to come on in here.
Yeah, I'm gonna not just tag out and in. We're gonna join you right here for a little bit of a wrap up. I'm gonna grab a chair.
There we go. You got it. Perfect.
chair and some cables with it.
And this might be hard for your screens having all three of us handsome guys coming in at one time. Might be an overload to
You
the
might want to
system.
avert your eyes from the beauty viewing through you right now.
For a little bit of a wrap-up from Day 2 of Carolina Carnage 2024 from the T-Head Garrison Rodeo Arena in beautiful Middleton, South Carolina. A couple of things we'd like to mention. First of all, thank you so much to the incredible marshals and support staff, medical staff, the volunteers that are taking care of registration for ticket sales as well. We'd like to thank our production team up here, Joel, Derek, Greg, the incredible work that they're doing. I'd like to thank my partners up here, Vincent and Nate, the Hoosler and Maxfield. In addition to that, I was speaking with one of the folks at the vendors tables, and he's not so much a vendor as he's raising money for a Bohurt short film. And that's exactly what it's called. They're trying to get money together for a proof of concept for a Bohurt short film. It can be found at Bohurt Short Film on Instagram. Not only are they looking for funding, but they're looking for extras and stuntmen in armor at the end of March.
Who knows where they'll find that? Who knows
place
where we
to
can
look.
find a bunch of individuals who fight in armor on a consistent basis.
The filming location will be in Georgia,
Nice.
the state in the USA, not the country.
Well, which is a good distinction in an international organization like this.
I wanted to make sure that I had a chance to mention that. A little bit of a wrap-up from the results today. The only tournament that finished today was the women's 5 versus 5 division. First place went to the Dallas Mythics. Second place, the silver medal, went to Order of the Pegasus. And third to the Banshees. Now, tomorrow morning, I'm sure my colleagues here have mentioned this, we'll be starting back up at 10 a.m. Eastern time.
Yeah.
And we have lots of action still to go. We have plenty more 5 versus 5 and 12 versus 12 fights. The all versus all to wrap things out if there's time afterward. Make sure you join us then. Save those links, send those links, hit those likes, share this out. We want this sport to continue to grow, to continue to develop, not only here in the U.S., but around the world, growing fans, growing this sport. And that will be because of folks like you, viewers like you, sharing that out. Please do so as soon and as often as possible.
Absolutely, yeah. And if you like what you saw today, come join us. Be a fighter. Come have some fun.
If you're looking for your nearest team, you can go to palmettoknights.com/community. You'll find the nearest teams on the map. If you don't find one close enough to you, get in touch with one of the teams in your state, and they can help you find even some folks that are working to get a club together. That is one of the best things about this sport, is that the established clubs want to continue establishing clubs. They want more competition and competitors because we only compete on the field. We work together to make this event happen.
And the only way we can fight is by having more fighters. And one of the biggest prerogatives of everyone here is for having the sport to grow, and to be able to have more events like this and have more fighters come in and bring in new experience, bring in new talents, and bring in new skills, and that's what we all love doing. So join us.
And
Go
ahead, Nate, please.
I was just going to say thanks again for everyone tuning in, and we'll catch you next time.
We look forward to interacting with you tomorrow on Day 3 of Carolina Carnage 2024. This is us signing out.